He jolted awake in a room that hadn't been cleaned in ages, as if he just escaped a nightmare. The first thing he wanted to do was sit up, but his body, it hurt like hell. Had he been sleeping or had he been beaten? But eventually, he managed to sit on the edge of the bed, though it wasn't easy. Finally, he could see the mess around him. It looked like the patient himself didn't understand what was going on here. But he felt no fear, so he immediately decided to explore the area. No fear, no survival instincts either. He didn't even realize he didn't have the strength to get up from the bed. It didn't end with just one fall. He couldn't make sense of what the hell was happening. Images from the past floated in his mind, but it felt like he'd lost his memory. His body trembled, and there was a rotten, sour taste in his mouth, but he still decided to get up. This time, he succeeded. So this genius decided he didn't need IV drips anymore. Stumbling, he stepped into the hallway. But there was an even bigger mess waiting for him. This was starting to scare him. He decided to check the elevator, but it seemed there was no power. He had to take the stairs. At least there were railings. Downstairs, the scene was the same. Broken windows. Everything looked like a hurricane had swept through. And not a single living soul. What had happened here? Thirst overwhelmed him. He drank water greedily like an animal. After quenching his thirst, he noticed something. He suddenly stood up, looked around, but there was nothing. He felt like someone had been there. So without thinking too long, he decided to head back. He grabbed his things. There might be something that could help him understand. His phone. As expected, it was dead. Well, at least there was a window for entertainment, just to look out of it, of course. However, when he saw what was outside the hospital, he simply couldn't believe his eyes. It felt like someone was playing a cruel joke. What the hell? He exhaled wearily, as if trying to calm himself down. When suddenly he heard a sound. An old lady was pushing a cart, and there were dogs with her. So it wasn't all bad, at least he wasn't alone in this chaos. Suddenly the old lady stopped, as if she sensed someone was staring at her, and she turned to the guy. But right after that, she walked away, seeming to quicken her pace. He tried to shout for the old lady to stop. He wanted to know what had happened, but his voice was so weak and quiet. How long had he been silent? But the guy couldn't just give up. He immediately ran downstairs. He had to catch up with the old lady, but he barely made it out of the room before he fell. He had no strength in his body. How long had he been starving? This question needed an immediate answer. The guy found a pantry stocked with various supplies, and he greedily ate everything in sight. Even unwashed raw vegetables seemed appetizing at that moment. But just a second later, his stomach had other ideas. What was happening? Suddenly, he heard something strange again. The first time was a coincidence, but twice was a pattern. He gathered all his strength and shouted as loudly and fiercely as he could, demanding to know who was there. But it was silent. After that, he continued to eat greedily, ignoring the nausea. What had happened here? War? Mom? Dad? How were they? How long had he been in the hospital? A month? 2? His mind felt foggy. Memories began to surface. It seemed he had often been a punching bag and hadn't earned any respect among the bullies. He should have just given up back then. If he had known what would happen, he would have been more careful. Those guys had heard he trained a lot before, but now it seemed all that was left was endurance. Although he had fought back against those punks, they just kept coming, and he was all alone. He even left a scar on the leader's face. Overall, it was stupid to mess with the school gang. That redhead said the guy had to bring him $1,000,000 every month for his injury treatment. He should have given up from the start. He had no chance against the whole gang. But back then, he told that punk it was his own fault. Of course, that infuriated the idiot. Just give up. Just give up. Even if he had to beg for forgiveness, he had to do it. But then he claimed the leader wouldn't be able to do anything to him himself. That was the last straw. They all pounced on the poor guy, just like cowards do, ganging up on one. But he endured it all. He really had a lot of endurance. Although his strength was starting to fade, in this situation, he was very easy prey, especially when there were so many people against him. Blow after blow. How much longer could he endure? How long could he stay on his feet? It felt like his end was near. Those punks didn't stop at all. They loved the thrill, and they were completely out of control. They didn't even notice when they threw the guy over the railing. He was falling down from a high floor, after which he jolted awake. That was where his memories ended. He couldn't remember anything else. Time to go. He wouldn't learn anything if he stayed here. He hadn't noticed this before. His hair had grown so long. How long had he been lying there? A year? Half a year? First, he definitely needed to find people. And then his family. Was there still police here? Administration? Where could they all be? Surprisingly, he clearly remembered where to go. His legs led him where he needed to go. Even though a lot of time had passed since he woke up, he still couldn't stop being amazed. There wasn't a single living place left in the entire neighborhood. Everything was in ruins. What could have happened? These questions would remain unanswered for a long time. The guy walked for quite a while but didn't meet anyone. He only saw a vending machine with drinks and snacks, but it had been looted. Just then, he finally sensed the presence of living beings. But now he wasn't sure he really wanted that. Those dogs didn't look very friendly. Quite the opposite. They looked ready to pounce on the poor guy. Suddenly, the old lady appeared, and everything was okay again. The dogs loved her. At that moment, the old lady noticed him. The guy's voice suddenly trembled. He couldn't find the words, but he still asked to talk to her. Before he could mention his problems, the woman silently placed a package in his hands. Then she advised him to be careful and hide as soon as possible. And then she just disappeared, leaving the guy with even more questions. Without thinking too long, he opened the package and couldn't believe his luck. A ton of food? The guy started gobbling everything down, forgetting the old lady's second piece of advice to hide quickly. At that moment, a car drove by. It even honked at the guy. Then a cheerful and friendly guy appeared from there. Finally, people. He was thrilled about this, and they looked so pleasant. Now he would find all the answers to his questions. The naive guy approached closer, immediately starting to ask what was going on. But he shouldn't have been so trusting and careless. The strong air flipped him in the air. His whole face was covered in blood. Those punks just wanted to steal his food. They didn't even think there were still such stupid people left. The old lady watched all this holding her angry dogs. Meanwhile, in the city, or at least what was left of it, it was getting dark. The scene shifted back to the hospital. There were those same strange sounds the guy had heard. By his bed was a robot, a monster, a reptile with a tail. School, he needed to find his notes. He had to go back. He had been too cocky before, doing well in school and sports. But where had that confidence led him? School, he didn't want to go back. Had the world really fallen apart? Maybe it was better this way. As long as he didn't have to return. Ha! His face felt so warm. Blood. Was he dying? But no, it was just the dogs. The old lady was glad the guy had woken up. She hated those punks, no better than robbers. The guy's head was wrapped in bandages and hurt a lot. The old lady reached for a first aid kit. She asked what injury he had before, as she had seen him in the hospital, and asked if he understood what was happening. The guy asked if it was war. She didn't know. Maybe it was war. The world had just plunged into chaos. The dogs still hadn't fully accepted the guy. They were a bit angry, but they promised that once they became friends, they would stand by him, especially the light-colored dog. He didn't seem so mean anymore. Suddenly, I won't comment on that. Meanwhile, some time passed, and the guy was feeling better. He was planning to find shelter. The old lady was seeing him off. He called her too, but it turned out her husband thought it was dangerous there. He went to look for food and would be very angry if he found out the old lady had helped the guy. He promised to return and repay everything. But the old lady said the guy had already repaid everything. After all, people like seeds grow to bear fruit. To be honest, the guy didn't understand much, but he politely thanked her for everything. And he left. He didn't know if he would ever meet that friendly old lady again, but he hoped so. His stomach betrayed him. But this time the young man was smarter. He looked around, after which he hid to eat carefully. And then he set off again, this time without any adventures or losing consciousness. He walked for a long time. It was harder on foot, until he reached where he was headed. Inside there were a lot of people. They showed him the way. He approached a girl filling out paperwork and asked a few questions. She asked where the guy had been hiding all this time, but without waiting for an answer, she asked for his name, age, and address. Ideally, a passport. Well, meet Kanyeon, a 19-year-old guy. He asked what month it was now. April 13th, the girl replied calmly. Kanyeon was very confused, constantly looking around. There was a little girl celebrating her birthday. The girl asked for his details again, and Kanyeon corrected her, saying he was now 20 years old. After which, he asked if he could use the phone or the internet, but it turned out it was only for emergencies. The connection was spotty, and the electricity was barely holding up. She showed Kani on the radio and said that now it was their era. After that, she showed the guy where to go, promising she would call later. And Khan left, constantly looking around at the people. Everyone was busy with their own things, just living their lives. It all felt so strange. Meanwhile, night had fallen. And in the morning, everyone was awakened. That girl, she was shouting through a megaphone that they had to take care of their health if they wanted to return to their old lives. After which, a collective workout began. So, Connie Yon spent a few days in the shelter, and it even started to seem like everything was getting better. Aid was being distributed in goods, and it wasn't bad. From what he knew, the community hadn't completely fallen apart yet. You could even say it was slowly returning to normal. It was quite peaceful here, unlike those ruined buildings, and the people seemed quite focused on the future. Although nearby, some not-so-decent-looking men were arguing and figuring out who was to blame for what had happened. An old man used a lollipop as an example, saying their little planet revolved around the sun, minding its own business, but suddenly, boom, something crashed into the earth. And, as everyone else knew, the world experienced 34 hours of continuous earthquakes. There had never been worse cases in history. But what was even more surprising was that there were no casualties. Something had stopped the functions of the modern world with minimal force. Something like an EMP attack, like shooting a tranquilizer straight into the earth. But that was physically impossible. But no terrorist or country could have done that, turning the whole world into a 13,900 period. That old man decided it was the work of aliens, after which Kanyeon realized he was crazy and continued reading his book. After that, he decided to go to that girl who hadn't been very friendly and ask how to find his loved ones. But she had already said that the only people she knew lived here. Many were also in government bunkers, so they were safe, and there were few casualties in the city, so his loved ones were probably okay. The internet wasn't working at all, and until they fixed it, she couldn't do much. Just then, Kan Eon suggested sending a letter when the radio suddenly came to life. She quickly shushed Kan Eon and started listening. The radio promised to broadcast emergency channels. Suddenly, the girl screamed and started scolding the school kids. They were trying to return everything to how it was, and those punks were just ruining everything. Then Kan Eon remembered the words of that old lady, who had also complained about the school kids behaving terribly. The girl pulled Kan Eon from his thoughts, asking him to calm down and wait in the shelter, as the risk of crime was still high. She explained that there was a high school nearby and the boys had taken it over, creating their paradise, robbing people all over the neighborhood, after which Kan Eon left. Although he didn't know what had happened to his school, there was one thing he was sure of. It would be much safer for the old folks here than where they were now. So Kan Eon didn't listen to anyone and left. He felt he was obligated to lead them to safety. He was just passing a stop with many abandoned bicycles. It was a great idea since public transport wasn't running. This way, he would get to the old folks much faster and safer. Surprisingly, he didn't meet anyone on the way, when suddenly, he saw those punks right by the old lady's house. They were attacking the elderly, but it seemed that old man was quite capable of standing up for himself. He quoted Socrates to them, and those idiots were scared of new knowledge. After which, he commanded his dog, "Get him!" And suddenly that sweet little dog turned into a real beast. Kan Eon stood in shock, watching as those punks fled screaming like cowards. "Wait, hold on! What was that?" Kan Eon was too busy to hear the buzzing. Honestly, it was pretty entertaining to watch the tough guys suddenly turn into mama's boys. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another location. To school. There, the tough guys crawled in, scared, to complain to the boss. They were crying like little kids, saying an old man almost attacked them with a crowbar and that they barely escaped from two dogs. Among them was the boss, evident from his clothes. He was just eating, but then suddenly spat everything out. He then shoved it at Mr. Pak and asked what kind of crap he had given him, while the teacher was too scared to say a word, his voice trembling as the student yelled at Pak. The teacher offered to cook it again, but the boss reminded him that he had asked him to protect him in exchange for cooking. Even though Mr. Pak swore he did everything the same as before, that little punk didn't care. He started shoving meat into the teacher's mouth. And there was that punk with the scar that Kan Eon had left him. He said Mr. Pak should have tried harder. After that, the boss turned to those idiots who came back empty-handed, even though they claimed the old folks had plenty of food. They started making excuses, saying the old man nearly killed them, and the dogs were a problem too. But Sun Chun didn't want to hear any of it. He suddenly snapped and shot up from his seat. Did those two really think the boss should do all the dirty work himself? Did he really think that excuse would work? The whole world turned into chaos. It was a battlefield and he was whining like a crybaby. And for what? Because a couple of old folks scared them? Idiots! Sun Chun ordered them to go back again and told Taishan to go with them. Meanwhile, Mr. Pak was recovering from what had just happened to him. Sun Chun boldly put his feet on the table and told him not to annoy him, just do his job. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the old folks. Overall, they were doing fine. Kan Eon explained why he had come back and invited them to join him. However, the boy realized that Grandpa hadn't heard him because he was busy yelling at those punks. So he called him again to the shelter. But this really angered Grandpa. Who did he think he was showing up here? At that moment, Grandma intervened and reminded him that she had told him about Kan Eon. But that didn't help. The old man stood his ground, thinking he could protect his family himself. Kan Eon stood firm, trying to convince them. Then Grandpa started quoting Plato, but the boy didn't understand anything. The old man wanted to say that a person could only live by what they believed, so he wouldn't change his mind. Kan Eon tried to say that his philosophy didn't matter, but Grandpa shut him up, believing that was what united the world. Then Grandma intervened, yelling at them that she was going to get the cart because she was fed up with them. Her husband suddenly turned soft and begged her not to go outside. He would handle everything himself. After that, Grandpa smiled at his wife and went outside with the dogs, Soybean and Rovichevsky. When he left, Grandma explained that it was all because she had been injured during the evacuation by people who wanted to live. Since then, he had tried to do everything himself. He had yelled a lot, but he was a good man. Suddenly, strange sounds came from outside. Kan Eon, with a trembling voice, announced that they had returned. Grandma could no longer sit still. Her husband was out there. Grandpa was holding his own, not showing fear. On the contrary, he threatened to smash those punks' heads. Without waiting long, he charged into battle, barking orders at the dogs, ready to show the strength of his philosophy. But before he could even land a blow, Taishan snatched the crowbar from him and hit him in the head with a bat. Grandpa fell to the ground. Then the dogs intervened, but this time, the idiots were prepared and had leashes to tie up the dogs. Taishan said he would let the old man go if he handed over all the food he had hidden. The man barely had time to curse that punk. Just then, Kan Eon appeared, shoved Taishan, and ran to Grandpa. He didn't even notice who that punk was. But Taishan recognized Conwell. A smile appeared on his dumb face as he said he had heard Kan Eon had become a vegetable. At that moment, he also started to remember. Kan Eon tried to keep his emotions in check and politely asked Taishan to go back where he came from. But of course the punk didn't listen and just started reminding him how he had once beaten him up. However, just like before, the boy stood his ground and didn't run away. He wasn't backing down. Kan Eon spoke confidently, saying that Taishan had never fought fairly since he always had two idiots by his side. This left the punk in shock. He didn't like it when his honor was questioned. It was a sore spot for him. While they were talking, Grandpa had recovered. He grabbed the crowbar and started threatening those idiots. But Taishan hit him again. Kan Eon couldn't understand why this old man was so stubborn and foolish. Then the boy couldn't take it anymore. He turned to hit Taishan. That punk was getting on his nerves. But before he could even land a blow, the red-haired friend hit him in the stomach with the bat. Suddenly, Kan Eon remembered everything he had felt back then, that day. But Taishan didn't stop. He began to kick him while he was down. Now he could laugh as much as he wanted, saying the hospital hadn't done Kan any good since he had become much slower than before. At that moment, a dog barked. He really liked Kan from the first sight, so he wanted to protect his friend. Taishan started hitting them too. At that moment, Grandma ran out. She rushed to hit the robbers and curse them. But Taishan just swatted her away like a fly, and the old lady fell. The man couldn't bear to see how his wife was suffering. Grandma looked so scared and weak. Taishan thanked the old folks for the show they put on since Grandma just fell unconscious. Suddenly, the man started crying. He screamed that he wouldn't know what to do without his wife and begged her not to die. Then Kan Eon intervened. He decided to charge at Taishan again. He couldn't just let this go. The old folks had helped him a lot. But he failed again. It was hard to fight someone who had a bat. Did Kan Eon really think he could defeat Taejin? The punk started hitting the boy over and over, blood splattering everywhere. He suddenly went completely insane, screaming and wishing for Kan Eon's death. Taejin was out of his mind. He had completely lost it. Just like back then, he couldn't stop. And this time, he wouldn't stop. His partners were already starting to fear what this monster was capable of. A considerable amount of time passed before Taejin simply got tired. There was a pool of blood around Kan Eon. He hadn't shown any signs of life for a long time. Taijin silently stared at what he had done. It seemed he suddenly came to his senses and felt a pang of guilt. That's when the punk was engulfed by aggression. He yelled at his stupid partners that they still hadn't searched the house like they were supposed to. The frightened idiots left. One of them took one last look at Kan Eon, convinced that the poor guy was just dead. Taejin grabbed his head as if it had suddenly started to hurt, and he went into the building. Those idiots wouldn't manage without him. Behind them was the hospital where Kan Eon lay. That was where the sound was coming from, all because of that robot or monster. It was really loud and seemed to be heading straight for those robbers. Maybe it would turn out to be even worse. The scene shifted back in time, long before those terrible events, to when a very beautiful girl was running toward Eon. Her name was Rin, and she was really upset that Kan hadn't answered her calls. She asked how her friend had done on the test, and then said the problem was probably with her since Kan Eon had started doing better in school after quitting sports. That annoyed her. Suddenly, Rin noticed a scratch on his face, even though Kan Eon claimed he had just fallen. He sounded very unsure. He was curious what she would think when she found out the school gang had beaten him up. But that's why Kan Eon wasn't planning to share that with her. They were standing, waiting for food when Rin asked what she should tell his mom, since Kan's mother sometimes called her to ask how he was doing. Kan Eon repeated again that he hadn't been in a fight, but Rin didn't believe him. She asked him to stop getting into fights, finish his education nicely, and marry her. Should I even mention that Kan Eon turned completely red? Rin didn't see anything wrong with that since his mother always said she wanted them to get married. So Rin invited herself over to Kan Eon's house to study for the test. Eon's mother greeted Rin and called her her future daughter-in-law. While Kan was processing everything that was happening, his girls were chatting sweetly with each other like old relatives. It turned out that his mother had rushed in to grab some papers, so she quickly left, leaving instructions for the kids and saying goodbye. She asked them not to fight, but the friends were long past being kids for that. Well, what did you expect to see? They were actually studying, yeah. Kan Eon was explaining something very attentively when he suddenly fell silent. He noticed that Rin wasn't listening at all. She was just staring at him. When Kan Eon asked what was wrong, his friend suddenly stood up and left. She took the first aid kit from his house and said she would treat his wound. Kan was taken aback that Rin knew where their first aid kit was. He wanted to protest. Rin didn't have to take care of him. He was strong, but his friend had bigger leverage. She promised to complain to his mom. There was nothing he could do about that. Rin asked him not to fight anymore. She didn't want Kan Eon to show up at their wedding all beaten up too. He didn't pay attention to that, when suddenly, Rin also asked him to take care of his body since it was hers. At that moment, something happened inside him. Something very warm. Butterflies? Those were just memories. In reality, he could barely breathe and had miraculously survived once again. Grandma lay powerless, her husband crying beside her, lamenting that it was all his fault and he should have taken his wife to the hospital. She had just come to her senses and didn't remember what had happened at all. It turned out that Soybean had died, and Rovachevsky was barely breathing. Grandma couldn't hold back her tears. She loved her dog so much. What were they going to do now? Suddenly, footsteps were heard from downstairs. It was Kan Eon. He was holding Rovachevsky in his arms, saying the dog was still breathing. All his pain suddenly vanished when he saw Grandma. Her appearance. She was barely holding on. Tears in her eyes broke the boy's heart. That was the last straw. They had to do something, because the bandits could come again. So the old folks finally decided to go to the shelter. They needed help. Kan Eon helped carry Grandma and the dog. His whole body was in terrible pain and burning. But what had happened? He was powerless, but he didn't think he was seriously injured. Was he lucky? Weak. He was so weak. A worthless fool who just kept rushing forward. He couldn't do anything. He was so worthless. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another place. A helicopter was flying in the sky. Rin saw it. Her friend also noticed that the helicopter was flying too slowly. Maybe it was watching them? She added that every time she saw a helicopter, she felt calmer. Rin was silent and didn't take her eyes off the sky. Then suddenly, she started rushing somewhere and ordered her friend to gather her clothes faster. No explanations. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to school. Sun Chun was walking down the hallway when something caught his attention. He went into the bathroom because of the sound of running water. He saw Taijin there. He hadn't expected to see him. Taijin asked if they had told the boss. It turned out those guys were trembling. It seemed this redhead had made quite an impression on them, but the main thing was that they now had food. Good job. But it seemed Taijin didn't think so. He asked Sun Chun if he remembered Eon. The boss didn't understand why he was bringing up that loser. Taijin started talking. His voice was very quiet, as if he were confessing to a pastor. But Sun Chun interrupted him before he could even start, telling his partner not to fill his head with nonsense, since hadn't he heard the helicopter? It seemed they were dropping supplies. They needed to grab it. After that, the boss turned and left, saying he would be on the roof, asking him not to bother him, and finally ordered Taijin to wash the blood off himself and stop shaking his hands. And then he disappeared. Suddenly, at the top, he ran into Quan Rin. Turned out the girls had also stayed at school. Sun Chun asked why they were carrying wet clothes and asked them to wash those too, since some of the boys already smelled like crap. Rin wondered if his boys didn't have hands. They could wash their own clothes. But Sun Chun stood his ground, saying they were busy guarding the school and looking for food. But Rin wasn't asking for that. She wanted everyone to find their own food and do what they wanted. But Sun Chun stood firm, saying that as a group, they had to maintain peace and communicate well. After all, civilization had turned to ashes. It was dangerous out there. Didn't she know? Rin was angry that Sun Chun decided who was strong and who wasn't. The girls didn't even know if it was safe outside since they just weren't allowed out. After that, the girls left. Rin's friend wanted to get away quickly. Sun Chun was angry. He watched the girls leave. Then he slammed the door to the roof shut. He grabbed a chair and sat on it, looking at the sky. Sun Chun maintained his nonchalant expression, as if he had just saved the whole world. Clearly, it was hard to be a jerk. Suddenly, he said he would protect this place. It seemed he was very serious about it. Meanwhile, the helicopter landed on the ground and was distributing humanitarian aid. That girl who was taking notes in the shelter asked Mr. Reporter if he would be filming and broadcasting, but the man wasn't sure. The transmission was unstable, and the camera was old. He was just there to film the helicopter. And when the transmission was possible, the radio would turn on immediately. After that, the helicopter flew back. The people who had gone to help that girl left, and she thanked them and was going to check if the warehouse doors were closed. She was so tired, really. She wanted to rest in the usual way when suddenly her eyes widened. What did she see? She saw Kan Eon. She recognized him since the boy had suddenly disappeared and returned completely beaten up. A tree. Well, for starters, a worthy opponent. Kan Eon couldn't stop criticizing himself. This was terrible. He was so scared, he doubted himself. He was so weak. The same confidence, the same pride, but his body had completely weakened after the coma. His body was like it had been a week ago. Get angry? Be offended? What was he supposed to do? Right now, he was nobody. No, he had been nobody before. He had been fooling himself, thinking he was strong. But when Kan Eon realized he had no strength at all, fear engulfed him. Blood. He had given up and lay there almost dead. He couldn't do anything. No matter if the world had collapsed, his life had turned into nothing. That girl was still watching him and called him a fool. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the shelter. At the entrance, a man was sitting and reading a book, but someone's gaze wouldn't let him just be in silence. Kan Eon approached, covering his wounds with his clothes, but he still looked terrible. He came to the security commander, Huan Chang, who had been sent to him. The man stared at Kan Eon for a while. Then he asked if the boy had returned from the war because he looked like crap. It turned out that Huan Chang had seen Kan Eon walking with a cart back then. Now he looked better. He looked like he was about to die, according to the man. The boy ignored the man's words, repeated that he had been told to come to Huan Chang, and asked what he should do. But the commander told him to just find something to pass the time since he was guarding supplies from robbers. That was all. This upset the boy. A little earlier, that girl had approached him and said she had found Kan Eon's parents while watching the recordings. They were doing well. It turned out that the family was even planning to search for their son, but it was too dangerous to go out of the shelters, so they were forcibly moved elsewhere. Kan Eon suddenly jumped up and kept bowing to her. He was incredibly happy to hear that. She was initially surprised by such a reaction, but then realized it was her chance. She offered some work in exchange for help. The girl also noticed that Kan Eon had quickly recovered, despite his wounds. He had a lot of strength, so she asked him to join the security team. It turned out she had already informed the commander that Kan Eon would come, so she ordered him to go to the warehouse. In the end, the boy suddenly remembered something else. He asked her to find his friend, Kwan Rin. She asked if she was his girlfriend, but Kan Eon denied it, although his voice was uncertain. However, the girl promised to look for her when the radio started working. So, now Kang Eon was sitting by the warehouse watching Huan Chang read. Then the guys with the cargo arrived. They asked if the commander had eaten and offered to take over for him, but the man refused. After that, the men noticed the newcomer. Huan said Kang Eon was sent here, but he had nothing for him to do. The men also noticed that Kang looked pretty sickly, and then they suggested leaving Huan Chang alone since he liked solitude. Meanwhile, several hours had probably passed. Huan Chang was either asleep or trying out a new security technique. Kang Eon didn't leave the man's side for a moment. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and suggested the commander go inside to rest, and Kang could cover for him. But Huan immediately refused and asked him to step away entirely. Kang Eon sat back in his spot, confused about who this man was. Suddenly, that crazy old man sat down next to him and said that Huan Chang was 39 years old and very mysterious. Kang Eon jumped at the sudden appearance. The old man acted as if he'd been asked something. He also asked how the boy was feeling, given his appearance. Still, Kang Eon decided to keep the conversation going. He was friendly and asked why Huan Chang spoke so little. But the old man only knew the commander's age. It turned out he had come a few months after the world shock. He looked like a hungry wolf and appeared just as suddenly as Kang Eon had a week ago. Huan Chang didn't talk to anyone and always ate alone in the corner. It was as if he didn't exist. He acted like a man who had given up on life. But then something happened after a month. About 10 robbers from the neighboring area arrived in trucks with weapons. Of course, the crazies would show up after the world had nearly collapsed. They could do nothing but watch as their food was taken for a month, and then Huan Chang slowly emerged, taking off his jacket. Just imagine, they hadn't noticed his existence for a month, and then suddenly he stepped up to defend. And what happened next? Mr. Park, who was smoking in the corner, said he hadn't even finished his cigarette before it was all over. He was quick, invisible, just like in hiding. Even knives and bats didn't help those scumbags. With each step, he took down one person. Just from the sounds, you could tell whose bones were breaking and who was calling for help. And when it was all over, he calmly tucked in his shirt, buttoned it up, and said, in his opinion, they should pay for the food. And then it all repeated. When the old man finished, he realized that Kang Eon didn't believe him. After all, there were many people here saying it was all just tales. After that incident, Huan Chang had taken down 2 more raids by himself. Some said he was the mafia boss. There were many theories, even that he was a North Korean spy. But still, the commander didn't want to talk about himself. The old man asked if anything in his story had struck a chord with Kang Eon. He wanted to write a book on the subject. Meanwhile, it had already grown dark. The scene shifted back to the school. A boy was resting on the grass, looking very cute. Tae-jun came by, calling for Gyeonmun. He told this chill guy that it had been a few days since the helicopter with humanitarian aid had arrived, and Gyeonmun hadn't done anything yet. He offered him his 2 partners. The boy said he had heard about Tae-jun's recent feat. He had robbed 2 old ladies and 2 dogs. So Gyeonmun didn't want those 2 idiots. They were too scared. The army was bringing supplies. There were a lot of people in hiding, and they were especially alert these days. They just needed to wait. Gyeonmun advised Tae-seon to try using his brain if he had one. The red-haired boy got really angry at such rudeness. Gyeonmun reminded him that just because he was hanging around Sun Chun didn't make him a commander. So he suggested Tae-jun go rob some more grandmas and kill dogs, since that was all he was capable of. Tae-jun just lost it. He yelled at that crazy scumbag to get up if he was done. Gyeonmun even took off his mask a bit and said that if he got up, then Taijon would lie down. That sounded like a challenge, but Gyeon-moon immediately calmed down and asked him not to block his sunlight. It was such a nice day. Meanwhile, night fell and the scene shifted to the hideout. Kang Yeon went to check on the old folks and asked Grandpa to stop refusing food. After all, he needed to have plenty of strength to take care of Grandma. That night, it was Kang Yeon's turn to guard the warehouse. He walked alone down the dark corridor. Suddenly, Kang Yeon noticed something. His body tensed, sensing danger. But it was just a dog, Rovachevsky. What was going on? Kang Yeon asked his friend to stay close to Grandma. He stopped and studied the face of his person closely, as if he really understood what they were saying. Kang Yeon just walked away. In just a few days, the emotions burning inside Kang Yeon finally cooled down. He found the longed-for peace. Kang Yeon was furious at his own weakness, and in the end, exploded. Yes, that was him. What was he supposed to do now? Kang Yeon thought it was time to calm down for a while. When the bus arrived, he could see his family. And Rin, he hoped she would be there. These thoughts brought a smile to his face, and it felt so warm all of a sudden. He was lost in such pleasant thoughts when Hwan Chang interrupted him, suddenly speaking. He wanted to step away for just 10 minutes. Kang Yeon looked around. He had never been left alone before. So he decided to take a stroll around the place he was guarding, wanting to peek inside. He even checked the lock. He approached his job very responsibly. But it seemed everything was under control. Suddenly, something caught Kang Yeon's attention. His eyes widened sharply and he said, "Wow, the moon. It was full and incredibly beautiful." Kang Yeon hoped that his mother and Rin had seen this beauty too. Suddenly, the sound of an engine was heard. Kang Yeon was on high alert. He knew very well what that sound meant. A truck was speeding in and just smashed through the lock and gates. At the same time, it knocked Kang Yeon off his feet. Everything happened too fast. The boy didn't even have time to dodge. Right after, another vehicle arrived and bandits jumped out of it. Gyeonmun stepped out and told his guys to move quickly because they had only 2 minutes. He ordered them to start pouring gasoline. Kang Yeon felt his clothes suddenly getting wet because they poured gasoline on him too. Gyeonmun asked who he was and advised him not to stand there like an idiot because it was going to get hot. Kang Yeon was confused. He had just begun to feel calm, but he didn't have the luxury of reacting slowly. The fire suddenly flared up right next to him. Kang Yeon barely managed to jump away. The bandits were already at the warehouse. They were well prepared. They had everything to break down the doors. So the bandits quickly grabbed all the supplies. It was really very easy. Kang Yeon didn't understand how everything was happening so fast. They had just arrived. Finally, he realized that his clothes were soaked in gasoline, so he was forbidden from going near the fire. Kang Yeon's mind finally started working. He took off his clothes, and he went into battle. Kang Yeon simply jumped over the fire and lunged at the idiot next to him. The boy fell to the ground in shock. His dumb face showed a perfect mix of displeasure and aggression. But Kang Yeon's triumph didn't last long because Gyeon-moon kicked him away at that moment. This guy was annoying him. Who did he think he was, acting like a hero? Kang Yeon was struggling to speak. He hadn't even caught his breath yet, but he managed to order them to leave because none of this belonged to them. Gyeon-moon calmly said he hated when people tried to ruin his plans. They had planned this operation to have minimal witnesses, so he would prefer to avoid a fight and suggested Kang surrender. But it seemed Eon had no idea what that word meant, and that was a shame. He had a lot of faith but little strength. Gyeon-moon realized he wasn't being listened to at all. If a fight couldn't be avoided, then Gyeon-moon had to show him otherwise that it wasn't worth ruining his plans. With just one move, he managed to knock Kang Yeon to the ground. He landed on his back and hit his head hard. Gyeon-moon threatened that Kang Yeon shouldn't even move, or he would be killed. That idiot in the yellow jacket looked at Kang Yeon with fear again. He recognized him. Meanwhile, Gyeon-moon's partners told him that everything was ready so they could leave. Suddenly, Gyeon-moon's body trembled. He looked down. Kang Yeon had latched onto his leg. He wasn't going to give up. The partners were already annoyed that Gyeon-moon was playing around with Kang Yeon for so long. Gyeon-moon saw that the fool was very determined, but that didn't matter because he promised to give him shocking memories. Suddenly, a book flew at that scumbag's head. Who dared to do that to him? It was Hwan Chang. He took off his jacket and simply asked them all to stop it, after which the commander unbuttoned his shirt. and told Kang Eon that he was just an idiot for sacrificing his life for some cargo. Gyeonmun seemed to tense up a bit, but hid it. He had heard a lot about Hwan Chang, and he suggested they fight. The commander was surprised that Gyeonmun was planning to fight him alone. But before he could get an answer, a bandit lunged at him. Gyeonmun said he could easily take him down himself. But something went wrong. He took Gyeonmun's hit, judo, as expected. After which Hwan Chang hit that scumbag in his dumb head. He flew back a good distance. The hit was really quick. After that, Hwan Chang turned to the rest, saying he would let them leave alive if they left the boxes. Then Gyeonmun pulled out something that looked like a gun, after which he shot suddenly. It was a taser. He hit Hwan Chang right in the chest. The commander didn't have time to react, and who could stand against a weapon? The commander fell immediately to the ground. Gyeonmun didn't miss the chance to hit the downed man, after which he immediately put on a casual face to hide the fact that he had been beaten, and if it weren't for the weapon, he wouldn't have won. At that moment, the rest of the people in hiding rushed out, awakened by all the shouting. But Gyeonmun was already by the truck, everything packed, and they were leaving. No one tried to stop them anymore. Everyone was hoping for the commander, but he had been defeated. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the hideout. Inside, the boy was being helped. Kang Eon apologized, saying it was all his fault, but the others supported him, saying the main thing was that the boy survived. They told him they hadn't lost anything anyway. Kang Eon didn't understand. Hwan Chang repeated again that he was just an idiot risking his life for a couple of boxes of junk. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the school, where the boys were already getting ready to eat and enjoy what they had stolen. But they quickly got disappointed when they realized they had just been handed some dishes. The boys carrying the boxes didn't even suspect anything when they carried such light boxes. Taeseon didn't miss the chance to praise Gyeonmun for a job well done and to check if his nose was hurting. He was shooed away. Taejeon was going to talk to the boss about it when suddenly that boy in the yellow jacket stopped him. He said in a trembling voice that he had seen him. Taejeon didn't understand. Then the idiot clarified that he was talking about the boy that scumbag had supposedly beaten to death. It turned out they had just imagined it. The boy started sweating heavily and trembling. He was scared to say it, but he swore he had seen Kang Eon with his own eyes. The scene shifted back to the hideout, where the boys explained to Kang Eon that they had set a trap for the looters. The supplies were stored elsewhere, but they should have warned the boy about it first. But that girl interrupted, saying now they would have problems with disposable dishes. But that was nothing. The main thing was that the boys were okay. The commander swore he was fine. No one could have imagined they would find a taser. Most likely the scumbags had robbed the police station, but if it weren't for the weapon, Hwan would have just taken them all down. Suddenly, she ordered everyone to shut up because the emergency news channel had finally started working. In 5 minutes, there would be a broadcast. The boys ran to the generator. Everyone sat around the only TV where it was reported that the country was in ruins. During the transport of cargo by helicopter, dozens of people needing help had been spotted. This distress signal was filmed above Ingung High School, which had been occupied by a gang of criminals. Inside, Kang Eon suddenly felt cold all over, because even though he had memory problems, he would recognize it even if he completely lost his memory. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the school. There sat Taejeon thinking about Kang Eon. He was sure that Weakling was dead. He couldn't be alive. The boy suddenly became very aggressive, starting to smash furniture. This was impossible. He couldn't see him. He saw someone else. Taejeon's hands suddenly started trembling. He had to find that scumbag alive. The scene shifted back to the hideout. Hwan Chang returned to his post and saw Kang Eon there. The man was outraged because the boy should have been inside until he came to his senses. But Eon didn't respond. Then the commander spoke louder, but suddenly fell silent. The man barely touched Kang Eon and he just collapsed. Hwan Chang didn't understand what was happening. Kang Eon seemed to be in a trance. He heard nothing and no one. Because Rin, it was her, and she was there on the roof. Suddenly, he just got up and ran. Hwan Chang stood there for a moment, watching this crazy psycho. And then he just turned and walked away. This all meant that Rin hadn't been able to evacuate. But why was she still there? Did something happen at the school? But she had been captured. Was she a prisoner there? Maybe there were other students too? Kang Eon had to check. Rin, wait, he was getting close. Kang Yeon quickly made his way to the school. There was security, of course, but they were asleep. Still, Kang Yeon had to be careful. He couldn't understand how it had come to this. The school looked like a bandit hideout. The guards stood at both entrances. How was he supposed to get in? What was he supposed to do? How was he going to save Rin? Kang Yeon was so lost in these thoughts that he completely forgot to be cautious. He should have been more alert and kept an eye on the situation. Kang Yeon could barely make out who it was through the bright light shining in his eyes. It was Taijin. He started shouting and asking how Kang Yeon had survived. It turned out he wanted to check if it was true, but what the hell was this idiot doing here on his turf? Before Taijin could finish his sentence, Kang Yeon suddenly yanked his hand away from him. He said he had definitely killed Kang Yeon last time, but this time he would finish the job. However, the opponent was very calm, just looking around. Taijin was annoyed. He wanted to be feared. Didn't Kang Yeon hear him? Why was he just standing there? But it seemed no one was planning to run or be scared. Kang Yeon took off his bandage and asked if Taijin had come alone. The bandit didn't understand anything, but Kang Yeon continued. After which, the boy simply snatched the flashlight from that scumbag, which had been blinding him. Suddenly, Taijin's voice changed. There was fear in it? Kang Yeon realized that the bandit hadn't taken anything else besides that flashlight. After which, a punch flew into his dumb face. Blood immediately splattered everywhere. Taijin hadn't expected Kang Yeon to strike first. Finally, he had some guts. He tried to hit Kang Yeon back several times, but Taijin couldn't land a single hit. Although Kang Yeon didn't show it, he seemed to have become much stronger. But in reality, his body wasn't what it used to be. His muscles had weakened. He was still too weak. He couldn't defeat Taijin with brute force. Finally, Taijin took the initiative. He even managed to hit Kang Yeon. Taijin threw him into a trash can. It amused him, although it seemed that the laughter was forced to regain his power. After which, he grabbed the radio and told everyone to come to him, giving his location. Now Taijin thought he was in a good position, as he understood perfectly that he was strong only when attacking the weaker ones with his idiots. Suddenly, Kang Yeon struck Taijin from a spin. That scumbag didn't expect the hit at all. So he dropped the radio. Kang Yeon simply smashed it. The little boy was seriously angry. What was he supposed to do now? After which, Kang Yeon began hitting Taijin again and again in his dumb face, until he cornered the scumbag. Taijin couldn't believe all this was happening. He was just powerless. Kang Yeon asked that scumbag what had happened at the school. He started shouting, "What had they done?" Meanwhile, the events shifted to the school itself. The power was still out. Rin wanted to take a little walk. Her friend begged her not to go anywhere because someone might see her. But Rin didn't understand. They weren't prisoners. It was just a night stroll to help her sleep better. But at the same time, Rin had to keep looking around and be careful, especially when she passed by the boys' dorm. Were they okay? Did they really want to stay at school just because it was dangerous outside? That couldn't be true. At the very least, she needed to know what was happening out there. But as she stepped outside, a guard stopped her and asked where she thought she was going. That question annoyed her. Was he going to spy on them now? The guard insisted it wasn't spying at all. They were just protecting them. But Rin found that infuriating. Who were they to decide if she needed protection? But according to the guy, most had agreed to the protection. But what about those who were against it? What if Rin wanted to go outside right now? Would he stop her? The guard argued that it was dangerous out there, but how could she know if she had never been there? He stood firm, saying everyone had gone through a lot and needed rules to make life safe. Rin realized the guard sounded just like Sun. All the guys were getting drunk on the power they had. But either way, she wasn't going to put up with it. She was going outside. The guard tried to stop her, but completely forgot that Rin was an athlete, so he quickly got slapped. From what she could see, all they were trying to do was build their own kingdom to rule over them. Suddenly, the guard heard Taijin on the radio calling for his mom for help. Rin asked if he wasn't going to help, but it turned out that wasn't part of his job. All he was supposed to do was protect the girls. So he told Rin to go to bed. Meanwhile, the events shifted outside. There, Taijin found the strength to hit Kaneon. He had already forgotten what it was like to fight fair. He even managed to throw the guy off him. After that, Taijin grabbed a brick, realizing his fists weren't going to cut it. Now that jerk felt good. He was smashing Kaneon with the brick over and over, wishing for his death. Honestly, it was tough for Kanion too. His whole body was shaking, and he could barely hold on. But something kept pushing him to fight on. He didn't expect this from himself. Khan took the initiative. He could clearly see Tyson's movements and knew how to counterattack, but his body, it just wouldn't let him. But Khan Eon wouldn't give in to that jerk Tyson anymore. With every hit, he felt more confident. He finally understood his own strength. But even so, it wasn't enough to keep him on his feet. But this was the end. He had won. He had beaten Tyson. Khan Eon told Tyson to pull himself together and tell him what had been happening at school all this time. His voice was filled with anger, feeling all the rage that came from those suspicions. Unfortunately, the triumph didn't last long. The big guy asked Kanion who he was. It turned out he recognized Min Daewon, another classmate. The big guy hadn't recognized Kanion at first, but the longer he thought about his face, the more familiar it seemed. Meanwhile, the events shifted back to the school. Rin was heading back after a good slap. She realized she couldn't just sit there not knowing anything about the rest of the world. Even if she had to convince the others, Rin would do it. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when someone grabbed her by the arm. Honestly, she got pretty scared, but it was just a teacher, and she was about to plead with Rin not to do this and just stay. Because according to her, the world outside was scary and dangerous. The girls behind her confirmed the teacher's words. They all believed they were safe in school and that the boys were protecting them. But why did Rin have so many doubts then? Meanwhile, Kanion had learned to fly. Oh no, it was just Min Daewon. Ion, as always, quickly got back up, never falling or feeling sorry for himself. He was his own harshest critic. Khan realized he simply couldn't fight against this big bull. But still, as you might have guessed, brains weren't his strong suit. Obviously, Min Daewon immediately stopped Khan Eon's attack. But honestly, it wasn't that hard. Khan Eon had just confirmed his suspicions that he wouldn't be able to fight against him. He wasn't even listening to what Min Daewon was saying. All he could think about was Rin. She was at school. What was he supposed to do? That jerk was too strong, but Kanion still couldn't give up. Suddenly, a voice in his head asked him what he was doing and why he wasn't running away from a fight he clearly couldn't win. Meanwhile, above the poor guy loomed the big guy, who now remembered Kanion. But honestly, that didn't scare him. He looked around, trying to figure out what was that? But for some reason, Kanion believed that voice. And he suddenly ran away from Min Daewon. The big guy wanted to stop him, but he wasn't really that interested. Khan Eon couldn't think of anything else. What was that? Who was that? Had he completely lost his mind? In any case, Khan Eon couldn't do anything about it. He promised himself he would come back when he was stronger and healthier. Khan Eon even managed to look back to see if anyone was chasing him. But he got distracted for too long and didn't see what was right in front of him. For some unknown reason, Kinyan just fell off his bike. His body hurt. He could barely get up. He wanted to see what had caused him to lose control. He was ready to see anything, but definitely not the answer to his questions. What the hell? The voice spoke again. This time it asked if Khan Eon understood it. What? The guy didn't understand anything at all. The robot said that specimen number 19 had made similar mistakes before due to bodily difficulties, so he was deemed unfit for further observation. The robot was about to initiate the termination procedure. Khan Eon tried to stop the robot, wanting to say something else, but he didn't have time. The robot suddenly shot up off the ground, causing Khan Eon to fall from the intense pressure. Now the guy had even more questions. Meanwhile, morning had arrived. A new day, new opportunities. Everything at school was as usual. The cool guys were stuffing their faces with what they had stolen. Sun Chun told Gyeonmun not to make that face, because it happened. He could take someone from the strike team if he needed people. But Gyeonmun had had enough of his guys. Then Shiyun intervened, saying that his partner had been acting like a wuss lately, and that failure was proof. Then Sun Chun jumped in, telling the big guy to shut his stinking mouth, because Gyeon played an important role and shouldn't be forgotten over one failure, which was just an accident, all because of that guy who kept tripping over everyone. Then he asked the two guys standing at the entrance to bring more kimchi and water. After that, he asked Tyson what was up with his face. The boss realized he had gotten his butt kicked. Even though that beaten dog tried to deny it, he was failing miserably at controlling his trembling voice. So Tyson made up a story about running into some guys from another gang. There were 3 of them, and he beat them all. Sweat was streaming down his face treacherously. Then Chiyun jumped in, not believing that other gangs still existed, which made Tyson explode with aggression. No one believed him. At that moment, water was brought in. Tyson kept lying, but Chiyun didn't buy it. Then that idiot Tyson suddenly stood up and couldn't think of anything better than to challenge Chiyun to a fight. But he was saved from his mistake by the poor guy who brought the water. Tyson noticed that idiot laughing, and it seemed like it was at him. The conversation was interrupted by Min Daewong, who had been silent about what had happened to Tyson. He asked Sun Chun how things were outside, as he had heard that some particularly curious folks had shown up and didn't want to stay in their shelter. They saw a helicopter and now thought it was safe out there. The boss suggested reminding all the ungrateful ones what happened during the global shock. The whole world fell apart. Had they forgotten that? Sun Chun laughed out loud. Shelter? Protection from the government? They only brought more problems. Someday things would be normal again. But until then, the boss promised to protect the rest from danger. They all had to remember that. The guys were motivated by this. They agreed they were doing a really good job and were the main support of the school. Then Tyson stood up and left. He had lost his appetite. Because that jerk had awakened an appetite for aggression. He turned to that nerdy guy waiting in the hallway. Tyson pulled out a fork and pressed it to the poor guy's throat. He tried to apologize, but there was no avoiding the fight. After all, that jerk couldn't stand that someone had dared to laugh in his presence. His self-esteem was rock bottom. At that moment, Sun Chun walked out and wanted to know what was going on. The boss started scolding Tyson, saying they didn't have enough workers as it was, and that idiot wanted to turn the help into vegetables. The nerd exhaled and thanked Sun Chun with a trembling voice, but the boss wasn't really that gentle. He ordered that loser to stand up straight. He didn't follow the command the first time. After that, Sun Chun just punched him in the stomach. The poor guy fell and trembled in pain. The boss ordered him to get up. Did he really think his captain was an idiot? Did Tyson seem funny to him if he was going to protect his back? The nerd apologized again, but Sun Chun didn't like that. He wanted better apologies. So the poor guy apologized again to Tyson, bowed to him, but that jerk didn't appreciate it. Meanwhile, the events shifted to the shelter. Huan Chang came for breakfast, just like everyone else. Everyone was friendly to the commander. People loved him and always thanked him for the food he had protected. Honestly, the commander didn't find it very pleasant. Suddenly, he noticed Kanion's dog. Huan Chang realized the animal wanted to tell him something. So the man just followed the dog, which was even running with its broken legs. Honestly, Huan Chang was already annoyed that everyone had been bothering him since morning. He looked around. But when he realized what was going on, chills ran down his spine. Huan Chang exhaled heavily and told the dog that the only thing that boy brought him was a headache. Meanwhile, the events shifted back to the shelter. Kanion finally came to his senses, not understanding where he was at that moment. Huan Chang asked if it was a habit of the boys to always come back half dead, but Kan Eon didn't understand anything. What was that? What had happened? He only remembered bumping into someone while running. Was it just a dream? The boy got up and apologized to the commander, saying he probably fell down the stairs at night, and thanked him for taking care of him. But Huan Chang didn't understand why he should care about that idiot. It turned out this was his bed. He was hiding here from the rest of the people. After that, the commander ordered Kan Eon to get out of his bed since he still had to stand guard at night. The boy quickly complied, but Huan Chang stopped that idiot at the last moment and asked if he liked being a punching bag and advised Kan Eon to start training. Ha! He even made up a story about the stairs, but just by looking at him, it was clear he had been in a few wars. Huan Chang didn't know if it was a superpower to cheat death or just plain luck. The commander didn't wait for an answer and asked the boy to close the curtain behind him. Kan Eon was left alone with his thoughts. On his way, he ran into that girl who asked what the boy had been doing if he had come back barely alive again, but she didn't wait for an answer and said the bus would arrive in a few days. But Kan Eon didn't have a ticket for it, so she registered him as injured, since there was hardly anyone in the shelter who had suffered more than Kan Eon. She said all he had to do was get to the main shelter. It was his chance to live near his family in a safer place. After that, the girl left, and Kan Eon barely managed to process all the information that had been thrown at him so suddenly. The boy realized it was a miracle he had come out of a coma. But what could he do with such a weak body? It would be nice to find people in the shelter who could help him. because doing everything by himself was impossible. Meanwhile, night fell. Kan Eon was shocked that the commander wouldn't leave, but he had long agreed to stay in this shelter until everyone was evacuated since he wasn't injured. The boy didn't stop and wanted to know where Huan Chang's family was. Weren't they in the main shelter? The commander replied indifferently that when the world was in such a state, it was better for him to stay here and do everything he could. Moreover, he didn't have a family. No matter how hard the man tried to hide his sadness, his voice changed. Kan Eon suddenly felt cold. Chills ran down his spine, and he apologized to the commander. Huan Chang couldn't stand pity for himself. He ordered him to stop talking and just get on the bus the next day to spend time with his family. Kan Eon agreed, but at night he couldn't sleep because of all those thoughts. What about Rin? His Rin. She was at school. Tyson, Daewong. Who else was left there? The guy who stole food? Geon Moon? Had the gang completely taken control of the school? And their leader was Sun Chun. Those jerks had ruined Kan Eon's life, and they kept causing him problems even after the end of the world. Meanwhile, morning arrived. Kan Eon was out for a run first thing in the morning. He could barely stand on his feet, let alone do cardio. The boy was furious. His blood was boiling. Why? Did he want revenge? Or was he worried about Rin? It was hard. He didn't understand what this feeling was. What did he want? What are you going to do, Kan Eon? Get a grip, idiot. The boy kept telling himself that, because right now he couldn't do anything. Huan Chang noticed this. He stepped out for a quiet coffee in the morning, and here was some idiot hitting a tree. Meanwhile, lunchtime arrived. A line of people stood by the exit, waiting for the bus. The leader announced to everyone that the bus was about to arrive, so he asked the team leaders to check if everyone from their group was present. Kan Eon rushed to Huan Chang at the last second. He bowed to the commander and thanked him for everything and for taking the dog in. To which Huan Chang told the boy not to waste his breath. Kan Eon ignored that remark and simply said goodbye to his dog. The boy returned to the bus and tried to convince himself that this was for the best. The military was already on site, so he could look for other options. Meanwhile, enough time had passed, and it was starting to get dark. Huan Chang sat with the dog, reading as usual. Suddenly, Robachevsky started whining. The commander was even rough and cold with animals, so he told the dog he wasn't his owner and ordered him not to whine. The dog lay back down as if it understood the man. Suddenly, Robachevsky's ears perked up. He heard something. Huan Chang listened too, and saw Kan Eon in front of him. The bus had already left, so the commander asked what that idiot was doing here. The boy started his speech by saying he had done various sports when he was younger. It didn't matter if it was boxing, judo, or karate. He had been a decent fighter before he fell into a coma. Huan Chang didn't understand why he was being told all this. Kan Eon ignored the coldness and continued that now his body was weak. He was training hard to get back in shape. Huan Chang continued to feign indifference, asking him to get to the point. Kan Eon gathered himself and asked him to teach him how to fight. A few months ago, 5:45 p.m., they had promised it would rain, but most likely it was just dark outside. People were living their usual lives. A beautiful day. Such a happy and carefree past. No one even expected something terrible would happen, that it would be the end of the world. But even then, there were bad guys who disturbed people's peaceful lives. Men fought over trivial matters because they didn't know how to talk and use their mouths for their intended purpose. Meanwhile, the events shifted back to the school. The chemistry teacher was just closing his classroom. Nothing unusual, everything as always. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. There was a spider web in the corner of the hallway. He thought it was just the school's negligence. But then, his thoughts were interrupted by foreign female voices. In the classroom sat the girls. Rin was there, and the teacher asked what they were doing. It turned out the students were just helping their homeroom teacher. He had promised the girls he would buy them something to eat. The teacher then asked Rin how she was doing in school, as he had heard her grades had dropped. He asked if it was because of her friend who had fallen into a coma. Rin mentioned the name Kan Eon and said he was almost okay and would wake up soon. Suddenly, the chemistry teacher placed his hand on Rin's shoulder and said she could always come to him if something was bothering her. The old perv turned all red and asked her to think of him as a father figure, adding that she could always come to him. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher Yun rushed in with food. Teacher Pak said Yun could have just ordered pizza, but the teacher wanted the discount that was only available for pickup. After that, The homeroom teacher abruptly and a bit roughly pulled Mr. Pak away from the girls and treated them to pizza. The chemistry teacher was outraged that Teacher Yun hadn't even bought anything for the kids. Then the girls shouted in unison that everything was fine and they would eat anyway. However, Teacher Yun didn't understand the problem and gathered them in a circle, even though the girls said they wanted to go themselves. Well, they were stuck with that strange old man again. Mr. Pak was surprised how such a scatterbrained person could become a teacher. Teacher Yun hurried down the stairs, nearly bumping into the guard. They exchanged pleasantries. The guard asked if any other teachers were left, and Teacher Yun told him about the girls and Mr. Pak. The guard smiled strangely and said it must be nice to be young, with so much energy in Yun. After that, he went off to patrol the school. He peeked into the choir class. Such sweet students, the guard thought. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He saw it through the window, but everything looked fine outside. He immediately headed down the stairs, following his usual route. However, something did happen after all. The guard burst into the storage room, shouting about what was going on and why they were all still here instead of going home. Inside, a gang of those punks was lounging around, and they didn't even react when the guard walked in. Tyson responded to the guard's outrage by saying they were just chatting and would leave soon, but the guards stood firm, insisting they couldn't be here. He ordered them to go home. Then another gang member chimed in, telling the old man not to worry about it since they'd be leaving shortly. Then that cheeky guy asked if he should tell the guard's father that the guard was rudely interrupting his son's conversations with friends. The old man felt powerless. He asked the guys to wrap it up and stop smoking, promising to come back and check. At that, the guys burst into laughter, and Tyson remarked how cool it must be to be the son of a politician, asking if he could be his brother. Then Tyson turned to the workers and asked if they thought he'd make a good son in a politician's family. But the guys stayed silent. They were nearly naked, and their silence irritated the punk. He was annoyed that those losers had gotten so brazen lately and stopped fearing them. Then the politician's son jumped in, adding that those idiots completely ignored him when he called them out in the hallway last week. After that, the kid exploded and started hitting those poor guys, saying just thinking about them drove him crazy. He turned to Sun Chun and asked why he hadn't kept those losers on a short leash, given how horribly they were behaving. But the kid didn't respond, he just looked away. Tyson tried to calm the politician's son down, defending Sun Chun by saying it was his mistake. Then he asked the bespectacled kid if he had gone to the hospital to check on Kanyeon. Tyson leaned closer to the poor guy and asked if he felt sad that they had turned Kanyeon into a vegetable and if he wanted to end up like that too. The bespectacled kid trembled as he replied that the boy hadn't woken up. The kid couldn't hold back his tears, adding that Kanyeon hadn't come to after Tyson beat him. And that was a mistake. The punk grabbed the kid by the hair and yelled at him not to lie and to tell the truth that Kanyeon fell on his own. They were just victims here. Tyson threatened him to never hear such nonsense from them again. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the computer lab. Mr. Pak asked Rin to help him. He wanted her to hold the ladder while he cleaned the cobwebs. Her friend jumped in, saying they could handle it themselves and the teacher could rest in the classroom. But Mr. Pak was outraged. It was dangerous. What if they both got hurt? Then Rin said she'd change into gym clothes and do it. But the teacher started getting mad, saying at this rate, he'd be stuck at school all night. He grabbed Rin's hand and reminded her that she thought of him as a father and just needed to clear the cobwebs. He swore she could trust him. A chill ran down Rin's spine. Her legs felt like jelly, and she couldn't move or say a word. At that moment, Teacher Yun rushed in and started yelling at Mr. Pak. What was he thinking? But the old man started playing the victim, not understanding why he was being yelled at. They were just cleaning cobwebs. He even asked Rin to confirm that nothing was going on. However, Teacher Yun wasn't an idiot. He grabbed that punk by the arm and threatened him not to come near the kids again. Teacher Pak tried to argue, but his points were as weak as he was. Just as this situation was about to resolve, an earthquake suddenly struck. In the shock, no one reacted in time. The gang also panicked. Dogs outside went wild. And right after that, a strong earthquake hit, causing chaos. Those men arguing by the cafe, suddenly all their problems seemed trivial. Windows shattered in the school, debris flew toward the kids. Finally, they started to flee when they somewhat understood what was happening. The whole world plunged into an atmosphere of panic and chaos. By 6:08 p.m., the world had turned into an apocalypse. After that, unidentified flying objects appeared. They multiplied, but they just flew in the sky. Everyone was in a frenzy. Even those who should have been protecting people needed protection themselves. Suddenly, those flying saucers began attacking the ground. They dropped something strange that looked like a ballistic bomb. The students and teachers who had just hidden in the school found themselves directly threatened by that thing as it was heading straight for the school. The gang of boys was also in the line of fire. Everyone was scared, and no one understood what was happening. However, this was the last time Rin was outside. The object landed near them. Meanwhile, night fell, and events shifted back to reality. Sun Chun was walking with one of his partners, who complained about how tired he was and wanted to go to sleep. Choi Hyun was on the school duty, and the boss asked how he was doing. They exchanged a few phrases, and the boss moved on. Choi Hyun thought about Sun Chun. He was already the leader of the gang, but now he was the leader of the whole school. It seemed he didn't like it much, especially if it weren't for that incident. No one would even remember him or his gang. And then Choi Hyun drifted into memories. He had been into sports, seriously committed to it since childhood. The training ended, and Choi Hyun, as always, went to change. Nothing unusual except for his expression, a sad look. He stared at a photo, him, Rin, and Eon. They used to be friends. Choi Hyun felt so sad. He desperately wanted Kan Eon to wake up. Leaving the gym, Choi Hyun firmly decided he couldn't delay any longer and needed to visit Kan Eon. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice that sparked instant disgust within him. That gang was calling the athlete over, offering him a cigarette. But obviously, Choi Hyun wasn't interested. He knew Kan Eon had problems with those guys, so they were likely the ones who did this to him. Suddenly, an earthquake began. Choi Hyun fell to the ground but reacted faster than the rest. He just saw the moment when an unidentified flying object flew toward the school. After that, an explosion. The boy saw the old guard barely holding on. It looked like he had fallen hard and hurt himself. The well-mannered kid couldn't just walk past. Choi Hyun wanted to help the guard escape, but the man said there were still students left in the school. For him, it was like a command that he had to help the rest. Choi Hyun left the old man and immediately ran toward the school. There, the gang was already ready to kick someone's butt. Suddenly, a robot that looked very human emerged from the unidentified object. Sun Chun's voice suddenly trembled, and he ordered everyone to run. Then he shouted louder, repeating for everyone to flee. The robot looked around, surveying the room. After that, it walked straight ahead, very calmly. At that moment, Choi Hyun rushed to help his friends. The students were just exiting the classroom. Rin, her friend, teacher Yoon, and the pervert were hiding under the desks in the classroom. Suddenly, Mr. Pak spoke up, the one everyone had distanced themselves from, saying it wasn't an earthquake because during an earthquake, the ground shakes differently. Then they decided to flee. Teacher Yoon ordered the old man to go first to check the building. At that moment, they encountered the choir on the stairs. The gang was approaching them. Some even managed to talk along the way. Suddenly, Sun Chun stopped, because in front of them was a dead end. They couldn't go anywhere. The stairs were destroyed. Then Sun Chun commanded everyone to head to the back entrance. Tyson, like a true coward, started whining that maybe that exit was blocked too. On the stairs, they met the rest. Teacher Yoon yelled for that gang to turn back, but Tyson managed to inform them about the blockage. Choi Hyun said the back door was clear since he had come through there. The students decided to flee that way. It seemed that at that moment, they all united. But it wasn't that simple. Sun Chun's body suddenly felt weak, and some delicate parts of him tightened. Fear. It was him. The boy froze, trying to compose himself so as not to show any emotions. Because in front of them was it. Tyson, being foolish, climbed into that machine first and started threatening. After that, the rest of the not-so-bright gang members joined in. Amidst the shouting, Sun Chun tried to figure out what was happening and what he should do. Suddenly, the robot's hand shot up, scaring all those tough guys. Sun Chun barely held back a scream. The robot's hand was aimed right at them, and it didn't look friendly. Suddenly, a very strong and sharp gust of wind hit, causing everyone else to fall. Debris flew into the students' faces. Everyone suddenly froze, waiting to see what would happen next. No one dared to speak to the robot anymore. Suddenly, some parts of its body began to hiss. After that, a terrifying face of the robot appeared, and it said for those tough guys to attack it, and it would destroy them. Local life forms are weak. Tyson started screaming like a little girl, that voice. It echoed in his head. The robot said that risk identification was to be removed. Local creatures had to follow instructions. Despite the fact that humans were weak, The robot couldn't deny that their race had something resembling intelligence. After that, this terrifying and evil thing warned them, threatening that it would only give one warning: they should surrender. Although the robot positioned itself as a super-intelligent being, it got so caught up in its speech that it didn't notice when it was attacked from behind. Sun Chun somehow found a shovel and lunged at the invader. Everyone else was shocked. No one expected that from a mama's boy. So the boss had to yell at the rest to start acting and attacking the robot. Only then did his boys leap at the monster, holding it down on the floor while Sun Chun struck. The boss's voice grew more and more deranged. He was completely losing it. He enjoyed what he was doing. Suddenly, the robot's hand shot out and went right through Sun Chun's body. The boy felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, blood pouring from him. But that didn't stop Sun Chun. It only fueled the fire more. Now he only wished for the robot's death. So with all his might, he lunged at the invader, crushing its head. The rest held their breath. What they saw was horrifying. No matter how anyone felt about Sun Chun, seeing death up close, you wouldn't wish that on your enemy. And from that moment on, Sun Chun became their leader, whom no one could deny or oppose. Meanwhile, events shifted back to reality and moved to the shelter. Kenyon had been following Huang Chang all morning, asking him to teach him martial arts, so he could return to the place filled with people who wanted to kill him. The teenager wanted to justify himself, but Huang Chang interrupted, suggesting that Kenyon either wanted to save a friend or take revenge on someone, or both. After that, the commander added that he didn't care because he wasn't planning to teach him anything anyway. Kenyon didn't understand anything. After all, Huang Chang had asked him to come to this place, to which the commander replied that he hated doing things that annoyed him. Dealing with others was even worse. And now the boy wanted to drag him into both of those matters. But then Huang Chang realized how stubborn Kenyon was, and he understood that Kenyon wouldn't give up. The commander guessed that the boy planned to pester him for months even after being refused. Kenyon didn't know what to say. Huang Chang made his conclusion. He decided to dedicate 10 minutes of his time to Kenyon, but no more. Kenyon had to try to knock the commander off his feet, and only after that would the man consider the idea of training him. Kenyon silently thought. Then Huang Chang reassured him, saying he wouldn't resist too much, but if he didn't do anything in those 10 minutes, he'd have to leave on the next bus. The boy understood. This was serious, and he didn't want to risk such an opportunity. Kenyon gathered all his strength and willpower, and he was determined to do everything in those unfortunate 10 minutes. He stepped closer to Huang Chang, who didn't even take a stance. The boy made the first strike, which missed. Of course, the commander dodged. In response, he kicked Kenyon. The teenager fell and screamed in pain. It seemed Huang Chang wasn't planning to go easy on him at all. That was just a guess, but it was confirmed when Kenyon got hit in the face by the commander the next second. Huang Chang started by saying the boy was too slow. He asked why Khan was fighting. When the world was in such a state, did he really think he was the only one with problems? The commander heard that Kenyon was worried about whether his family was safe, so why didn't he go to them? He didn't even know what happened while the boy was in the hospital. So why get involved in all these problems he had at all? Meanwhile, events shifted back to the past. Throughout the city, calls echoed to go to the nearest shelter. An ambulance arrived at the hospital. The doctors complained to the rescuers that they still had patients unconscious and promised to take care of everyone. At that moment, Kenyon's mother and uncle rushed in, crying and begging to find their son. The rescuers promised to take care of it, but they wouldn't let the parents into the building. Everyone was ordered to get on the bus, but the mother and uncle stood their ground. They didn't believe and didn't want to leave the hospital because they knew they wouldn't see their son again after this. The uncle understood they couldn't do anything. Everyone was against them, and no one cared about their boy. After that, the man suddenly stood up and ran toward the hospital. He ordered his wife to go first. The uncle pushed through the crowd of rescuers blocking the way. No one could stop him. Finally, he made it into the building, running down the hallway and shouting, thinking Kenyon would wake up from the loud sounds. He didn't care about anything. He didn't see the walls and ceiling of the hallway collapsing and falling on him. Because of this, the man didn't hear that someone was running after him, and eventually a heavy object hit his head. As a result, he lost consciousness and simply fell to the ground. The rescuers had a chance to grab and take the uncle. He had just come to, and all he could do was call out for Eon, hoping he would be found. Meanwhile, events shifted back to the school. Hostages of circumstance were hiding and trembling, waiting for it all to end. After all, everyone had scattered, and the two poor souls being bullied were left behind. They were simply forgotten. Homyeon, the one with glasses, took charge and urged them to flee quickly, even though his partner was still trembling and barely keeping up. He hadn't even had time to get dressed again when the boys had already stepped out into the hallway. Suddenly, Homyeon stopped short. His partner didn't understand what had happened. His anxiety suddenly spiked. They had arrived just as Son Chun killed the robot. For a second, everything froze as if the corridor was engulfed in a feeling of death and primal fear. Events returned to reality, where Sun Chun was walking down the same corridor. His wound had already healed, but it still hurt and reminded him of those horrific events. The boss passed by Homyeon, who, out of habit, was sweating profusely at the sight of this tyrant. Sun Chun startled the worker, calling out to him and asking if he had seen Tyson, asking him to tell him to come to the boss. Homyeon exhaled in relief. He was genuinely terrified of his master, knowing just how capable this monster was. To confirm his thoughts, Seong Chun yelled at the poor guy for taking too long to stand up. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the shelter. Rovachevsky was watching everything unfold with keen interest. Even the dog didn't know what to do. Should he protect his master or not? After all, right now, Kang Yon was very warmly receiving Huang Chang's punches. But it wasn't all bad. The commander even praised the kid. It was clear he had done various sports. Yan had good posture and stance, and wasn't flailing his fists like an idiot. Yet, under these circumstances, Huang thought that going to school alone was like signing his own death warrant. Before he could finish that thought, Yan just stood up, even though he had been barely breathing moments ago. The commander's jaw dropped. With a trembling body, Kang stood up and proudly declared that his 10 minutes weren't up yet, although the commander was sure they had long since finished. However, Kang Yan was very persistent, or maybe just a foolish idiot. He never gave up and always fought to the last. Somehow this guy made it to his senior year of high school. Huang Chang couldn't hold back and asked why Yon was still trying. Did he really want to learn to fight, or was he just treating it like another sport? After all, if the commander remembered correctly, Yon wanted to learn to fight to win. But then Huang didn't understand why the kid treated it like a sport. Suddenly, Yon shouted and lunged at the commander. It might have seemed like the kid had gone mad. Huang intercepted the attack, commenting that Yon was weak. After that, he punched the kid in the stomach, adding that he had too many weak spots. The commander posed logical questions. What would Yon do if the opponent was weak but fast? Would he stick close and overpower him? And what if it was the opposite, strong but slow? Would Yon hit quickly and run? According to him, that's how sports worked. The kid had to match the weight class, stick to the rules. But in a real fight, everything was different. Opponents would be faster and stronger, and they would use all kinds of dirty tricks against Yon. How was he planning to win in that case? The kid seemed to muster all his strength to say that was exactly why he asked the commander to teach him to fight. Huang didn't understand why he should teach a kid who took fighting so lightly. That's why he couldn't teach Yon. He would only make things worse if he stepped into a ring that was beyond his capabilities. After that, the commander left, shouting over his shoulder that was it. Yon was not to bother him about this anymore. But as you might have guessed, Yon was foolish, so he lunged at the commander again, shouting. Huang was so tired of beating the poor kid, but the kid just didn't get it. He advised him not to shout before throwing a punch. Also, the commander knew Yon's moves, and the kid had to act like he wanted to kill Huang. Rovachevsky didn't know what to do. The poor dog was trembling with fear. Huang exhaled heavily and declared that Yon had failed. But in reality, Kang didn't understand this. How did the commander expect him to fight? That's why he was supposed to learn from a master. Suddenly, it was as if the kid found a second wind. His heart raced like crazy. He didn't understand where all this adrenaline was coming from. Then suddenly, memories came flooding back. He remembered what it was like to fight unfairly and dirty, and that kind of fight always won. A sharp surge of aggression filled every inch of his body. He wasn't done yet. Huang exhaled again and said he knew Yon would act like this, but he didn't get to finish his sentence because Yon hit him? The commander certainly didn't see that coming. This kid just hit him. And then again, he used a dirty trick he learned from Huang himself. The commander was taken aback by the surprise. He saw that look. Yon truly wished him dead, and it sent a chill down his spine. Huang fell to the ground. For a second, time seemed to stop. Above him hung a flower pot that Yoon was holding. Suddenly, the kid's face and mood shifted. Doubt appeared. Huang just waited, and he waited. Kang Yan threw the flower pot at the commander with all his strength and hatred. He forgot all the pain and fatigue he felt just a moment ago. Then suddenly, the kid realized what he had done, and he felt ashamed. But instead, Huang said that Yan had passed the test. Finally, the teenager could breathe a sigh of relief. When Kang Yan thought everything over with a clear head, he realized that even when he was in his best shape, he had never been the best. He had participated in many competitions, but he was always just okay. By the end of middle school, he doubted whether he should continue training. But in high school, everything changed. In 3 years, he had to grow up and seriously consider his career choice. Kang Yan was just texting Rin. She was shocked that this idiot decided to quit sports. That's when he decided to study and focus on his education. If only he had known. One day, Taesik started bothering him. He didn't like that Yeon was reading a book during break. The jerk was sure Yeon knew about him, but that wasn't the case. Taesik didn't hesitate to ask if his classmate had some money, promising to pay him back next week. Kang Yeon knew that in such cases he needed to stay calm, so he simply refused that idiot, saying he had nothing. He believed that if he kept his cool, Taesik would back off, and it worked. However, he advised Yeon to remember the jerk's name if he wasn't planning to challenge him. On the very first day, Yeon nearly died laughing at the childish things Taesik was up to. He told everyone to step forward if they wanted to challenge him. Although that jerk backed off from Yeon, he still had to get some money. So he went to the cowardly Homyeon. Just don't stick your neck out and don't get involved with jerks. It should have been easy. So now, as Kang Yeon started studying, his knowledge improved significantly, and he even got the results he wanted on the test. He just had to keep going, and he would achieve his goals. But it wasn't that simple. Suddenly, he was attacked. But calm down, it was just Rin. His friend was completely surprised that Yeon's stomach was still firm, considering he hadn't trained for months. But it turned out the teenager had continued training at his uncle's gym. Then Rin suggested checking if her friend still had abs, which made Yeon feel embarrassed and he walked away. On his way to the bathroom, the kid saw Taesik and his partner discussing where to spend their stolen money. They passed each other, with Taesik talking about some ideal student. The jerks were still talking about their own stupid stuff, and Yeon studied them out of the corner of his eye. They seemed so pathetic to him. Suddenly, Yeon heard strange sounds from a stall and saw this, a truly horrifying sight, and the kid understood perfectly who had done this. When he asked Homyeon if he was okay, the poor guy just bolted out of the stall, looking terrified. But who was he to interfere? Kang Yeon decided to just ignore it. Meanwhile, a new lesson began, and a new homeroom teacher, as well as English teacher Yoon Ji-ho, entered the classroom. Kang Yeon was glad that at least time was passing much faster than when he was training. Now that he finally got his grades for the first semester, he just needed to keep working hard for another year and make it to the top of the school. Suddenly, his eyes landed on Chang Taesik, and that poor guy. They were in the same class again? He just needed to make friends with the rest of the class and study peacefully. That was it. That was all Yeon needed. On one of those typical days, Kang was walking down the hallway when he saw Taesik bullying the poor guy again. This time, it was about a move that the bully hadn't been informed about. Taesik threatened Homyeon that if he transferred to another school, they would find him and finish him off. And believe me, he wasn't joking. Meanwhile, the days passed just as quickly. Kang Yeon was studying excellently and rapidly moving toward his goal. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Just outside the school, Taesik was beating Homyeon again. This time because he hadn't brought him the required amount of money. Kang Yeon couldn't pretend he didn't see this. He would have advised that poor guy to at least fight back against Taesik once. Even if nothing came of it, the bullies would think twice before attacking again. But it wasn't his business. Yeon turned around and went home. There he was greeted by his mother and uncle, along with some changes in the gym. It turned out they were doing renovations. Yeon told them about his test, which greatly impressed his parents, who had doubted until the last moment that their child had become a nerd. His mother was pleased, while his uncle dreamed of his nephew becoming a great athlete like him and his brother. That's why Yeon continued going to the gym, so as not to disappoint him. Suddenly, the nephew decided to ask how his uncle had fared in school when he was an athlete. Yeon's tone changed slightly, but his uncle didn't pay it any mind. The nephew wanted to know if he had bullied the weak. This question even outraged the uncle. Of course not. Training was pointless if a person used their strength to bully others. A truly strong person just stayed silent, and if he saw others fighting, he stopped them. Then the mother asked about her husband, as he had told her he was a true gentleman in school. The uncle smiled as he recalled his brother and confirmed that he had never bullied other kids, but it annoyed him that his brother also studied well. Jan asked if he understood correctly that the strong would remain silent, while the weak would bully even weaker ones. The uncle realized that school hadn't changed over the years and that there were still many bullies. Jan calmly recounted the students who had been bullied for a long time and added that while bullies annoyed him, the weak also seemed pathetic to him. Suddenly, the uncle's tone became more serious. He asked what the names of those poor kids were. The uncle was furious. So his nephew had watched his friends for 2 years, even knew their names, and did nothing. After that, the man abruptly stood up, began shouting, and declared that Yon was no longer welcome in his gym. The uncle didn't want to believe that his nephew wasn't protecting the weak, having such strength. Although Yon didn't bully the weak, he had never taught him to just stand aside. Kang Yon felt so ashamed. More than anything in life, he feared disappointing his loved ones, especially his uncle. Meanwhile, a new day arrived. The boy was heading to school as usual, but his uncle's words wouldn't leave his mind. He didn't understand what he should do then. Suddenly, something caught his attention. An elderly woman boarded the bus. She was old, and it was clear she was struggling. Kang Yon stood up and began to tell the grandmother to take his seat, when suddenly he was outdone by Homian. He didn't even think twice before giving up his seat. Although he looked so beaten up, to be honest, Kang Yon was really impressed. After getting off the bus, he continued to watch Homian. An ice cream cone lay on the road and ants were swarming over it. Homian immediately ran over to check out the insects. He was genuinely fascinated. After that, the boy saw a brand new BMW that caught his attention so much that he couldn't help but take a picture. Kang Yon was just in shock. How could Homian be so genuinely happy about life when he was bullied every day? But suddenly, everything changed when they approached the school. Homian's whole mood and enthusiasm vanished in an instant. And then Kang Yon understood what the bullies were doing to that poor guy. How hard it was for Homian every day. He was distracted from these thoughts. Rin came running, and as always, punched her friend in the stomach. In reality, the friend wanted to ask Yon to help them with the test coming up next week. The boy couldn't resist joking about how Kwan Rin herself was interested in studying. While the friends were talking, Cheo Hyun, their former sports friend, was eavesdropping behind them. Meanwhile, lunch arrived at school. Homian was all sweaty and panting as he ran with lunch. He was in such a hurry because he had to please Taesik and bring him food on time. Kang Yon heard everything again. He couldn't stop thinking about it. Meanwhile, classes had ended and the students were heading home. Suddenly, Yon stopped and turned around. Taesik was beating Homian again for not bringing money to school, while his partner mocked the nerd for drawing cars in his notebook. Kang Yon was about to walk past when he suddenly remembered his uncle's words. Why had he been wasting time teaching his nephew if he couldn't use his strength for good? Did he really think strength was meant to kill opponents? No, it was meant to protect those you love. That was the last straw. Kang Yon ordered the bullies to leave Homian alone. Although the boy only said a few words, it was enough to drive away the emptiness that had settled in his heart. Taesik found it hilarious. Finally, the perfect student had shown up. He thought Yon was an idiot who should have stayed quiet since he didn't even know how to fight. So Taesik immediately lunged at Kang Yon and promised that from that moment on, he was their new slave. But it wasn't that simple. Yon didn't even flinch and easily shrugged off that idiot's attack. The jerk just fell to the ground under his own weight. Kang didn't even touch him. Homian looked at his savior. Kang asked if he knew his name, and the boy did. That was enough for Yon. He exhaled in relief. After that, the guy declared that he would defend Homian. Meanwhile, Taesik stood up and saw blood dripping from his face. He was furious. How dare that punk do something like this? Taesik lunged at Yon, but the teenager was much more skilled. Homian watched in awe. He was witnessing his main enemy, the guy who bullied him every day for 2 years, getting beaten right in front of him. It was an unforgettable sight for him, the best day of his life. Then Hitada and Taesik's partner intervened, worried about his friend, even though the bully insisted he was fine, just a scratch. So he charged again. Kang Yon barely used his strength. He just dodged or redirected the opponent's blows. Sometimes he blocked, but it didn't even hurt him. Still, Kang Yon had to fight back to make a statement. Taesik needed to fear him, as fear was the only language that punk understood. The bully tried to keep his composure, claiming he wasn't even hurt. He even threatened Kang Yon. So the guy decided to show Taesik what fear looked like. He swung hard, wanting to see the fear in his eyes. Then he abruptly stopped and said that was enough. If Yan hadn't stopped and hit him, Taesik would have been knocked out. When Kang made sure his opponent hurt him, he added that if he had kicked him in the face instead of the shoulder, Taesik would be in a coma. So out of respect for his classmate, Yeon didn't do it. He then ordered Taesik not to lay a finger on any other kids or him while they were in the same school. After that, Kang Yeon extended his hand to Homyeon. He addressed Taesik once more, saying he would forget this incident and the guy could still be the class boss. But he had to stop bothering others. The bully shut his mouth and just stared at the floor, feeling ashamed and scared. After that, they left, and Yeon mentioned he noticed he and Homyeon took the same bus and suggested they walk to school together. Meanwhile, Taesik was simmering with anger and already plotting revenge. Yeon genuinely thought this would be enough, believing it was all over. But it was just the beginning. He and Rin were walking home from school, and his friend complained that she didn't understand anything. She wanted to quit their extracurricular activities, but Yeon had signed up for her sake. Rin couldn't abandon her friend. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Taesik, who loudly called out to Yeon. The bully asked why the nerd was out so late. This time, he wasn't alone. He had friends with him. Kang Yeon asked how Taesik knew he would be here after school, but his classmate didn't answer, ordering him to shut up and follow them because his time was up. The scene shifted to the playground. The four heavenly kings didn't understand why they were called because Yeon didn't look special at all. Kang had no idea what was happening. Did Taesik hire a gang? The leader concluded that Yeon was clearly a total loser if he didn't know about them. So he explained they were the original four heavenly kings who had devoured the damn sky above. The leader heard that Yeon had attacked their second heavenly king, Taesik the Fist, and now he would pay for it. After that, he ordered the Swift Fire, Park Jong-so, to keep an eye on the queen so she wouldn't escape. Rin couldn't believe she actually heard that Swift Fire. But Young didn't realize he was being mocked and was surprised that the girl hadn't heard of him. He told Rin not to worry, promising she wouldn't be touched, but she had terrible taste in guys. Even when facing death, a man should defend his woman. Young even suggested dating Rin. But the girl retorted, asking if he wasn't supposed to be helping his friends right now. He got carried away and didn't even notice that the bloody ocean, Kim Kibom, had collapsed to the ground. Taesik was shouting that he had told them to be more careful with Yeon. Kang asked his classmate if it was true he had called a bunch of school friends just to beat him. Then he wrapped his hand like a boxing glove and promised he wouldn't let Taesik off the hook this time. Then the bloody ocean ordered all his friends to grab Yeon. The first to go was a big guy who immediately got hit in the stomach. Next was Taesik. Kang Yeon blocked. Then he intercepted the blow. Taesik tensed up, seeing that this time Yeon was using his legs. Suddenly, Rin screamed and ordered her friend not to move. Kang Yeon froze as if he had been electrocuted. Rin started scolding her friend. He had completely lost his mind if he just wanted to kick those guys. Kang tried to justify himself like a little kid who had just been scolded by their parents. Suddenly, the chubby Jung grabbed Rin, saying they now had a hostage. This way, he supported his team. But he didn't expect Rin to turn around and kick that punk between the legs. What did that idiot think when he laid his hands on her? Tears rolled down Young's face as he fell to the ground in shame. Kang Yeon watched all this and was glad he listened to Rin the first time. After that, they left, and Yeon apologized to the medalist girl, asking why he couldn't hit those guys while But Rin interrupted him, saying they were in different weight classes. And anyway, she could, but he couldn't. Then Rin hit Yeon on the leg and scolded him for what he was doing at school if he had such fights. Taesik was getting angrier. After that, there were a few more similar skirmishes, but Yeon thought they were just ordinary inconveniences, especially since he was partly to blame. But he had no way of predicting that the problem would only grow. Yeon should have let Taesik hit him a few times, and it would have all stopped there. One day after lunch, Im Chi-young approached Kang, a guy he hadn't heard of before. Then Gangmun Chang joined in, and the guys were outraged that Yeon didn't know anything about them, as they had been trying hard to stir up trouble at school. After that, they gently suggested Yeon have a talk. But in reality, the guy had no other choice. Waiting for him at the top was Taesik, and Seongchun was there too. And from that moment, a hellish year began. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to reality. The commander splashed water on the barely conscious Yeon and reminded him that he hadn't earned his rest yet. The boy abruptly sat up and continued his training. Suddenly, Huang Chang hit Yan with a bat, but he managed to block it. The commander warned that if the boy didn't raise his guard, his head would soon fly off. After that, the teacher continued to hit the guard while giving Yan orders. Don't back down. Don't close your eyes. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to school. There, Yang Mun sat next to the boss, recalling that he had seen that punk's face before but couldn't remember where. It was driving him crazy. He meant the guy who tried to stop them when they were robbing a warehouse, the same one Taesik had asked to deal with in their sophomore year. Mun remembered Kang Yeon. Sekong Chun seemed to recall the guy and asked if he had changed much. Gang noticed that Yeon had grown a bit taller and lost some weight. The boss asked if it really was him, as the guy had only appeared now after that incident. Gangmun reassured Seongchun that Yeon hadn't changed much, but they hadn't seen him for 6 months after that. Suddenly, Seongchun remembered that Taesik had already talked about Kang Yeon, and the boss was surprised that the guy had actually woken up. Mun suddenly recalled how they had sat in a cafe, and the boss had asked them to be quiet in high school. He had agreed with Seongchun back then, but they overlooked the fact that the boss was a popular dude who had dominated all the middle schools in town. He was too recognizable to attend high school quietly. This thought warmed Seongchun's heart. He really wanted to leave everything behind, but things didn't turn out as he thought. Even though his gang was outraged, Seongchun was genuinely thinking about the future, and they couldn't behave like that anymore. They had to grow up. The boss advised everyone to behave well and start studying. Jiang Mun immediately supported Seongchun. He was tired of playing the role of the school bully, even though he had forgotten how to study. For a while, everything was going really well. Seongchun began to adjust to the routine of an ordinary student. But they were getting too much attention as freshmen. One day, seniors called out the gang and yelled at them for taking so long to show up before the upperclassmen and make a name for themselves. They expected Seongchun to join them and take care of the freshmen, but Gang declared that they were done with that. But the senior quickly shut him up, as he wasn't even talking to him. Then Seongchun intervened, apologized, and asked them to leave them alone. The senior took this as a challenge and ordered everyone to lie on the floor for hits. Not that Seongchun expected this. He thought they would get beaten once or twice, and that would be it. He thought that even if the seniors ordered them around because of his fame, they would at least respect the gang's decision. But it was nothing like that. The seniors didn't understand why Seongchun wasn't listening to them. Why didn't he hear when they said to join them to take care of the freshmen? The gang was getting it because of Seongchun. They didn't know that once you step onto this path, there's no turning back. In reality, Seongchun had a strong confidence inside that he could endure. But after yet another hellish experience, Seongchun just couldn't take it anymore. But he really thought he could. He thought he would endure. The boss exhaled heavily and told the gang that those punks had pushed him too far. And he ordered them to take over that damn school. Meanwhile, it was already dark. The gang met those senior punks. They were glad that Seongchun had finally started thinking clearly. The gang was told they had to help them with the freshmen and were reassured that the seniors wouldn't beat them anymore. In fact, they hadn't even beaten them, just patted them down. But Seongchun wasn't going for that. He wanted to ask one last question. Did they really not want to leave their gang alone? The seniors were irritated. Did Chun really call such busy guys to discuss this crap again? He didn't understand. Did Seongchun really want to die thoughtlessly like this? He was definitely not in the right place to bargain. The senior promised to turn their lives into a daily hell and would start right now. But this time things were different. Seongchun wouldn't let himself be bullied, and he struck that punk back. That idiot now had a broken nose. But that wasn't all. Seongchun wasn't done yet, and he wouldn't be finishing anytime soon. The boss mocked the senior, wondering how it happened that he stopped when he was so serious. The reason was that everything at school had gone off the rails. Those idiots were the seniors. Then the rest of the seniors stepped in to defend their boss. They had thought all along that Seongchun was just a rookie. But the rest of the freshmen quickly dealt with them. Seongchun ordered that idiot to call his sophomore friends. He gave him an hour. Right after that, Yang Seongchun took over the entire school in just a month. And it didn't matter whether they were sophomores or freshmen. He then got rid of everyone who had heard about his past humiliations. Seongchun's group was something special. They were well-trained and quickly dominated even the seniors. Jangmun, who had practiced judo when he was younger, was calm enough and didn't jump into fights first. But when he had to participate, he always came out on top. And the wild dog Lim Chi-young, who was also known for his stupidity since middle school, had a habit of always using his fists when he got into trouble. It didn't matter how much he took. He never fell behind his opponent. And the last member of the gang since elementary school, Min Dai-wong. First of all, his physical strength knew no bounds. He was just a beast. Rumor had it he was the strongest of all because he had never fought Shang Chun and immediately recognized him as a friend and leader, which was unusual. On that fateful day when Tae-sik went to Shang Chun for help, his partner told him that the gang was just crazy and he shouldn't get involved with them at all. But he didn't care. He wanted revenge. So they brought Kang Yan to them, introducing him as the king of nerds. He had no idea what was going on or why he was being called that. Then Tae-sik intervened and started yelling at Kang Yan, claiming he had threatened him, saying if he could defeat Tae-sik himself, which was impossible, then he would do anything to Shang Chun, that Yan would win without throwing a single punch. Yan, of course, didn't understand anything, but tried to explain that he had some disagreements with Tae-sik, but that had nothing to do with Shang Chun, and what the redhead said wasn't worth paying attention to. After all, Yan was just helping his classmate get rid of all Tae-sik's bullying. Then Gangmun said he wasn't sure it was wise to believe Tae-sik's words, since Yan looked like a good guy. But he stood his ground. His friend Lee Jinsu even confirmed this. Jangmun decided that the best solution would be for Tae-sik and Jinsu to fight Yan. Tae-sik started to panic at that moment, cold sweat rolling down his face. Seong-chun agreed with this idea, and Lim Yang swore he would knock them out if they didn't start on the count of 3. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to reality, to the shelter. There, Rovachevsky was playing with a ball. Kang Yan brought the captain something very large, even though Huang had just ordered him to bring more tennis balls. It turned out there were many different things in the warehouse, since it was an old sports facility, so Yeon decided to bring everything. He thought it would be cool to train in full gear. But Huang Chang said Kang only needed the balls. Yeon didn't understand why, so the commander was going to demonstrate. Meanwhile, Rovachevsky was completely mesmerized, as if in a trance. Suddenly, Huang threw the ball and the dog dashed after it. After that, it was Yeon's turn, who didn't understand what kind of training this was. The boy didn't see the point in running back and forth with the ball. What was that supposed to train in him? Suddenly, Huang hit one of the balls with a bat, and Yeon and Rovachevsky's jaws dropped from the impact. The commander said there was supposed to be an elementary school across the road where they would get supplies. The helicopter lands right there. The ball also had to land in that area, so Huang ordered them to bring it and gave them 3 minutes. Without thinking, Yeon ran in that direction. The school was indeed on the next street. Even after a long coma, the boy knew how to get there. But now the task was harder. How to find a small ball in such a large area. Yeon had to search every corner, every bush. And finally, he found that damn ball. With joy and pride, he brought it back to the commander, though it took him 20 minutes. But before Yeon could catch his breath, Huang Chang threw another ball right back in there. The kid had to find the ball in 3 minutes. Some time passed, and Yeon found and brought back the ball. After that, Huang Chang threw again and ordered him to find it. Yeon ran off to complete the task. And then again, the commander ordered him to find it in 3 minutes. He wouldn't let up until Yeon completed this task. Meanwhile, a new day dawned. Yeon brought back the ball once more, barely breathing, and said he didn't understand the point of this training, since the journey alone took him 3 minutes. But Huang Chang simply suggested that Yeon run with gear next time. Everything the kid wore weighed about 33 pounds. After all, the commander believed physical strength was the foundation of everything, and they would stop once Yeon got used to it. In the meantime, evening fell. Yeon brought back the ball again. He had lost count by now. Huang Chang asked if they should wrap it up since the sun had set, but promised that Yeon would be doing this for at least a week. The commander remembered his student claiming to be a good athlete, but it turned out that was all he could do. What a disappointment. But in reality, Yeon's body was really hurting. He wasn't in the best shape. The scene shifted back to the past when Yeon had to fight Tae-sik and his friend. The bullies attacked first, but their assault failed. Then another attack went wide. Yeon dodged easily, but eventually made a small counterattack to end it quickly. Jangmoon noticed that Kang was just toying with his opponents, not hitting, just pushing them away. Then Chi Young intervened, asking the boss for permission to step in. Yeon asked everyone to stop, as he didn't understand what they were doing and worried that his classmates would get hurt if they kept this up. Suddenly, he caught something out of the corner of his eye. Chi Young lunged at the kid, but Yeon noticed just in time and blocked. Then he simply shoved the attacker aside, and Yang realized he couldn't keep up. So he just asked Yeon not to tell anyone at home that he was being bullied at school. to which he apparently didn't get the response he expected. Yun just brushed the dust off his clothes and told Yang to keep those words to himself. This made the bully laugh, and he accepted the challenge. Yun was ready to defend himself. Chi Young asked if he could attack first in that case. But he didn't wait for Yun's answer and just struck. However, the kid dodged. Then another swing went wide. Kang Yan didn't even flinch. Chi Young couldn't understand why his opponent wasn't fighting back at all. He was just dodging like a snake. Suddenly, Yan showcased his skill by completely redirecting the opponent's strike. The big guy just didn't understand what was happening or how it occurred. This time he barely escaped, but Chi Young was a hair's breadth away from being hit. He realized Yan had intentionally missed. Kang understood that for the big guy, this was just a game. Then Chi Young asked Yan to look closely at him, to look at his face. The kid didn't need to be told twice. He understood everything right away. So he immediately punched Chi Young in his smug, stupid face. Everyone else looked away in shame while the big guy complained that Yan needed to control his strength. But now Yang had to do the same to Yan. Excitement lit up his eyes. For him, this was just a game. But Yan also loved to play. Before Cha Young could even approach him, the kid landed a few hits. Despite the incredible pain, the big guy didn't show it. He was still having fun. But his anger was growing as he wanted revenge. And Chi Young was struggling to get it. Yan was always a step ahead. Eventually, Yang couldn't take it anymore and just went wild. He finally unleashed all his fury. He managed to grab Yan and throw him. Yang slammed him to the ground. It looked and sounded very painful. Chi Young roared like a beast when he finally got what he wanted. It intoxicated him, but his desire didn't fade. On the contrary, he wanted more revenge. The big guy Yang lunged at Yan like a madman, but the opponent skillfully blocked his strikes. He could endure for a long time, but it needed to end. Yan charged at Chi Young and took him down. He bravely absorbed all the hits to his back. Chi Young thought Yan was trying to throw him, but that wasn't the case. Yan pushed the big guy away again, because all he wanted was to finish this quickly and not be bothered anymore. Meanwhile, the scene returned to reality, where Huang Chang threw the ball again. Yan was barely breathing. He wasn't even trying to get up anymore. It seemed like he was about to throw up. Huang Chang declared that they could stop right now if Yan didn't want to play, but the kid wasn't giving up that easily. The commander was surprised as they had only been training for a month, and Yewen was already coming back faster than before. He asked Rovachevsky if he had eaten too much. The commander honestly didn't know what to expect from his student, but he never had any expectations for Yan. However, this time the kid really got lucky. He found the ball very quickly and landed it perfectly. And just as quickly, Yan ran back along the well-known route. He was so happy, as he was sure this time he had done it in under 3 minutes. Suddenly, someone punched him in the face. It was Huang Chang. He caught the student off guard. But opponents would never warn you before they attacked. Yan couldn't take it anymore. He was so fed up with this training. The commander announced that from now on, he would decide when the training would end, and ordered Yan to find the ball in 3 minutes again. After returning, the student had to attack Huang and take him down, and he couldn't use anything but his body. The commander also didn't like that the ball kept landing in the same spot, making it easier for Yan. But in any case, nothing changed. 3 minutes. Yan found the ball and was already heading back, after which he received a punch to the stomach from the commander. The ball flew away again. Yan ran after it once more, and then Huang hit him again. And it went on like that until a new day arrived. It was breakfast time, and everyone came to eat. Kang Yan wanted this more than anything in life. He could rest at the same time. Huang Chang didn't like that the student took off his sandbags. He ordered Yan to only take them off before bed. But he realized it was pointless to say anything when the kid was so engrossed in food. Huang wasn't a monster and let Yan eat, after which they returned to that hellish training. Now Yan was getting hit in the face with that damn ball. The kid was so tired of this, he just didn't see the point in what he was doing. But anger consumed his body. He wanted to finish this with all his heart. As he approached, Yan thought about how he would hit Huang. He considered throwing a right hook or hitting him in the torso. So Yan jumped, wanting to catch the teacher off guard. He succeeded. Suddenly, something made him rethink. Huang Chang's appearance threw Yan off. His body just stopped obeying. The student fell down like an idiot. Yan asked why Huang was dressed like that, but that wasn't his concern. The commander needed to protect himself from getting hurt, and Yan was only allowed to leave after being hit. But the kid kept getting angrier, as it was physically impossible to bring the ball back faster, so he was left with no choice but to take down Huang. But how could he do that when he was dressed like that? But those weren't their commander's problems. and he was going to show the student another skill in training. He called Rovachevsky, and the dog's eyes lit up. Then he threw the ball and ordered him to catch it. Rovachevsky did it right in midair. Huang knew this because he had been here a few times, and if you crossed the street, you could return to the shopping complex where the main gates of the school were. He pointed out that if Yan was walking to school and saw enemies he couldn't defeat alone, knowing the area with landmarks would be the best allies. Huang was confident that Yoan could find the ball with this knowledge, as the commander never said to bring it back the same way. Meanwhile, it got dark again. A new day arrived, which meant new hellish training. The ball flew again, once more. Yan dashed off very quickly. This time he radiated a completely different energy. He was motivated for success. 3 minutes. He almost made it. Luck was on his side. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the past, where Yan punched Chi Young in the face. This infuriated the big guy so much that he could no longer hold back. But Yan remained calm, showing no emotion. It cost him nothing to beat the big guy, but Yan was above that. The partners just watched and offered advice. Then Chi Young couldn't take it anymore and yelled for everyone to bring Yan down. And at that moment, the big guy got hit again in his stupid face. Suddenly, Yan's expression changed sharply. He froze in a ridiculous pose. All because Chi Young was still conscious. How hadn't he fallen? Yan realized just how strong that big guy really was. For just a second, he hesitated and lost control of the situation, and that's when he was attacked. It was Gangmun. It seemed he was tired of these games and wanted to finish things quickly. Although Cha Young was furious, that jerk was still his, but in reality, the big guy had lost too much blood. Yon asked if the new opponent Gangmun was the same, barking but not biting, after which Yon launched the first attack. But Gangmun blocked everything. It was clear he had been involved in serious sports. It seemed that Mun decided to demonstrate his skills in a very direct way. He executed one of his moves on Yon and flipped the guy over. Poor guy landed on the ground with a scream of pain. A smug grin appeared on Gangmun's face. He felt invincible. Yon realized he had just been thrown with a judo technique and took off his jacket, his opponent mimicking him. Mun added that he used to have quite a bit of success in that sport, while Yan stripped down completely. Seong Chun started to pay closer attention to this guy. Meanwhile, Kang Yan had fully undressed, revealing his sculpted torso. The others felt embarrassed by what this dude was doing. In the meantime, the scene shifted back to the harsh reality. Guess what Yan was up to? Right, he was looking for the ball, but this time he found a shortcut. The only problem was getting back. Yan didn't know a shorter way back. Huang Chang guessed where Yan would end up each time and struck first. The commander wanted his student to get faster that day. After all, 4 minutes and 47 seconds wasn't enough. The problem was that Yan simply didn't know what to do to cut down his time. Days passed like this. Everything turned into a damn routine. He wasn't doing anything else. It's worth mentioning that there was some progress, but it was very small. Huang Chang was constantly dissatisfied. One day, Yan found a shortcut, but it was a more dangerous one. It involved jumping from a height. Yan stopped at the edge of the roof. How high was the drop? About 6 meters? Well, once Yan survived a high fall, but he didn't want to take risks every time. Eventually, he realized there was no way to cut the path any shorter, and there was no need to take risks. One day, while they were eating, Huang Chang decided to ask what Yan was thinking about, especially since he hadn't touched his breakfast, even though he had a whole day of running ahead. But the kid had nothing to say. He had been running for a week, but he didn't know how to make it in 3 minutes. He knew he could shorten the path, but he just couldn't make it back on time. Although Yan noticed that his physical strength had noticeably improved thanks to the gear, suddenly, Huang Chang abruptly slipped under the kid's clothes. He wanted to check how his body had changed. The commander remembered that when Yan arrived, he was just skin and bones. But now, the kid was eating a lot and moving, so he had gained some mass. This was all because Yan had muscle memory, so it was easier for him to get back into shape. But what the kid was doing now was restoring his mind. The rules were simple. Kick the sandbag and bring the ball back in 3 minutes, any way you can. But it didn't matter how well Yan calculated everything. He just couldn't do it like before. Then Huang Chang suddenly wondered how Yan even got into sports in the first place. For the commander, it was very simple. He was invited, he had fun, but he started training because he felt he had hit a wall. Didn't Yan train from the very beginning? Of course, if he had done it right, he could have succeeded. But in the real world, true strength is all about connections. Yan didn't understand what Huang meant, But the commander was sure that connections were a person's power and the law of their world. That's when Yon understood. On that fateful day, a guard came in and scolded everyone, and the fight stopped. As promised, Kang was told who had been bullied and beaten, but he was also given a month of community service. Yon was sure the rest got punished too, but he suddenly remembered those rumors. Wasn't that guy the son of a diplomat? Yes, that was the power of business cards. Huang Cheng said that the world had changed, and now physical strength played a bigger role. Then the commander asked if Yan had ever felt, without a doubt, ready to die. Those words made the kid think. The answer was no. Was he ready for that stage? Had he tried to save his friends? Had he said he wanted revenge to rid himself of his anger? It wasn't a real situation, it was just training, but maybe it wasn't just that. Now his mind was filled with completely different thoughts, and his body had a whole new motivation. Yan was no longer who he used to be. He could do this. He decided to lighten his load and took off his gear. But he still stopped at the edge of the roof. The kid stared at the edge. He was confident. Yan returned to the shelter. This time he wasn't in a hurry, walking slowly with his head down. Huang Cheng immediately gave him a smack. The commander was angry. His student had lost his mind. If he wanted to give up, he should have said so right now. Yan said he wasn't going to break the rules with tricks. He wouldn't be such a coward. Huang Cheng thought the kid must have bumped his head on the way, but Yan insisted that the commander throw the ball. He was ready. He was waking up in a body that had once been dead. If his body was the same as it used to be, until it became as light as a sandbag, he couldn't bear those thoughts and justifications. And with those thoughts, Yan simply jumped. He didn't know anything, he just acted. Meanwhile, morning arrived. Kang Yan was still training. He could barely stay on his feet as he rushed to the shelter. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Last night, the kid was much slower. Yan was furious and looked at Huang Cheng with wild eyes. The kid, barely breathing, asked if that was enough now. The commander ignored the question because he was more concerned about Yan's leg. But he didn't get an answer because Kang just yelled in frustration. He wanted to know if that was enough to finally teach him how to fight. It seemed like that scream could be heard all down the street. The guys moved to the medical station where Huang assessed Yan's courage, but at times it just looked like foolishness. But Yan wasn't sure where to start. They weren't focusing on fighting skills. They were just training endurance. But the thing was, Huang wasn't planning on doing that. He was forcing this training just to make Yan fall behind him. The commander promised it and intended to keep his word, but he didn't think Yan would go and fall on his own. His plan was ridiculous. A small mistake could put his life in danger. And Huang didn't want Yan to do this because of his actions. Ending his life was the kid's decision. But in reality, Kang only trusted him, and he didn't see any other option. It turned out that the real plan was to exhaust Yan and make him give up on his own. But now Huang couldn't stop the kid. However, he wasn't going to participate in such nonsense anymore. Yet Yan was satisfied. It was the first time he had increased his endurance so quickly. When you feel like you're reaching your limit, you push through it, raising the bar. There's no better way to prepare for a fight than on the battlefield itself. Huang was sure Yan would give up, which is why he did such silly training. But the kid declared he would never do that. So the commander ordered him to wear those sandbags even at night and never take them off. Yan exhaled heavily, but he actually liked it. He enjoyed feeling so strong and resilient. He thought Huang must have tried such training methods himself, but that wasn't the case. Yan was outraged. Why was he being used as a guinea pig? But it turned out, the commander had just seen it in Dragon Ball and decided to give it a shot. Yan didn't know about that manga, and he thought it all seemed so absurd and unserious. Huang said it would have been better with a turtle shell, but he couldn't find one. That ended the conversation. The guys were supposed to continue training, but they were asked to switch with the guards. They swapped with 2 men. They also praised Yon's efforts. After all, the kid had been running every day and nearly dying. Yon didn't like that everyone knew about his training, but Huang didn't understand how they could not know if the kid decided not to take the bus and was doing such strange things. There was no time for chit-chat. The commander ordered Yon to clean up, but Kang still wanted to know if Huang had ever tried to make the journey in 3 minutes, how he came up with that idea. But it turned out the commander decided that was just enough and there was no need to check. Yon was furious. What would that jerk do if it turned out to be impossible? But Huang knew it was possible. Kang had managed it. However, Yan stood his ground, so the commander decided to try it himself. The kid was incredibly excited. Finally, he would see that suffering. But Huang wasn't in a hurry at all. He just grabbed a bike. Yan screamed in anger. But Huang never said you couldn't ride something. Yan was screaming in rage, but Huang never said you couldn't ride something. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the school. There, Seong-chun caught Tae-sik red-handed, since the cowardly redhead hadn't informed him about Yeon's return. After all, the first time, Tae-sik swore to the boss that he had taken care of that guy, but now he was seen and seemed perfectly fine. Tae-sik tried to explain that he had just left that idiot to die and promised to deal with it again. But Seong-chun wasn't interested in any of that. He wanted to know if the last time Tae-sik fought outside the school, Yeon was involved. The idiot tried to justify himself again, but the boss understood everything. Seong-chun was fed up with the lies. If Tae-sik had explained everything properly back then, the boss would have dealt with Yeon right away. But a month had passed, and that punk was back. The coward Tae-sik, who nearly wet his pants, tried to defend himself and thought about how strong that guy was, even though they had the same build. Seong-chun tossed Tae-sik aside like a rag. Then he ordered a scout to head to the hideout, gather intel, and report back immediately. So, the scene shifted to the hideout. Yan and Huang Chang were patrolling the hideout while the dog slept. The boy asked the commander if he should just sit there like that. But Huang didn't give him any instructions, which seemed pretty strange. Yan was used to keeping busy, especially with pointless things like chasing a ball, so he didn't know what else to do and started doing push-ups. Huang told him to rest and do nothing, but Yan stood his ground. Then the commander yelled at him, and now he listened. However, Yan was still bored, so he decided to ask what Huang was up to. It turned out the commander was making a mat. Yan's training was supposed to be life or death, but it would be a bit problematic if that idiot actually died. Huang said it was the least he could do. Yan was in shock, and meanwhile, morning arrived. The guys were walking down the hallway. Huang asked again if Yan was sure he wanted to go through with this. He could give him another week, and the training would be over. But the boy stood firm, even though he didn't even know where they were headed. Then the commander opened the door to some basement and ordered him to go in. Yan noticed it was a bit dark inside. There were no windows, and without a flashlight, nothing would be visible. Huang said this was instead of a hyperbolic time chamber. Legendary warriors used this place to level up in no time. The commander promised to provide Yan with enough food. After that, he locked everything up. Day, night, time ceased to exist. There was only one way to get out of the room: steal the key. Huang would come in several times a day and try to kill Yan. When the commander entered the room and locked it, that's when they would start. Yan was horrified. Huang told the boy to steal the key from him if he wanted to escape or surrender. Those were his only options. So to speak, a choice without a choice. Meanwhile, it started to rain. The weather seemed to mourn for Yan in advance. After that, dawn broke. In moments like this, it felt like there was no apocalypse at all. But reality quickly proved otherwise. Days passed one after another. While Yeon was locked up, the scene shifted back to the school. Tae-sik swore to the boss that he hadn't seen Yeon or that strong guy. He thought the boy had left on a bus. The boss listened to this coward, who was trembling to be believed. Then Seong-chun simply went up to the roof, ordering no one to follow him. He sat at his desk as usual. Seong-chun kept wondering where Yeon could have disappeared to. He was literally a vegetable, but now he was strolling around the outskirts. Meanwhile, another bus was departing from the hideout for evacuation. A lot of people had gathered. The commander stood with a broken arm, and a girl thanked him for his work, saying she felt guilty that Huang had worked so hard and even got injured. She wanted him to evacuate too. But Huang wasn't going to. Then Yan approached, and the girl asked if he didn't want to leave this time either. Besides, she felt like he had been hiding all this time. She realized there was no point in arguing further, so she just left. They were grown men and could come back if they wanted. Huang asked Yeon if he was leaving. This time he really would. The commander reiterated that it was very dangerous and that it wasn't too late to stop. But Yeon cut him off sharply, insisting he had to do this. Huang's voice brightened a bit. He was satisfied with this answer and understood that Yeon was ready. Finally, the boy remembered the letter. The commander had given it to the postal bus, but he didn't know when it would reach Yeon's parents. After that, the student thanked him for everything he had done for him, but Huang asked him to save the thanks for when he returned. Then Yeon bowed and was about to leave when suddenly the commander stopped him. He said he was giving the boy only 3 days. A smile appeared on Yeon's face. Mom, Dad, and Uncle. They had already heard, but Yeon was okay. Many people helped him after he came out of the coma, so he recovered quickly. He was planning to return on the next bus. But Jan wanted to check one more thing, so he apologized for the delay. He understood what it was like to be alone in such a situation, but he asked them not to worry too much. Just believe in him and wait a little longer. He also asked them to be sure to tell Kwanren's family if they saw her that she was safe and that Jan would bring her back soon. As he was leaving, the boy noticed that the dog had been following him the whole time. Jan asked him to return to the hideout because it was safe there. Rovachevsky whimpered in sadness. After that, Jan ordered him to leave again and drove off. He knew the dog couldn't come with him. How many were there? 10, 20? In any case, Jan didn't know what the situation was like inside. He needed a solid plan, and it was also preferable not to starve to death. So Jan sat down to grab a snack. Suddenly, the smell of canned food attracted a cat. The boy couldn't help but share, especially since up close, the cat reminded him of Jan. It was the cat that often came to his dad at the factory, and it had a tuxedo just like this one. Jan's dad also fed the cat with canned food. The son even caught his dad doing this once. He initially thought it was food for him. Dad didn't look for Jan's cat. He found it himself when it got cold. Then the son asked why the cat was named after him. But Dad didn't know what to say. It was the first name that came to his mind. Jan didn't know that Dad loved cats. So the man justified himself by saying it was a cost-saving measure because the animal chased away mice. The son didn't believe him, so Dad ordered him to change clothes and get back to work. He didn't want to show Jan any weakness. These memories warmed the boy's heart. Mom, Dad, how nice that they were in the hideout, and they would meet again soon. On this pleasant note, Jan decided to move on. The cat finished off its generous portion. Suddenly, something scared it. It bolted the moment someone approached it. It was some strange people hiding their faces and bodies. Meanwhile, time passed. Jan was roaming the city, devising a plan. Suddenly, he remembered the girl's words about how people wouldn't talk about an alien invasion just for gossip. That day, some rockets shaped like a capsule had descended from the sky, and they said strange creatures crawled out of it, threatening people. Although she hadn't seen it herself, Jan hadn't seen anything from the outside either. She said it was just a lull or an evacuation. In any case, there were many witnesses, so it was very dangerous outside, not to mention the robbers and bandits. But enough! Aliens aren't monsters, especially since Jan had his own monster. He didn't know how long it would take him to infiltrate the school. First, he needed to stock up on supplies, especially since, according to that old man, he had seen that the number of robbers was increasing, so it was better to hide the supplies well. The old man kept talking about the philosophy school, so Jan decided to head there first. Suddenly, he spotted a girl. She peeked out and immediately hid when she was noticed. But Jan couldn't just leave it like that. He cautiously greeted her and asked if he should pretend he hadn't seen anything. He wanted to make sure the child wasn't alone and that her parents were nearby. However, she remained silent, so Jan realized the girl was scared. And he decided to engage her. He created a dog out of shadows and asked her name. It turned out her name was Sonia. Jan introduced himself as Rovachevsky. Suddenly, the girl's father appeared and started yelling at Jan. He was very aggressive. The boy explained that he was just checking if Sonia was safe. This confused the father. He wanted to make sure Jan wasn't one of the raincoat people. But the boy didn't even understand what he was talking about. Then the man told him his story. The family had gathered food in the basement and had been holding out. They heard the news late and went out. But then people in green raincoats showed up and took all their stored food. The family barely escaped. Jan sympathized. He said they should head to the hideout quickly, but the man quickly ran away, saying they were fine as they were. He didn't trust people. He warned that when the sun set, those punks would start roaming the area. Jan just said he would return in 3 days with other people, and then they would go to the hideout together. But he didn't get a response. So Jan just moved on. He stopped by the philosophy school, just as he had planned. He grabbed some supplies there. After that, he was about to leave, when suddenly his eyes caught sight of a crowbar. Use every opportunity. After that, he drove off. He stopped by the same house where he found Sonia. He climbed onto a car and left some food there for the family and for the girl. After that, he was ready to leave. Suddenly, Jan heard some sounds and thought it was Sonia. He wanted to go check and completely didn't notice a raincoat behind him. But Jan didn't train for nothing. He was ready. So the boy jumped back just as the unknown person swung at him. It turned out there were 3 of them. They thought Jan was just lucky. One of them found the food the boy had left and realized there were people in the house. Jan had given them away. While the guy with the bat threatened Jan to tell him where he found the food, Jan lunged at him and knocked the bat out of his hands. Then a guy with heavy metal pliers in his hand intervened. But Jan didn't show any sign of fear. He charged first. He had learned to crawl on walls like a spider. After that, he disarmed the second punk. Only one was left. But before continuing, Jan said that no matter how chaotic the world was, a child shouldn't be afraid of adults, right? Then the guy with the pliers lunged at Jan, who had already ignored his question twice. But the boy dodged, both from the question and the blow. Then Jan kicked the punk straight into the car, so hard that the vehicle bent and even the glass shattered. For a moment, Jan allowed himself to get distracted and think about how there were 3 of those punks and they were armed, yet he didn't even consider for a second that he would lose. This gave him confidence when all 3 charged at him. In fact, thoughts of losing didn't make sense, as Jan was sure he wouldn't take a single hit. Very slowly. They were very slow, their movements were predictable. Why, had it always been this way? All Jan had to do was think, and his body would react. Suddenly, one of the punks threw the pliers at him, right at his back. But from the sound, Jan immediately understood where the danger was. He simply caught the pliers with one hand. After that, he threw them at that idiot. They nearly knocked him out. It landed just an inch from his dumb face. To be honest, Jan's hand was shaking and burning. But he ignored it. The pain he'd get from a beating would be much worse. Then Jan told the raincoats that if they ever came back to this house, they wouldn't leave so easily. He ordered them to scram quickly if they understood him. The raincoats stood up, and for a second there was silence. Then they all burst out laughing, as if mocking him. They couldn't believe Jan actually thought they would run away. Suddenly, the boy heard the cries of a little girl. She was calling for her dad. And then Jan realized there weren't just 3 of them. When he saw her, Sonia was screaming in the arms of that scumbag. He ordered Jan to stay put, threatening to finish off the child if he moved. Jan's hands were tied, but seemed he recognized that idiot. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the school. There, Shang-chun was enjoying an apple when Tae-sik walked in, saying that Kwan-rin wanted to say something to the boss. Seong-chun allowed her to come in. Tae-sik felt a bit of power, so he started lecturing the girl on how to behave and what to say to the boss. But she couldn't care less about Tae-sik. She didn't even look at him and told him with all the disdain she could muster to get lost. He was bothering her. This irritated Tae-sik, but there was nothing he could do. Kwan-rin was about to tell Shang-chun that she wanted to leave, as a lot of time had passed. She hadn't heard any loud noises, and many wanted to check if it was safe outside. Shang-chun remained calm. He tried to scare Rin by reminding her of what had happened earlier. But Rin wasn't stupid. She had seen planes flying overhead. It was for protection. Then Shang-chun reminded her of those who had gone out to check the safety, but no one had returned. Then the boss started talking about people. After all, Rin didn't know how much everything had changed and how brutal the world had become. But even that didn't affect Rin. She said that if teacher Yoon Ji-ho were with them, Seong-chun wouldn't be playing commander. She could see that this idiot was happy that an ordinary school bully had gained power, and she told him that right to his face. Then she asked what he wanted to become next, a god. After that, she got ready to leave and mocked Seong-chun's idea of protecting them. He shouldn't even be fooling himself, because people like him only wanted bloodshed and power. Then Tae-sik jumped in, telling the boss not to listen to that nonsense. After all, if it weren't for them, everyone would already be dead. But even the boss ignored him and just stood up and left. At the exit, he ordered them to grab the key and follow him to the shelter. Seong-chun was furious. Yoon Ji-ho, he was the one who had urged everyone to get out of the school, even though the situation outside was tough. But it had become quieter. The guys were listening to this. Tae-sik was outraged that they had saved their butts, and the idiots were listening to some teacher. But Gangmun didn't care. Tae-sik asked what the boss thought about it, since he wanted to be a leader. Seong-chun said they would stay. Even though Ji-ho insisted they shouldn't be afraid and go out together, he knew there had to be a shelter somewhere. But the boss calmly said they didn't want to leave, but they weren't holding anyone back. The situation was unusual, and they didn't want anyone telling them what to do. Ji-ho understood everything and decided to go check if it was safe, after which he would let the others know. He asked his colleagues to keep an eye on the kids. Meanwhile, the guys had already reached the shelter. Seong-chun threw the apple at the ground. Then he told the teacher that all of this was because of him. In the shelter, Jiho was tied up. How long had he been there? Song Chun accused him of wanting to be a leader, standing out, spouting nonsense, but people still considered him a hero. Him, not them. But it was Song Chun who was protecting the school, not him. If Jiho could, he would have said a lot of unpleasant things. But his mouth was shut. Taesik mocked the teacher. He saw how Jiho wanted to be in charge and maintain discipline. But why then did he come back and sit in complete crap? And anyway, if you counted how much time had passed, they were already adults, and Jiho was no longer their teacher. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Yeon. Sonia was screaming and calling for her dad, while the boy froze, assessing the situation. Yeon was mad at himself for not thinking through this possible turn of events. While that idiot was shouting, claiming he could easily kill the child, suddenly, Sonia's dad appeared from behind with a frying pan. That idiot was so caught up in his power trip that he got a few whacks to his dumb head. Yeon let out a sigh of relief. He remembered Hwang's words. The commander said the boy was a good person, so he couldn't think like they did. That was his biggest weakness. Didn't he say it before? Bad guys don't play by the rules and aren't afraid to step outside the lines. And no matter how strong Yeon was, he would still get beaten by a bunch of thugs. He was just a beaten-up softy. It didn't matter how much he trained to make his body stronger. Outside the ring, Yeon was still a kid. Meanwhile, the dad grabbed his Sonya back while that idiot bled out. And Yeon wasn't wasting any time. He immediately grabbed that scumbag who was about to hurt the child. Then in a fit of rage, he threw him against the car. It was the least he deserved. Yeon's mind was racing with the teacher's words. For scumbags like that, there was no acceptance of defeat. They would attack at any opportunity. If he couldn't kill, he had to instill fear that he would. And if he couldn't even do that, he should just walk away. But Yeon could. He looked at those scumbags with all the fury and coldness in his eyes. Then he said he would say it one last time. And then, for emphasis, he twisted that scumbag's leg. Yeon declared, amidst the cries of the poor guy, that if he saw them here again, he would break every bone. He assured them he would do it at any cost. Meanwhile, morning arrived. Sonia was in her dad's arms, asking if he was in pain, to which the man assured her that as long as his daughter was safe, he was fine. And Yeon was rummaging through the first aid kit, looking for something for the man, while calming the daughter that everything would be all right with her dad. The boy asked them to wait a few days. He promised he would find other people and then come back for them. After that, Yeon left. But on his way out, he noticed something. The frying pan, the dad had forgotten it. This made Yeon think deeply. He really was a weakling. The captain was right. Because compared to Sonia's dad, who showed courage trying to protect his child, Yeon was nothing. Recovering and knowing how to use his fist wasn't everything. And if Yeon returned to school like this, the outcome would be obvious. Those idiots were no longer his classmates and far from ordinary guys. Yeon walked back into the philosophy school. Then he returned with a crowbar. He realized those guys were criminals. And there was no point in feeling sorry for such people. Before the world got to this state, there were several types of bad people. Those who didn't harm others but only cared about their own hides. That was the first type. Yeon stopped in front of a building that caught his attention. Then he went to the doors, but they were locked. The second type of people was those who bullied the weaker ones. They bullied without a shred of conscience but instinctively feared becoming animals. Even if someone was one of them, there were laws and rules in the world. And if you broke them, there was condemnation. Meanwhile, Kang Yeon lowered a massive angle grinder and started actively crafting something. And he thought further about how there were many people in each category, but now everything was different. When the world became like this, only two types remained. People who lived in shelters and supported each other, and those who felt freedom and went insane. And from that moment on, Yeon stopped drawing parallels. A bad person was a bad person. Meanwhile, dawn was breaking. Kang Yeon emerged from the workshop where he had spent the night. He set off further along his plan. Suddenly, his ears caught some suspicious sounds. Yeon immediately grabbed his weapon and was ready to pounce, but he stopped when he noticed the head of a cat. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He called the furry one over and was about to treat him with some canned food again. Animals were never to blame for anything. Yeon now understood that the cat was waiting for his dad. He was the director of this workshop. The boy reassured the cat, saying that everything was fine with his dad. After that, he drove off. He was driving and thinking about his plan of action. Even if someone told him that saving friends through violence was wrong, he would simply ignore it. He didn't care, even if he was condemned for revenge. Meanwhile, he wrote his name on a notepad along with an explanatory note that he would take the form and some things without permission. He promised to pay later. The world had crumbled, and now would Yon become a real criminal? If so, he would just get rid of all the scum. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the shelter. There, Huang Chang was sitting and reading a book. Suddenly, he heard a dog barking. Rovichevsky was holding a bowl, actively hinting that he was hungry. But Huang had already fed his friend, so he decided the dog was just bored and tossed him a ball. The commander realized what a pesky little guy he had taken in. Suddenly, Rovichevsky just collapsed. That was so unlike him. The scene shifted to the infirmary. There was a doctor, and although she wasn't a veterinarian, she didn't notice anything serious with the dog. But when she treated the dog last time, she noticed a few fractures. She hoped everything would be fine. However, she still didn't know why Rovichevsky just fell down without strength. She needed to keep an eye on him. Wang looked at his new friend. He couldn't bear to watch this, so he just left. Meanwhile, night fell. The scene shifted back to the school, where the boys were posted to be on guard and monitor. But they were very bored because there were no people or monsters. They were discussing how great life was. Without the old ones, no one bothered them. One of them said he would love to play on his phone or go to a computer club right now. Suddenly, another one noticed something. A man's torso appeared before them. The boys stood up to figure out what kind of bum had shown up. They asked Yon questions, but got no answers. Suddenly, one of them recognized an old friend. Kang Yon remembered him too. He immediately smashed the radio, not letting the scumbag use it, recalling past experiences. After that, an idiot was about to pounce on him from behind. But Yon deflected that clumsy attack. Then the boy just started giving those idiots a beating. And then again, and again. The boy started to panic. He understood he would be next. When Yon got closer, the boy realized he was looking at his classmate. And it wasn't just his imagination. He barely had time to be scared when Yon pounced on the coward. He promised he wouldn't spare anyone anymore. Because all these people were just cowards who chose this cage for themselves. That one, like the last rat, was about to tell Tasik. The boy trembled with fear. He couldn't believe that Yon was really in front of him, or if it was a ghost. He stepped closer and grabbed his weapon. Then with a sharp swing, he plunged it into the ground. The scumbag's entire life flashed before his eyes when the weapon was just a millimeter away from him. The coward begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Yon ignored him. All he wanted to know was where everyone else was. Meanwhile, events shifted inside the school. There sat Xiong Chun in his room. He had already stripped down and seemed ready to go to sleep. Suddenly, something caught his ears. He shot up from his seat, tense as a string. A smile crept onto his face. Kang Yon. A clattering sound echoed over the fence. Kang Yon climbed over and invaded the school grounds. Song Chun quickly got dressed. His opponent was ready, and he grabbed his weapon. Meanwhile, in another room, Tasik was asleep. But something woke him up. It was Song Chun's gaze, burning into the guy's back. Tasik started to scream, but the boss ordered him to be quiet. The kid said he hadn't heard anything. Song Chun found that strange since 30 minutes had passed, and still nothing had happened. It was too quiet. Then Song Chun concluded that Kang Yon was here. Tasik immediately woke up wanting to know where they had seen that scumbag. But it turned out the boss hadn't seen him. He just felt Yon's presence. Tasik listened to this and didn't believe it. He said he understood how much Yon annoyed the boss, but that wasn't a reason to react like this. However, Seong Chun didn't listen and just ordered him to wake up all the guys and find that scumbag. The boss was dead serious. He wanted to find Yon and have him brought to him. Meanwhile, the girls woke up in their room, all because Rin was getting ready. She wanted to sneak out at night and woke her friend with her preparations. Rin wasn't stupid at all and fully understood that those scumbags wouldn't let them go easily. But she knew her friend was worried about her, so she promised to come back if it got really dangerous outside. However, if Rin managed to escape and find rescuers, she would definitely bring them back here. Meanwhile, Tasik was getting ready and was furious. He had been sleeping so well. What the hell, Kang Yon? No way. After that, he went to wake up his guys. Of course, everyone was unhappy about being woken up. But Tasik didn't coddle them since he had been woken up too. Then he radioed the group at the main gate and asked about the situation there. After that, he contacted the group at the back gate, but no one answered and Tasik got really scared. He started screaming like a madman, but no one would answer him. Yan took care of that. Meanwhile, on the other side of the school, Yan was preparing to invade the building. Recalling the school layout, suddenly he heard Tasik on the radio, screaming like a wild man and calling those scumbags on the stairs. Yun realized that panic had set in, and he needed to act faster. However, this didn't make him anxious at all. He continued to think everything through at his own pace. Yun tried to remember a place where no light reached. The basement corridor in the gym. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun's partner came in, asking why he had called him. But the guy just abruptly stood up and left, asking him to cover for him for a bit so he could use the restroom. The partner got angry. Couldn't Choi Hyun go by himself? He wasn't guarding a bank. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, that idiot saw Rin. But before he could react, the girl lunged at him. He got scared and screamed like a girl. Rin was a master athlete. She didn't even break a sweat taking that idiot down. After that, she grabbed the radio so they couldn't report her. But that idiot seemed not to fully understand who he was dealing with and lunged at her again. However, it wasn't hard for Rin to explain everything to him once more. She even missed fighting. After that idiot was knocked out, Rin could leave calmly. Meanwhile, Kang Yeon was hiding outside. He was waiting for the right moment. Those who wait always have a plan. When those idiots turned away, Yeon quickly dashed across. At that moment, Taesik appeared, and he was furious when he saw the guards tied up like first graders. Taesik couldn't believe it. Really, Kang Yeon? Where had he hidden? At that moment, a group of guys showed up, running in with bats. Taesik didn't even know what to do, but he was the one who had called everyone together. But now he didn't want any witnesses. He said it was no big deal. Because of one scumbag, he was afraid to accept help from the other guys. No, they would handle it themselves and wouldn't call the older ones. So Taesik ordered the others to follow him. On the way, he saw two more patrollers and asked if they had seen one scumbag. The guys tensed up. They were worried something had happened, but they hadn't seen anyone. Taesik was so furious, everything annoyed him, and those questions from the guys just made him angrier. Suddenly, they heard some clattering from above. Then Taesik declared that there was an intruder in the school, but they would find him and take him down. It turned out that the sound was the clattering of screws against metal. Kang Yeon was throwing them in one spot one by one. A good number had already gathered. After that, he looked at his hand and pondered. 3, 4. If there were more than 5, would he manage? Suddenly, Yeon heard shouts from below, getting closer. They were coming for them. So the guy hit all the screws back. And at that moment, Taesik and his gang appeared. The former classmate broke into a grin. He was so happy to see him. Taesik was glad he found Yeon and said what an idiot he was for making noise and getting found. He should have been quieter than a mouse. However, Yeon didn't let that idiot gloat, stating that he had made noise on purpose to be found faster. And they were still late. This infuriated Taesik when he realized the power wasn't in his hands. So he yelled for everyone to catch that idiot. But Yeon immediately ran away, and everyone chased after him. This all felt like his game, which he forced others to play. While they were chasing him, Yeon quickly counted how many people there were. 9. It seemed everything was planned down to the smallest detail as the guy ran straight to one room. At the entrance, Yeon quickly glanced back to see who was following him. All the idiots rushed into the room behind him, and they fell right into his trap. Yeon immediately shut the door behind him, locked it, so the rest couldn't get in. Taesik initially didn't understand what was happening. Then he decided that Yeon was just an idiot, and it made him laugh. He laughed, thinking they had cornered the guy, and he had nowhere to go since there was no exit ahead. However, Yeon decided not to hide that he was the one who locked them in here. But Taesik realized that he was just a stupid idiot. They were on the 4th floor. The exit was on the other side. Did he really think there were only these doors? Did he think he could separate them just with doors and deal with them one by one? After all, he was alone in the whole school. Had Yeon overestimated himself? Did he really think he could handle it alone? That thought amused Taesik greatly, to which Yeon simply replied that it would be hard to change. Earlier when he said that, he heard it in response. If you change your attitude, reality will change, Plato. For a person, that was the greatest truth. Meanwhile, events shifted to Lim Chi-young's room. He wasn't sleeping. Something inside him wouldn't let him. But then he decided it was probably nothing special. Meanwhile, the guys left behind were trying to get inside, but no one was opening the door for them. And inside, hell was breaking loose. Yeon was alone against a bunch of scumbags. Taesik wasn't going to attack first by himself. He ordered the others to grab the guy. They had the numerical advantage, but Yeon was ready for this. He had excellent armor and even better fighting skills. So he easily dealt with a portion of the idiots. Yeon had drawn many conclusions during this time, and the best one was to make a great weapon so he wouldn't have to dirty his hands unnecessarily. Taesik saw that his partners weren't in the best shape, so he ordered everyone to jump on him together. He hoped that would lead to victory, but it didn't work out for them. Yun divided and stopped them with just a wave of his weapon. This only further enraged Taesik, but it was beneficial for Yun. His opponent couldn't control his anger. And then he took advantage of that. Another attack that Yin deflected. While he was busy with the bunch of idiots, Taesik didn't miss his chance. He thought that if he could take Yun's weapon, but his opponent was much smarter. Yun even found that flattering. Taesik hoped that at least that would work. So the guy just handed over his weapon, offering Taesik to try at least that way. This infuriated his opponent greatly. Yun hoped for that. One wrong move, and he controlled the entire situation. Taesik didn't even have time to do anything. He was tossed aside like a rag. Yun didn't even exert much effort, to be honest. Meanwhile, outside, the guys were just screaming, hoping it would help and they would be let in. Suddenly, unexpected guests appeared, who were disturbed from their sleep. Lim Chi-young. He was furious that he hadn't been allowed to sleep. And inside, all the scumbags were knocked to the ground and defeated. Yan sighed in relief. Just a little more to go. Suddenly, unexpected chaos burst in. Lim Chi-young was first angry at Taesik for the circus they had caused. Yan tried to assess the situation and come up with a new plan. He recognized Lim Chi-young immediately, but while the scumbag recalled Yan, he managed to land the first blow on him. He was distracting and buying himself some time, but Yan felt that the guys had changed a long time ago. If this had been the old Taesik, Yan would have already fainted. And if Lim Chi-young had joined them, then it was time to take action. But first, he had to change his position. Yan simply jumped through the window, shattering the glass. At that moment, Rin burst out of the school. She heard a strange noise and turned around. But looking at the school from that angle, she saw nothing. Yan just leaped out of the window like Spider-Man. But the end of the weapon snagged on the windowsill. He easily jumped down to the floor below. Although, to be honest, the landing was pretty rough. Still, it was way better than a scuffle with a bunch of lowlifes. Taesik couldn't believe Yan was such a psychopath. But he tracked where that idiot had gone and ordered everyone to run downstairs quickly. Lim Chi-young was with them now. On the way, he wanted to find out if it really was Yan. The big guy was so pumped. He had been thinking about Yan off and on anyway, but this time he was determined to win for real. The kid hadn't gotten far when Lim Chi-young was almost on his tail. He needed to come up with a new plan, and fast, or maybe he already had one. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the boss's room. There, Seong-chun was loading and testing his gun. He aimed. From this distance, he should be able to see. Seong-chun hesitated. Should he shoot? While Yan was running, he thought about how hard it wouldn't be to take down Lim Chi-young. A fight in the open took longer. Others could show up. But Yan didn't have time. Lim Chi-young was almost on the fugitive, but the kid quickly and sharply escaped the trap. But the big guy's behavior only fueled his motivation even more. Yan managed to pull ahead just a bit. Lim Chi-young decided and told the others that Yan was heading for the terrace. Meanwhile, the kid was counting how many people were chasing him. 5, 6. There seemed to be 7 in total. They really did make it to the terrace and thought they had cornered Yan. Taesik couldn't help but laugh. Did that idiot really forget the school layout? They were right. There was nowhere left to run. But were they sure they hadn't trapped themselves? After that, Yan suddenly turned around. Taesik was ready to start the fight. He was so confident. After all, his older brothers were around to cover his back at any moment. Suddenly, Yan climbed onto the railing. The others gaped, waiting for something to happen. Yan just jumped a huge distance. And, he landed. Yan made it. His opponents were just shocked. They couldn't believe that was even possible. That's when it dawned on their tiny brains that this wasn't the old Yan. Taesik quickly commanded everyone to chase that punk so the others wouldn't sense his fear. But Lim Chi-young suddenly wondered why that vegetable, who had been in a coma for so long, showed up on their turf. Taesik was a bit scared of Yang, so he quickly shifted all responsibility onto Seong-chun. Lim Chi-young ordered some poor guy to bring his red bag. Then he asked Taesik what Seong-chun had said about Yan. The redhead didn't understand the question. It turned out Lim Chi-young wanted to know if they could take that punk if he survived. Taesik didn't answer. A chill ran down his spine. He just ordered Jin-soo to tell the guard to watch the entrance. Meanwhile, Yan had run a good distance away. He was strong, but he wasn't a robot. He needed to rest a bit, gather his thoughts, and figure out what to do next. It turned out Yan was way more tired than he initially thought. Lim Chi-young? He had shown up way too fast, so now Ewan couldn't finish things. The kid didn't rest for long. He had to keep moving down the hallway to the gym. Meanwhile, Rin was hiding on school grounds. She couldn't understand why it was so crowded that night. Rin suspected something might have happened, but still, she didn't like it. She crept to a corner when suddenly she heard some noises. Rin decided it was probably just the guards. But it was Kang Yan. He had also heard the strange sounds and started listening closely. These two had no idea how close they were to each other. Yan had come to school to rescue Rin. The girl was about to carefully crawl out of her hiding spot and check the situation when suddenly a man spotted Yan. So the kid had to run fast while the guard shouted into his radio about a burglar. But the man didn't get to finish telling his location because Yan quickly knocked the radio out of his hands. Rin peeked out to see, but unfortunately she didn't recognize her friend, just his back. Rin found it strange that someone had broken into the school. Who could possibly want that? Meanwhile, Choi Hyun returned to his usual post and saw, why had he even asked to be replaced? But Choi Hyun immediately recognized his friend's handwriting, Kwon Rin. So the guy dashed downstairs, hoping to find and catch up with the runaway. He went into the dorm to grab his stuff. In reality, Choi Hyun wasn't just doing his job as a guard. He genuinely cared about his friend and didn't want to lose her. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the street. There was that poor guy who was supposed to bring the bag for Lim Chi-young. Before he could fulfill the request, he was intercepted by Gangmun, who asked what had happened. He was told about this burglar, and then Gangmun realized things were bad since it was really noisy outside. And the guys were still chasing Yan. To be honest, they hadn't been physically active for a while, so they quickly got tired. Taesik was furious. He suggested splitting up to search for that punk. His friend was worried since Taesik had just been through a rough time, but he just yelled back. After all, Lim Chi-young might hear his shame. Meanwhile, that big guy nearby was taking deep breaths, after which he suddenly shouted Kang Yan's name. Lim Chi-young was so enraged. He was fed up with this game of tag. Seong-chun even heard the shouts from his room. He was really happy. If Yan had shown up on his own, it meant he thought he could take them all on. So the boss was curious about what state he would show up in. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun burst out of the school just as they shouted Kang Yan's name. Kwon Rin also heard her friend's name. She froze in shock. Choi Hyun couldn't believe it. He hadn't heard that name in so long. Rin's body started trembling. She couldn't allow herself to believe in this joy. It was just impossible. She must have imagined it. And Lim Chi-young shouted again for that punk Yan to come out and fight. Suddenly, a rock hit his thick head. It was Kang Yan. He had come alone, straight to his doom. The kid told himself to stay calm, because if they all attacked together, Yan would be in deep trouble. After that, everyone, as if on cue, all ye rushed after Yan. Of course, he wasn't planning on fighting them. He wasn't an idiot. Yan had rested a bit, so he was full of energy again. Lim Chi-young immediately climbed after him while the others stood around, unsure of what to do. For the big guy, this wasn't much of a problem. After that, Yan climbed back up since his legs could handle however much he jumped. It felt like every finger of his was filled with energy. Meanwhile, Yan was watching the chase, but his body felt like it was ready to explode. Yan was so grateful to his teacher at that moment. However, Lim Chi-young was right on his heels. He was trying not to fall behind, probably more because he couldn't believe that some Yan was stronger and quicker. But the big guy wasn't doing so well. The others saw Lim Chi-young's failure and decided not to repeat those mistakes. Meanwhile, according to Yeon's plan, everything was going perfectly. He reached the gym and dashed through the back door. The others followed him. After that, Taesik ordered them to split up. Two were to go to the main doors and block the hallway, and Lim Chi-young ordered a guy with a flashlight to shine it down. He couldn't wait to catch that Yan. They moved forward, peeking into every room, but they couldn't find him anywhere. Lim Chi-young was yelling like a madman. He was so fed up with all this. He suggested that Yan finally fight him one-on-one since they hadn't been able to determine a winner last time. Suddenly, Yan spoke up. He asked if they hadn't already done that, and then the guys realized where that punk was hiding. Yan found it strange that Lim Chi-young didn't remember. After all, usually the one with a bloody nose loses. The big guy was incredibly furious. That punk had embarrassed him in front of the guys. Lim Chi-young said he had bled himself. Yan was still hiding. No one had noticed him, so he quickly threw a screwdriver. It flew straight at the flashlight. Those idiots didn't even have time to react. After that, Yan threw another one, and then another flashlight broke. If you stepped into a dark room without windows, where even moonlight couldn't reach, at first, nothing would be visible, like in a dungeon. But from Yeon's experience, after about 5 minutes, silhouettes would start to appear. But if you repeated this a few times, the ability to see would manifest much faster. Yeon practiced this in the basement 10 times a day. His teacher would come in, and when the door closed from the inside, the light would go out until silhouettes began to appear. But this was all not just for training his sight. Yeon knew what would happen then. For a while, he was just getting beaten by the commander, because when nothing was visible, there was no chance to escape. But now Yeon was endlessly grateful to his teacher. Screams started in the basement. Lim Chi-young was so scared that he would be attacked. He was ready for an attack at any moment. He listened closely to the noise, but it didn't help him. Yeon still struck first. What a stretch. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the shelter. There, Hwang Chung was sitting with Rovachevsky, reminiscing about how it was when he was first brought here in a wheelbarrow. The dog had no place on him that wasn't bruised, and his gaze was filled only with resentment and anger. Then the commander remembered Yeon. He wasn't interested in the kid since he wasn't the first to come to him after everything that had happened. Moreover, Hwang wasn't ready to care about anyone. He still didn't believe he had dealt with that student who was more like a wild beast. Hwang wanted Yeon to drop that stupid idea, but he was very stubborn. But Rovachevsky, that one was a real character. Hwang didn't know if his dog understood him, but he addressed him. This was the dog that literally rose from the dead. Rovachevsky had to wait for Yeon. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the school, more specifically to the basement, where Lim Chi-young was about to lose it from anger. Yeon had hit him so hard that the big guy flew far away. Lim Chi-young was frothing at the mouth. How dare that punk do this? So the big guy decided to strike back. Spoiler, it didn't go well. Yeon reminded him that he had already said the games were over. He revealed his voice. So Lim Chi-young lunged at the sound, but he didn't succeed. Meanwhile, Taesik revealed himself by asking Yeon if he had been hit, after which he lunged at Yeon with a stick, almost succeeding. However, Kang Yeon had a clear advantage. He had brains. Taesik called him a coward, but it seemed he didn't know the meaning of that word. So Yeon reminded him how that punk had bullied helpless old folks. I think he explained it very clearly. Yeon also reminded everyone about the innocent dogs that were beaten. Meanwhile, another idiot chimed in from behind, wanting to help Taesik. But in reality, he ended up helping Yeon. After that, he grabbed the hand he had hit Taesik with. Yeon reminded him that he was no longer just a bully acting childish to look cool. Now he was a criminal and a thief. So Yeon showed Taesik what happened to those who stole. He broke that idiot's arm. Yeon didn't even feel sorry for him. Suddenly, someone grabbed his bag from behind. Yeon reacted quickly to that, but he was too late. Lim Chi-young realized who he had caught. Yeon tried to fight back, but the big guy was too close. Lim Chi-young pinned him to the ground and felt around his head. Just as Yeon had said, the big guy was starting to see in the dark too. Then he started pounding Yeon's head. The big guy was thrilled that he could finally fight. At first, Yoon had the upper hand, but now that was no longer the case. But it wasn't that simple. Lim Chi-young had always underestimated him. However, that only excited the big guy more. You know what they did when there were no classes in school? Then Lim Chi-young grabbed Yeon. He lifted him off the ground and slammed him against the wall. That hurt. To Lim Chi-young, those screams and groans were like a lullaby. So, fueled by adrenaline, he pressed Yeon against the wall, crushing his body. Then Lim Chi-young howled like a beast. He was so proud of his strength. And then he kicked Yeon again, asking when he would wake up in the hospital. He reminded Yeon how long the guy had been lying there, hoping to drain his motivation and strength. But it seemed like Lim Chi-young was only getting stronger. It felt like he was sucking the energy right out of Yeon's body. Because the kid was feeling really bad, he was losing. Meanwhile, the scene shifted outside. There, Kwon Rin was about to climb over the fence. She made it to the top, when suddenly someone grabbed her leg. It was Choi Hyun finally finding his friend and demanding answers. Kwon Rin wasn't going to take that and promised to beat up her childhood friend. But Choi Hyun just wanted to know if she was really planning to leave. When Gangmun realized this, he quickly climbed over the fence. Then he reached out to his friend and declared that they would go together since it was dangerous alone. Suddenly, someone over the radio asked if the person who got caught was Kang Yeon. They just couldn't believe what they were hearing. Then the radio asked again why no one said Yeon had returned from hiding. Rin's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, in the basement, Lim Chi-young was beating Yeon. But the kid showed no signs of life. So the big guy ordered someone to check if Yeon was still alive. Lim Chi-young just couldn't get enough of how quickly he dealt with Yeon. He was so proud of himself. Meanwhile, in the shelter, Huang Cheng was telling Robichevsky not to protest that the commander sent Yon out so early. After all, he had never seen such a fierce person in his life. Yun would have done what he wanted anyway. The commander tried to break him, but nothing worked. It was on the third day. He had endured everything, and Huang was about to give up. Yan was beaten and nearly lost consciousness, but then suddenly he got up and charged at the teacher. Meanwhile, in the basement, while Lim Chi-young reveled in his victory, Yan grabbed him from behind. He reminded the big guy that it had been a long time since he woke up from his coma. And now it was Yan asking what Lim Chi-young thought he had been doing all this time. After all, he knew what monsters were, and maybe the big guy was stronger than before, but definitely not stronger than Yon. The kid was nearly losing consciousness, when suddenly from behind, Taesik hit Yon on the head. It was a brutal blow. Taesik shouted that his other hand was still fine. He needed to break both. He was about to deliver another hit. But Yon quickly countered, so the kid had fended off two of the toughest opponents, but he still hadn't won the fight. But there was a little time to gather his strength and rest. Suddenly, the room was flooded with light. It was that guy with the briefcase, Lim Chi-young. He had a flashlight in his hands. The big guy was incredibly happy. Now he had light in his weapon. It turned out that Lim Chi-young had been learning how to use weapons all this time and had taught the guys too. It was his hobby. He offered Yon to take something too. Now they could continue what they had started. But if Yon died, Lim Chi-young wasn't responsible. That's what he said. Down below was Yon's sword. The kid easily tossed it up to himself. He agreed to those terms, not even feeling scared. They say people have the ability to hide their potential. In desperate situations, without even realizing it, they start producing much more energy than usual. For example, to save a child trapped under rubble, a mother lifted a stone weighing over 220 pounds. During a disaster, a grandfather held onto a carousel with one hand for an hour while keeping his granddaughter safe with the other until they were rescued. Sometimes critical situations show us what we're capable of. Huang Chang didn't know if animals experience this, but he told Robichevsky that he really hoped the dog had died once and come back to life so it could do it again. The commander didn't believe in what he hadn't seen with his own eyes. Kang Yan had seen such things, so Huang thought that at some point Robichevsky would wake up. After that, the commander abruptly stood up and left. He was so angry. He couldn't help Robichevsky. He had done enough already, hadn't he? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the school. There, a panting Homyoung was struggling to carry a box of water. The other guys were outraged that it took so long. Homyoung caught a glimpse of the guys discussing someone who had snuck into the school. Suddenly, the guys mentioned the name Kang Yeon. Homyoung immediately perked up. His heart started racing. He had definitely seen Yeon a few times. Meanwhile, Lim Chi-young was swinging his sticks, intimidating his opponent. Then he tried to pounce, but nothing worked. Yeon landed the first blow. Blood started flowing from the big guy again, just like before. Then he tried to hit again. Yeon blocked. Another strike from Lim Chi-young. Yeon was trying not just to flail his arms. He wanted to come up with a plan. He struck at the leg, ducking sharply. Then Yeon hit Lim Chi-young in the chin with his head. Now blood was coming from his mouth too. Lim Chi-young just went berserk. So he suddenly grabbed Yeon and tossed him like a ragdoll. The big guy even noticed how easily that punk flew. He had taught Lim Chi-young to fight properly when suddenly something hurt in his side and he remembered. Yeon noticed this and seized the moment to gloat. It would be strange if Lim Chi-young's ribs didn't hurt from such a hit. But the big guy wasn't about to show weakness and said it was just ticklish. So Yeon decided to test it and hit the same spot again. Then Lim Chi-young groaned. His ribs really hurt for real. Yeon built a new strategy. Now he would only hit where it hurt. Suddenly, he remembered how Huang Chang had hit him on his injured leg. But the commander wanted to teach him that opponents would never hold back and would only strike at vulnerable spots. So Huang hit that leg a few times to make sure Yeon remembered. If you keep hitting one painful spot, it will hurt even more. Meanwhile, Yeon picked up Lim Chi-young's weapon. He raised it and handed it to the big guy, reminding him that it wasn't just a club. Was he really that uncultured? After that, Yeon demonstrated the highest level of skill with that weapon. Lim Chi-young was in shock. Yeon didn't understand what he was staring at. After all, the kid's dad had trained and his uncle practiced martial arts. Then Yeon asked if Lim Chi-young had ever been given a sandbag. Yeon had been playing with it since he learned to walk. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the schoolyard. Jang Mun arrived at the gym entrance and asked the guards what they were doing. They explained that Taesik and Lim Chi-young had locked themselves in there, asking to close the doors and wait. Jangmun thought his guys were winning the fight against Yan. Then he said there were two exits, one on the other side and one here. He ordered to open this door, close the other, and keep watch. And also, Jangmun asked if they had anything sharp. Meanwhile, inside, Lim Chi-young was getting a serious beating. To his stupid face, Yan was landing hits every time, targeting almost the same spot. Lim Chi-young was no longer in control of the situation. So Yan took full control and struck Lim Chi-young in the ribs again. It seemed like he even heard a characteristic crunch. But that wasn't all. Yan remembered, you always have to finish what you started. And this time he did just that. So Lim Chi-young, did blood accidentally spill? That guy with the flashlight ran in to help the big guy. Yan was catching his breath and recovering. And that guy analyzed Kang's condition and decided the kid was very tired. So he realized this was his chance. If he could catch Yon, he could make a strong impression on the guys. But Yan wasn't even trying. But then, he threw away the weapon because, in reality, Yan was really tired. But he understood that there was no time to rest. It was just the beginning. So Yan headed for the exit. To that exit on the second floor, he carefully and quietly opened the door. He didn't rush to go out, and for good reason. Because at the exit, he saw Gang Mun, who said he had doubted. But still, Yeon had defeated Lim Chi-young. Yeon immediately realized that a fight was unavoidable. Gang Mun noticed that the kid looked better than in their last encounter. Kang first asked if Gang Mun was alone. The opponent realized that if he were alone, Yeon would have tried to beat him. Gang Mun was right. Yeon immediately took a stance and was ready to pounce. It was going to be quick. But he made a huge mistake, thinking that this idiot was alone. Yeon suddenly started to realize he was in deep trouble. And it was really bad. Gang Mun just hated putting in a lot of effort. They threw a net over Yeon and pinned him down. Gang Mun radioed the boss to say they'd caught the punk and asked what to do next. Yeon knew he couldn't just give up like that. He had already come too far. He could escape if he took them out one by one. Gang Mun noticed that those two idiots couldn't handle Yeon. So he decided to take matters into his own hands. He grabbed Yeon and slammed him against the wall. That hurt like hell. Then he turned back to Songchun. The boss said they needed to head up to the roof. He had to be there. Gang Mun immediately understood what was about to happen. Yeon had fallen up there on the roof. A sly smile crept onto his face. Yeon heard everything perfectly. And honestly, he felt scared. He needed to get a grip on his emotions fast. Gang Mun ordered the idiots to stop kicking Yeon. One was to go back to Lim Chi-young, and the other was to tie up Yeon and take him to the roof. He grabbed Yeon's weapon and couldn't believe he had managed to break in with it. Meanwhile, Songchun was sitting in his office. He thought he was caught. It was total chaos, but was it really it? Suddenly, Songchun jumped up, grabbed his weapon, and headed for the roof. Meanwhile, events shifted to another part of the city. There was a robot, and it was busy with its own tasks, fixing something, assembling something. Then suddenly, some gadget sprang to life. Observation object 219, probability 0%, 220, 221, 222, all 0%. Up to number 222, probability 0% recording transmission. Observation 223, start new search, new time. End of observation, target signal found. Observation object 19, time expired. Probability rose to 0.43%. Meanwhile, at the school, they were carrying Yeon to the roof. Rin and Xiao Hyun were watching all of this. They were trembling and couldn't believe it was really Kang Rin. She tried to get a better look to make sure she wasn't imagining things. Tears welled up in Rin's eyes. Yeon really came here. For her. She immediately lunged forward, but Xiao Hyun stopped her. Rin started shouting. She had to help Yeon. Jangmun, in the meantime, ordered his henchmen to let the others know they were here and to bring Songchun up. One henchman complained it was hard to carry on. Cho Hyun told Rin that the first floor was where the guard rested during shifts. But she didn't care how many were down there. They took Yeon. Rin couldn't hold back her tears. Yeon, he had just come out of the hospital. He was so close to them. She and Cho Hyun had to get him. Her friend tried to calm her down. They needed to find another way. They couldn't just go out now. They needed a plan. Just then, something crashed nearby. It was Hom-young, who looked just as wrecked. His voice trembled, and he couldn't believe it was Yeon. He cried and swore he could help them. Meanwhile, they had already made it to the roof. Gangmun ordered them to toss Yeon somewhere and come over to him. He told another henchman to bring 3 chairs to the roof and to sit Yeon down and bring him water. Suddenly, Gangmun heard a rustle. He immediately knew who it was. Yan was coming too. He asked if Gangmun wanted to be in his place. Silence fell for a moment. Then Gangmun burst out laughing. Wasn't Yan just lying there unconscious? What was he thinking? What could he do in that net? Had he been pretending to be out cold the whole time? Suddenly, Yan shot up and punched the punk holding him. He admitted he had been training for a month and had gained a strength Yan couldn't explain. He felt strange. Somehow, since then, Yan could use it whenever he wanted. But Gangmun just found it funny. An idiot who couldn't even escape from a cage. It seemed like it was too early to laugh. Gangmun was in shock. His jaw literally dropped. The guy couldn't believe what he was seeing. And Yan wasted no time and immediately paid the punk back for everything. This monster was genuinely terrifying. From the outside, it seemed like some kind of power had possessed him. Then Yan said he had rested a bit before coming out, but he was still tired. It had been a long night. So he just pulled out a can of fish. Gangmun simply couldn't believe this was really happening. Meanwhile, Yan was eating and said he was starving. Then he mentioned that according to his plan, he had to deal with Gangmun before Shangchun arrived. He added that the boss would be here soon, so he warned that he was going to recharge and they would continue. Gangmun listened silently with a serious face. Then he couldn't help it and burst out laughing. He asked Yon, even if he got lucky, didn't it seem to him that this was still too arrogant? Did he really think that because of his new strength, Gangmun was easy prey? But he was Gangmun. Yan said the way he was playing "You Know Who I Am" looked pretty silly. Just as he finished eating, Gangmun lunged at him. But the attack wasn't very well timed. Yan dodged, then pounced on his opponent. Then he ordered him to give him a minute. Gangmun was going crazy from such audacity. He grabbed Yan's weapon, and with a shout, he prepared to attack. Did he imagine himself as a Neanderthal, hunting a mammoth? But he didn't expect Yan to be able to withstand. The opponent was stronger. Then he hit Gangmun in the head, and then thanked him for handing over his weapon. Gangmun was getting angrier and angrier. Then he pulled out his taser and threatened to kill him with a single move. Gangmun wasn't going to play nice like Lim Chi-young. He could take him out right now, but it wasn't worth it. He'd be done for when Shangchun arrived. Yan simply reminded him that he thanked Gangmun for returning his weapon, because he knew and remembered about the taser. Yan was much more prepared than they all expected him to be. Gangmun tensed up a bit. Yan declared that he didn't care if they fought from a distance, and asked how Gangmun felt about that. He wanted to see if that punk could dodge. Meanwhile, Homyoung brought water to the guys. Then he said they needed water up top too. The guys ignored him. Homyoung was counting on that. Now their bad attitude toward him worked in his favor. In reality, the poor guy was barely holding back tears. Was it really Yan? Had he really come to? Meanwhile, Gangmun was barely managing to dodge. He definitely didn't expect this turn of events. The element of surprise was working on him. Yan asked what the accuracy of the taser was. He might miss this time. Then he suggested Gangmun come closer if he was so confident. That infuriated his opponent. He was ready to shoot when suddenly, Yan's weapon grazed Gangmun. The first blood was spilled. He just couldn't believe he had actually lost. Yan stated that Gangmun's actions were only making the situation worse. But the opponent just found it funny. Yan was happy with his new toy, but in any case, he was alone. And Gangmun didn't need to stress himself out fighting him, since Yan wouldn't escape from here anyway. Because the rest of the guys were holding him at the door, and Shangchun would be here soon too. After all, this was the roof. Yan probably wouldn't jump. Oh, right. Gangmun completely forgot that he had fallen from here last time. He hoped Yan hadn't hit his head too hard. But Yan wasn't scared. He said he was just trying to slow Gangmun down. He was such a coward after all. But he also needed to deal with the opponent before everyone arrived. That infuriated the idiot. How dare Yan call him a coward? It seemed like he was just waiting for Gangmun to get angry and come closer. He dodged the first attack. Then Gangmun finally grabbed Yan. But it wasn't that simple. Yan pulled the hook toward him, and Gangmun's neck cracked. Then he punched the opponent right in the gut. Gangmun fell back. Then Yan pulled again. He grabbed the opponent and took that punk down. Gangmun writhed into pain and Yan reveled in it. Now he didn't look so tough. Although that idiot was still trying to fight back, defending himself with a chair wasn't such a bad idea. But not when your opponent is Kang Yan. He asked Gangmun if he also lost consciousness from training too hard. Then he declared he would make sure the opponent couldn't move for a while. Suddenly, Gangmun began to plead. He reminded Yan that the last time he fell, he wasn't around. That idiot finally realized that Yan had become much stronger, and if Shangchun, Gangmun swore he would help him. Whatever he wanted. But Yan didn't need that. He had not only trained, but also gained enough sense not to trust enemies. Yeon was planning to leave that punk lying here all alone. Meanwhile, Hom-young was carrying water. Suddenly, someone called him. He started making excuses. His anxiety was showing a bit. The guy told Hom-young that he had already brought water and didn't need any more. But the poor guy was still trying to find a way inside. Then the guy said he would go up with him. That punk needed to wake up anyway. Hom-young asked if he was talking about Kang-yeon, to which he was told that idiot came here alone. He was done for. Suddenly, that guy realized, how did Hom-young know so well what was going on? He remembered that he was actually a friend of Kang-yeon. Hom-young started trembling with fear. Meanwhile, Yeon was ready to finish this quickly. He had little time. While Gangmun was shouting that he had already given up. Suddenly, at that moment, the guy with Hom-young came in. He reported that that coward really wanted to get to the roof. Kang-yeon immediately recognized his old friend. Hom-young saw him and started crying right away. He said he was so glad Yeon had woken up. Suddenly, Gangmun jumped up and lunged at Hom-young. He was hitting the poor guy with all his might, as if he hadn't just begged for mercy. Gangmun threatened. If Yeon moved, he would break every bone in Hom-young's body. They had found his weak spot. Gangmun just couldn't contain his glee, because now it was his turn to play. Yeon was told to drop his weapon and throw it to Gangmun. He had no other choice. The weapon fell. Gangmun immediately pulled out the taser and lunged at Yeon. No, this wouldn't do, he thought. But it was too late. His body was already jolted by the electric shock. Yeon's body wouldn't obey him, but he couldn't pass out. He had to fight. Meanwhile, Song-chun walked in, stunned that Gangmun still hadn't dealt with Yeon. He asked the boss to wait just a minute since that punk was almost dead. Yeon was still conscious. Gangmun lifted him up and started to beat him down in front of Song-chun. The boss was shocked by this behavior. His partner was nothing like himself anymore. He ordered Gangmun to let Yeon go, but there was no way he was going to agree to that. He was furious. He pinned the punk to the edge of the roof and threatened to throw him off. But Yeon said it wasn't worth it, because he would jump himself. Song-chun froze in shock. Hom-young had a hard time seeing, and that made it even scarier for him. And Gangmun just realized what was about to happen. Yeon simply flipped backward and was falling. But that punk was tied to him. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another part of the city, to the robots. A sphere resembling an eye was racing somewhere. The UFO approached the forest. It flew past it. It turned onto the roof of one of the buildings and arrived at observation object 2713. The robot told the guy on the roof that he hadn't eaten in 52 hours. Humans were too weak and needed food. But the guy ordered him not to talk to him until the robot could get there. The alien continued, saying that among the other observation objects, there was a chance of awakening. Observation object 2713 was transmitting cooperation. It shouldn't be ignored. But the guy declared that he didn't care about the rest and just wanted to be left alone. Meanwhile, Kang-yeon was plummeting down, but he was held back by Gangmun. His body was preventing him from falling. Yeon was barely hanging on. He was completely exhausted. But Gangmun wasn't faring any better. He couldn't hold on much longer. So the guy just flipped downwards. Suddenly, he was caught by Song-chun, and Kang-yeon fell to the ground but landed in a bush. Song-chun silently watched this unfold. Meanwhile, Kang-yeon found his backpack, which he had left behind when he was kidnapped. He looked like a beaten dog and could barely move. But he still kept an eye out to make sure no one was around. So Yeon climbed up as high as he could. He slipped inside through a window. Finally, he could rest. The night felt incredibly long. Meanwhile, morning arrived. Everyone Kang-yeon had beaten gathered together and discussed how that jerk had just run away. Although Chi-young wanted to keep fighting, Gangmun had the clear-headedness to order everyone to rest. But he was also furious with Tae-sik. He hadn't said a word, and because of his stupid pride, they were all in deep trouble. But Tae-sik didn't respond. His anger towards Yeon was only growing. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the school. Everyone was ordered to block all areas leading to the outside world and to stay vigilant. Rin returned, and her friend was thrilled to see her. She thought about how Yeon had really escaped, given how actively they were searching for him. Rin felt both regret and joy at the same time. She had no idea what to do. Tears welled up in her eyes. Yeon was such an idiot. Why did he even come here? And where was he now? Meanwhile, Yeon wasn't sleeping peacefully. He was having restless dreams. When he and Rin were in kindergarten, and his friend defended him against bullies who were stealing his toys. And then, how she taught him sports. One day, some kids picked on him when they found out Yeon was into sports and dared him to fight. That's when Rin stepped in. She took down that idiot and declared that it would always be like this. Yon didn't understand why Rin had fought them, but she knew the bullies would be embarrassed to be beaten by a girl. Rin didn't understand why this fool let himself get beaten, but his dad and uncle told him not to fight others because he was stronger and trained. But that really annoyed her. What if she wasn't around? She suggested they always stick together so she could protect Yon. And after that dream, he woke up. It seemed he had gone too far. His body wasn't responding. Just a little more, a bit more rest. But Quan Rin? Was she here? And who else was here? They needed to wait a bit longer. Yan would sort everything out and then help his friends escape. Meanwhile, Shang Chun was piecing together what had happened last night. He went to Min Dae-wong. The guy had heard over the radio about what happened and had met with Gangmun, but it all seemed very strange to him. He also heard that the boss had fled and hidden, so he ordered someone to find Yan and bring him to him. He would deal with him. However, Shang Chun had a hunch about where Yan might be and called his partner to join him. Meanwhile, events shifted to the city. Observation target 27-13 hadn't eaten for 65 hours. People were weak. They couldn't survive without food. The robot tried to persuade observation target 27-13 to eat. Suddenly, the boy struck the nearby object sharply. This made the robot shut down. After that, the boy declared that his name was Kim Song. He suggested the robot leave everything as it was until they could get out of there. And he threatened that if the robot called him that again, Kim Song would break it. Meanwhile, night fell. Events shifted back to the school. Kang Yan jolted awake. He had fallen asleep again. He hadn't expected that. How long had he slept? He didn't even know, but he felt so bad and so hot. But overall, it seemed a bit easier, and he had more strength. Suddenly, he saw Dae-wong looming over him. Yon realized he needed to escape quickly, but he didn't have much time. Dae-wong tossed him from a height. Yon landed painfully on the ground. Dae-wong watched the boy for a long time, and finally he woke up. He stated that only a few people knew where Yon was, and he was curious how they found out. Dae-wong wouldn't have come if the others hadn't rushed to catch Yon. The boy wasn't afraid of these empty words. Yon was glad to hear this and simply thanked him, as now he could deal with them one by one. After that, he charged into battle. Dae-wong blocked his strikes. Then he grabbed Yon's leg. He was about to show him why he had come alone. Then he suddenly tossed Yon into the air, and with all his strength, slammed him to the ground. Yon couldn't hold back his emotions. His face twisted in pain. Dae-wong didn't even seem pleased. For him, this was just routine. He was truly very skilled. So all of Yon's moves that worked on others didn't work here. Dae-wong always countered, and besides, he had way more strength. Yon had to come up with a new plan quickly. Otherwise, he would just be destroyed. Dae-wong noticed that his opponent was completely out of energy and moving slowly. But Yon wasn't giving up that easily. He suddenly stood up and asked if Dae-wong had ever watched Dragon Ball Z. But the opponent didn't understand anything at all. Yon thought he would survive when his muscles burst. When he gathered everything little by little and combined it, he wondered if he could even survive. The leader of the group told him Goku's form only appeared when he was really in trouble. Min Dae-wong suddenly tensed up because in front of him stood not Kang Yon, but a beast, a true killing machine. He found it all quite amusing. After all, what difference did it make, with or without Yon's clothes? Meanwhile, the opponent was just eager to show him the difference. Yon struck once. Then he said that this difference was much greater than Dae-wong thought, but he didn't even know by how much. Blood dripped from Dae-wong's mouth. This was already a declaration of a serious fight. He made a strike but missed. Now it was Yon's turn. A very nice kick. Yon asked how many times Dae-wong would fall. This, of course, infuriated his opponent. That whole gang made the same mistakes. They let their anger take over. Suddenly, Dae-wong grabbed Yon by the head. He held him tightly by the hair. This could have been a very romantic scene, actually. But unfortunately, this is a 16+ manga in which Yon was getting punched in the face. Dae-wong suddenly confessed that he had been holding back all this time. He didn't want to go all out just because he was the strongest. He tried to be gentle, but everyone kept trying to knock him down. Dae-wong had dealt with athletes who practiced martial arts and just those who humiliated him. But the result was always the same. Dae-wong never lost. And Yon wouldn't change that. But the boy suddenly stood up and declared that this time it would be different. It was a challenge. The two strong men were about to face off. And this wasn't just any fight. Someone was going to die. Meanwhile, events shifted to another part of the city. A robot was walking. It was gathering itself right before the eyes of various small parts. Suddenly, an error occurred. The boundary of the area was detected. The robot raised its hand and touched the air, which suddenly turned into an invisible wall. The robot performed a few manipulations. Something very interesting was happening. School. Suddenly, this territory appeared to the robot. The pirate territory was the reason the signal had weakened and cut off. The suppression power of the area, 43%, possible temporary slowdown by 2.57 times. The invisible wall began to crumble before their eyes. Meanwhile, Yan was gaining the upper hand over Daewon. But then the giant took control again. Then Yan again. After that, Daewon. And then they both struck simultaneously. The guys barely held themselves upright. They were equally strong and skilled. However, Daewon declared that Yan wasn't that great with tricks. It was just that Gangmun and Shiyang weren't very confident, after which he was about to pounce on Yan. But this time Yan dodged. Well, that's what it seemed to him. Daewon grabbed him by the face again, sat on top and just pounded Yan's face. He tried to block Daewon's actions, but honestly he was struggling to do so. Daewon was bigger, and that was his biggest advantage. Yan was thrown back. He was completely out of breath. Daewon found it strange that his opponent was still trying to defeat him. After all, Yan had no weaknesses against him. Yan didn't argue, but this wasn't a fight, it was a game. He had only recently realized that fighting and competition were different things. And if Daewon had no weak points in battle, then he needed to create them. Yan suddenly swung with his screwdrivers. It flew straight into Daewon's leg. The element of surprise worked. However, the opponent didn't even wince, just cursed. Yan was about to throw another one, when suddenly something came to his mind. He froze in place. If Yan could handle him now, could he take down two? When he turned around, he saw Xiongchun. The boss stated that he had been quietly sitting there the whole time. He found it strange that Yan hadn't noticed, but he asked not to pay attention to him. He didn't want to interfere until they sorted things out with each other. Yan wondered if he could finish off Xiongchun. Should they continue? Yes, he decided to give it a shot. And he threw a screwdriver at Xiongchun. Yan was so furious at that jerk. But the boss caught the screwdriver right by his neck. He nearly died. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the hideout. Huang Chang was sitting in his usual spot. He seemed to be feeling better. Then he picked up a ball and started playing with it. The commander thought he had completely lost his mind. He didn't know what to do. It was going to hurt him later. The ball fell on him, after which Huang Chang let out a deep breath. After all, tomorrow would be the third day, and he didn't know if Yan would come back. Just then, Rovachevsky showed up. The commander was glad at least the dog had returned. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the school. Xiongchun asked if Yan had thought it through. He explained that this was the same place as last time, and if Yan didn't think it through again, he would be at a loss. Plus, Daewon was furious. Yan got the hint, but it was too late. Chi-Young had already jumped him. It hurt. Xiongchun watched silently. Daewon flipped Yan over again, but this time it was different. Suddenly, memories flooded Yan. Xiongchun hit his sore spot. There was school, the gang was together, just a regular day. Then out of nowhere, Xiongchun's phone rang. He checked it and immediately left, telling the guys he had forgotten something and would meet them tomorrow. He headed to that gym, where Yan was waiting, having told Xiongchun to come alone. The boss immediately punched that jerk. Yan flew far back. Xiongchun demanded an explanation. Where did he get his number? The boss was surprised because Yan didn't look like a strong opponent. Did he really want to fight? After a brief scuffle, Yan realized Xiongchun was a strong opponent, and he probably wouldn't lose. Nothing would change if Yan won here. Just once. Just once Yan was going to admit defeat. He started apologizing for bothering him and admitted he lost this time. Did Yan think this was a movie? Did he really expect Xiongchun to say, okay, I won't bother you anymore? And then he asked why Yan didn't fight properly. Damn. Xiongchun had seen his fight with the guys. Did Yan really think that if the boss accepted defeat now, it would all be over? But in reality, he just wanted to finish what had been going on for over 6 months. However, this only irritated Xiongchun more. He shouldn't have started if he wasn't going to give it his all. Did he really think the boss would fall for that? After all, Yan wasn't the only one who hadn't shown his skills. Then he understood everything. Yan asked if Xiongchun was sure he could do it, and proposed a decisive fight. His victory would mean the end of this hell. Xiongchun accepted the challenge, but he didn't think Yan would succeed. Meanwhile, the scene returned to reality. Daewon pulled a screwdriver from his leg. What was Yan going to do with that? The guy immediately realized what was about to happen. Yan dodged sharply, Daewon missed. He smashed the concrete with his strike. What would have happened to Yon? The guy realized that two at once was too much. First, he would deal with Daewon. Yon charged in, landing several successful hits. Daewon managed to hit him in the back too, but something had changed in Yon this time. He countered the attack. Daewon definitely didn't expect that. Blood dripped from his mouth. But that wasn't all. Rule, finish what you started, once and for all. End this. Yon just went wild, and there were reasons for that. Shangchun and Yon were supposed to fight to finally resolve this misunderstanding. Yon was furious that they couldn't just leave him alone. But Shangchun didn't attack first. It was that idiot who kept circling around them like he was the toughest. Maybe even the strongest in the whole school, but Shangchun suggested he quit because Yon was a coward. He couldn't, after which he explained why he acted that way. Yon raised the stakes, pretending to be the strongest. He shouldn't have started all this if he couldn't beat Shangchun. Did he want to be a hero? Because of Yon, his friends would get bullied even more at school, just because he decided to act tough. Yon had hurt Shangchun's friend's pride, but the guy didn't believe it was him. It was just ridiculous. Yon then grabbed a fire extinguisher and charged at Shangchun with it, but nothing happened. Yon didn't understand why they weren't scared. Shangchun didn't do anything at all. The opponent just smiled and told him to throw the fire extinguisher at him. After all, he knew Yon just couldn't. Meanwhile, the scene returned to reality. Yon was thinking about how Shangchun managed to stop the screwdriver. Hardly by sheer will, he was trying to confuse Yon. He needed a plan. Yon grabbed the screwdriver he had left. Then he suddenly ran towards Shangchun. He could do it! He could jump! Seongchun watched closely. He was so curious about it all. Yon appeared suddenly. His plan was clear. But it didn't work. Seongchun blocked him. Yon fell down again. He had landed on his back so many times. Seongchun stepped onto the battlefield too. If Yon wanted it so badly, the boss would quickly test him. He quickly got back on his feet, waiting to see what would happen next. But he didn't manage to dodge the first attack. Why such a powerful hit? What was that just now? Kang Yon couldn't do anything at all. Shangchun hit him like he was his own target. Yon realized his opponent was too strong. This was the boss. And he literally couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Shangchun pulled out a gun. Then a shot rang out. Daewon couldn't believe it. He was even scared to watch. Seongchun looked at Yon and asked if he was done. But no one answered him. Then the boss said it seemed he had gone too far and shouldn't have, and then he just walked away. On his way, he apologized to Daewon for getting involved, but Seongchun was sure the big guy could handle it himself. He added that Yon wouldn't wake up again, so Daewon could do whatever he wanted. Seongchun wasn't even curious about what would happen next. Suddenly, he heard strange sounds. Someone hit Daewon from behind with a fire extinguisher, making him let go of Yon's hair. It was Homyoung! The guy was trembling with fear. But suddenly, he gathered himself and sprayed the fire extinguisher right at Daewon. He ordered him to let Yon go and called everyone idiots. Seongchun couldn't believe it was the same Homyoung. Daewon was blinded by the fire extinguisher. Then Homyoung hit him again, very successfully. He didn't expect that from himself. Daewon was taken down. That was the first part of the plan. But what next? Homyoung was completely lost. He didn't think he would get this far. He quickly grabbed Yon, begging his friend to come too. Songchun was approaching them in the meantime. Daewon cursed and told the boss to catch them, but Songchun wasn't even planning to. He calmed Daewon down, saying they wouldn't be able to leave the school anyway. They had nowhere to hide. Meanwhile, Homyoung was carrying Yon. His friend could walk a little. It was easier, but he still didn't know where to run, so he went into the first room. Homyoung was unsure. Should they escape the gym or stay for a bit? It was pretty dark in there. He thought Yon could walk quickly if he held him up, but Homyoung was wrong. Yon just collapsed, his body trembling. He asked if his friend could wait there while he went for help. It turned out they were discussing something with the others. Yon was silent, and Homyoung was uncertain. He noticed his friend was cold, so he offered his jacket. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the school. Homyoung cautiously entered there. He ran as fast as he could, constantly thinking about Yon. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the hideout. Huang Chang asked if he had recovered. He was talking to Rovachevsky, who had finally come to, but the dog didn't seem interested in fetching the ball. Rovachevsky looked at Huang Chang with sad eyes. Then he grabbed the commander by the leg. The man didn't understand what was happening or where he was being led. Meanwhile, Homyoung approached his locker and quietly changed, gathering his and Yon's things. When he finished, he looked around. Then he radioed Rin. They had agreed to contact each other when they found Yon. Homyoung explained that he had found him but couldn't get him out alone. Then he ran off. It was strange because no one answered him. Suddenly, he ran into all those jerks around the corner. Homyoung started trembling. He didn't know what to do or what to expect from these idiots. Meanwhile, Yon finally came to. He barely remembered what had happened, but he thought Homyoung had saved him and promised to come back. Yon recalled Chun. Was he really that strong? No, it was something else. He just hit really hard. Suddenly, he heard the door creak. Yon thought it was Homyoung. But no, it was Dae Wong. He was in trouble. That jerk couldn't believe Yon was really here so easily. The poor guy was mentally begging. Not now, he just couldn't fight. But Dae Wong didn't care. Then Chun appeared. He had intuitively guessed that Yon was hiding here. Dae Wong told him to deal with this jerk himself, but the boss didn't care at all. Yon's body wouldn't obey. He didn't know what to hope for or what to do. Meanwhile, Dae Wong grabbed some metal object and was about to hit Yon. The poor guy had already prepared for death. When suddenly, even Chun was curious, and Dae Wong was thrown back with some powerful force. Yon didn't understand what had happened, but suddenly a robot appeared in front of him, out of nowhere. Did the robot protect the person? Did it create this wall? Yon started to remember. He had seen this robot before. Seong-chun had also encountered robots, and that meeting hadn't been very pleasant. Meanwhile, something started happening with the robot's hand. After that, a very bright light flared up, and the robot was gone as if it had never existed. Seong-chun was silent. He was in shock. Then suddenly he burst out laughing, but then his laughter turned into a scream. He laughed like a maniac, and his gaze, Seong-chun was losing it. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the school. There, Homyoung already had a broken nose and a busted lip. It turned out they had all heard the radio message that this coward had mustered the courage to jump into a fight to save Yon. Taesik hadn't expected this to happen. Everything would have gone smoothly if he hadn't let Homyoung go. Then the poor guy realized he hadn't changed the channel on the radio. He started yelling for everyone to back off Yon and let them go. But the guys just laughed. After all, it was Yon who came here and created this mess. Taesik was furious. Homyoung's words about backing off from Yon triggered him. That jerk had said the same thing when he was saving Homyoung, but at least Yon had the strength to fight back. What could Homyoung do? He was just an idiot, and his friend Yon was long gone. Taesik was livid. He wanted revenge for everything Yon had done to him. He kept hitting that poor Homyoung, yelling the most awful things at the same time. Suddenly, someone called out to Taesik, calling him a gay. Tears welled up in Homyoung's eyes. The radio. It had heard after all. It was Rin. She ordered everyone to get away from Homyoung. The guys didn't take her seriously at all, just laughed. So she decided to show them a practical example. And then again, meanwhile, Taesik just watched and laughed. He thought it was great that all of Yeon's friends had gathered together so they could deal with them faster. Then he shouted and reminded them that Rin used to be an athlete, so they shouldn't underestimate her just because she was a girl. They all had to attack at the same time, and then there wouldn't be any problems. Suddenly, a katana appeared. It was Cho Hyun. He helped Rin scatter those punks. Even Homyoung was shocked. All these people were protecting him. Meanwhile, the scene shifted a little further from the school. There was Yeon and that robot. The latter said that the biometric data matched. He had multiple closed fractures and needed 275 hours to recover to baseline. Power for full recovery, 21%. To ensure recovery, 11% was needed. Territory suppression, 5.78% excluding one-time power. The robot was about to start basic recovery. Object 9. It was amazing that he hadn't disconnected even once, even after observation. Why hadn't the robot noticed signs of awakening? At that moment, Yeon had just woken up. He didn't understand what the hell was going on and why the robot had appeared again. And what had it done to Yeon's body that allowed him to move again? The robot was surprised that Object 19 was receiving signals. Again, Yeon didn't understand what it meant. He thought it was because he could hear it. Like a ringing in his ears. Very strange. The robot changed something in the signal transmission, and then Yeon started hearing better. So the guy demanded explanations. Yeon didn't think the robot would harm him, especially since it had helped before, but he couldn't let his guard down. The robot knew Yeon as someone who had been unconscious for a long time. It was the robot that had awakened him. Yeon couldn't believe it. Had he helped him come out of the coma? Meanwhile, the guys had already shaken off those punks and were heading for the exit. Homyoung led everyone to the spot where he had left Yeon, but he was nowhere to be found. The guy started to panic. He began blaming himself for everything. It was Hom-young who had left him there. And what were they supposed to do now? Cho-hyun started thinking logically. Injured Yeon couldn't get out of that place by himself. Then Cho-hyun had an idea, but someone had to stay behind to keep watch. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another part of the city. A cute keychain jingled with movement. It was Kim Song with the robot behind him, saying that the boy's biorhythms were unstable. He needed to eat and rest. Kim Song said the robot insisted it was time, so they set off. Suddenly, the boy just collapsed out of nowhere. Then he quickly got back up, as if nothing had happened. The robot said it wasn't the time to check if Kim Song would survive without its recommendations. He had to trust the alien and he would quickly get back to normal. But Kim Song didn't know. He couldn't just let it go like that. He couldn't prioritize his body's condition. The robot said the boy was currently in the early stages of awakening, so it was better for him to listen to the alien. Otherwise, his body could suffer severely. Suddenly, loud engine sounds were heard from behind. After that, Kim Song was just knocked down by two punks on a motorcycle. The robot just watched, not intervening. Kim Song exhaled heavily. The punks started screaming. The world had gone mad, and here were still school kids wandering around with notebooks. They were disappointed they hadn't found any food while Kim Song asked to get his backpack back. But those punks had no intention of doing so. One brandished a screwdriver to intimidate him and ordered him to hand everything over, without any fuss. But Kim Song had nothing, so he just asked them to return his backpack and leave peacefully. This only further agitated the punks. They mocked him and were about to set his backpack on fire. Inside, Kim Song felt a tight knot forming. He lunged to extinguish his backpack, while the punks continued to laugh, then declared they were letting Kim Song go. The boy barely managed to save the keychain. He mentally apologized to his sister. For some reason, this behavior really irritated the men, and one was about to smash Kim Song's skull to make his face easier to deal with. But he failed because the boy simply stopped the attacker, as easily as if it were an everyday occurrence. Then Kim Song effortlessly broke the punk's arm with a simple move. That idiot screamed like a madman. Kim Song looked at him with a blank stare. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the school, more specifically to Seong Chun's room. There he undressed and sat down in his place. Then he asked someone why they couldn't find, and then he asked if that telepathy thing would work with him, as they had talked about before. Seong Chun asked this of the black monster robot, and the robot said it was entirely possible. Suddenly, a voice addressed Kang Yeon. It was Seong Chun, and Yeon heard it. Seong Chun conveyed that the boy could hide for as long as he wanted, but he was still within the school and wouldn't hide far. He asked what Yeon had come here for, to get revenge, to see his friends. Seong Chun didn't want to think about it, but it seemed they really were similar. But in any case, they were on opposite sides, and Seong Chun had to catch him, because his henchmen had already captured Hom-young and Cho-hyun, and Rin was next. Wasn't Yeon here for his friends? Seong Chun ordered him to come by sunrise. Yeon immediately got up when the robot reminded him that he hadn't fully recovered and could barely move. But so what? Would the robot stop him? The alien stated that it could only persuade or convince him, but it wouldn't deliberately stop him. Yeon's plans were reckless. First and foremost, he had to protect himself. But Yeon had to get Rin and his friends. The robot asked what he was supposed to do. Since the moment he woke up, all he had done was harm himself. For what purpose? Yeon raised his voice. He had made up his mind. He didn't care if it was a person or an alien robot pursuing him. He was grateful for the rescue, but from here on out, Yeon was on his own. Helping his friends was his decision. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another robot. There, Kim Song was catching his breath, and the two punks, scared and beaten, sat across from him. After that, he grabbed their motorcycle. The men screamed like little kids, begging him to stop, because Kim Song was about to throw that motorcycle at them. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the school. There, the punks were sitting and discussing Kang Yeon's arrival. Song Chun promised that he would come to them himself. Tae-sik said he had tied those punks up tightly in the basement, like a boss, and ordered. Seong Chun thought Yeon could barely move, so he asked not to kill him, but to bring him to him. After that, the boss left. At the exit, Dae-won was waiting. He wanted to say something. Recently, he didn't think the boss was serious. Song Chun interrupted him and asked if Dae-won had ever seen anything strange before. He told him to drop it because all they needed was to catch Yeon. Dae-won said that if it was him, he promised to break all his limbs. Meanwhile, Jan was wondering if everything would be okay if he had to fight. He could move, but his body was still in terrible shape. He hid and watched. He heard from one of the guards that everything was clear in that direction, and he wanted to run when suddenly, Yang Mun, he had been watching for quite a while, so he managed to report everything over the radio. Meanwhile, the robot remained in the same place. The power that remained after recovery. Territorial restrictions, one cover. The robot decided to try to proceed with just the outer suit without breaking. Suddenly, everything sparked, as if his body had been hit by an electric shock. After that, the tail disconnected. Loss of power in suit, negative impact, quickly returned to the shuttle. Meanwhile, Yon, his situation was actually terrible. He didn't have the strength to fight, and he was simply captured. Reinforcements arrived. Gyengmun said he had heard that Xiong Chun and Dae Wong had beaten him. Then Yon told the punk to call them. After all, they wouldn't be able to handle him on their own. It worked. Gyengmun didn't let them relay Yon's location over the radio. He just found it funny, considering how Yon looked. After that, the first punch was thrown, but Gyengmun dodged, calling Yon slow. Then Gyengmun struck, successfully. He threatened to tear Yon to pieces, leaving bruises all over his body. And when he was flying down headfirst, Gyengmun suddenly grabbed him. He remembered that Xiong Chun had asked to bring Yon in alive. But that didn't mean Gyengmun couldn't beat him to a pulp. The scene shifted to the past. Huang Cheng asked if Yon still had any strength left. The boy said that this time it was all over, but the commander didn't think so. If Yon had truly run out of steam, he wouldn't even be able to open his eyes. It was just a reluctance to continue the fight. He asked what Yon would do if he ran out of strength, but the enemy was still not defeated? Would he ask for a break? Huang Cheng said that if Yon found the strength to open his mouth, he should just bite the enemy. So Yon did just that to Gyengmun. Huang Cheng said that in a battle that needed to be won, there was no room for foolishness, especially when it came to bad guys. He advised to think carefully. It wasn't necessary to expend a lot of energy. Pressure on one pain point could make them fall. Gyengmun hadn't expected that at all. So Yon seized the opportunity and used a forbidden technique. Not very manly. Tears welled up in Gyengmun's eyes. Then another punk intervened. He swung a bat. But he was actually a weak opponent. Yon quickly dealt with him. He intercepted his weapon and finished him off. After that, Yon asked where Xiong Chun and his friends were. But that punk didn't understand what was happening. He just told Yon to get lost. So he had no choice. He had to explain to that punk one more time. Well, now he confessed. In the main building, that was enough for Yon. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another place. There, the punks on the motorcycle were crying and begging for mercy, while Kim Song stood over them, ready to crush the motorcycle down on them. One of them started apologizing, and it seemed like it worked. Kim Song calmed down and parked the vehicle in its place. After that, he ordered them to hand over the keys and helmet. Then he got dressed. The two punks just watched in silence. Then they started suggesting a different scooter to the little boy. One parked a bit further away, according to them. They thought Kim Song didn't have a license. But that wasn't true. Kim Song had a license. And besides, he didn't trust them. Those punks had stolen from him and attacked first. So they had no reason to be upset. One of them joked that they traded a burned school backpack for a motorcycle, and Kim Song sped off to Nuna. Meanwhile, the two beaten punks at school were trying to get back on their feet. One of them grabbed the radio. They needed to warn the others about that idiot. Taesik knew this was Gyengmun's territory and asked to pass him the receiver. But the guy said Gyengmun got beaten up, and he was, let's say, feeling pretty bad. Meanwhile, the action shifted to the roof. Rin was there and could hear all the screams from below. That's how she found out Kang Yan had escaped, once again. While Taesik was cursing Yan, his partner noticed something. Kang Yan in the flesh, but he looked really exhausted. It was obvious. He said he'd had enough. Maybe it was still too little. The teacher kept saying Yan wouldn't be able to, but he thought otherwise. But now, it seemed like he finally understood everything. But his body was in terrible shape right now. Yan felt like he was about to collapse, and he didn't know what to do with the fire inside him. Yet he promised that even if his body was torn apart, he would destroy them all. So a fierce fight began. Kang Yan held his ground. Even though they tried to take him down, he fought back. Taesik, as always, whined like a little kid. He grabbed Yan by the collar, but Taesik overestimated his abilities. Yan suddenly remembered. He couldn't recall which hand had the bat when Taesik hurt the dogs, after which he broke Taesik's other arm. Taesik screamed so loudly. The whole school heard him. Yan didn't feel an ounce of pity. That monster killed an innocent dog. He had to pay for his actions. Tasik was the last opponent. Yun moved toward the main building, his strength dwindling. Suddenly, Chi-young appeared. He came out for a stroll. All Yan managed was a tired exhale. Then the fight began. He got hit hard with a dumbbell, and Yan just collapsed to the ground. Zhongchun also showed up and said he could barely stand, yet he kept coming back, again and again. The boss thought Yan still didn't understand the position he was in. He suggested Yan just fall down submissively. But Yan just told him to screw off. So Seong-chun asked his goons for just one thing: don't kill Yan. Meanwhile, the action shifted inside the school. Rin was there. She snuck in through a window. Then she passed by the guards. But one onlooker was still watching the floor. However, Rin quickly dealt with him, and she made her way to her friends. They didn't even expect to be rescued anymore. While she was untying the guys, Rin told them what she had seen. So their plan changed a bit. They now had to inform the others. They were convinced they didn't have much time. Suddenly, Hom-young spotted something. Someone was there. They saw Teacher Yun. He needed to be rescued. He explained that he had come back to report that there was shelter and to get the rest, but Rin said there was no need to explain, as they already knew they had been deceived and held captive the whole time. The teacher and Yan had come to save them. Then Rin stopped and ordered the guy and the teacher to convince the people and prepare to leave. And she was going to find her friend and then join them. Cho Hyun looked at this. Hom-young understood everything and silently agreed to take the teacher and go to the people. They would find Yan faster and come back. Meanwhile, the action shifted to another location. Rovachevsky was speeding along. Huang Chang could barely keep up. He didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. He had just nearly died. Suddenly, Rovachevsky stopped and stared up for a long time. Huang Chang realized someone was coming and called the dog to him. Lately, there had only been robbers on the street. The commander approached Rovachevsky to take him down, but he howled. It was Kim Song. For some reason, the dog was drawn to him. Huang Chang just couldn't believe Rovachevsky had set him up like that. Kim Song stopped and took off his helmet. Meanwhile, there was a terrible fight at school. Although it looked more like Yan was getting beaten up, he was one against two brutes. Not fair. But those two idiots would rather fight each other over who would take him on. Yan lay there, unable to believe it. The same thing again. He couldn't win, again, even if he had the strength to take them on one by one, even if he made a different choice. In the end, he couldn't solve everything alone. The events happening right now were no different from what had happened before. Yan was wrong again. He thought he could do it again. And that was a mistake. It was frustrating. Yan wanted to save his friend and take revenge, but he couldn't do anything right. How pathetic. Meanwhile, Chi-young was laughing and enjoying himself so much that he lost control of his strength and killed Yan. Suddenly, a radio flew and hit him in the head. It was Rin. She ordered those punks to stop hitting Yan. Chi-young was, of course, furious. Cho-hyun rushed in after her. Rin declared they were taking Yan. She begged her friend to get up, but he didn't respond at all. Rin pleaded again. Oh my, in tears welling in her eyes. Yan heard her. He couldn't believe it was Rin. He felt so sorry, but he had no strength to stand up or even respond. His blood was boiling, and he couldn't do anything. Chi-young screamed like a mad beast. Cho-hyun told Rin to take Yan and run while he covered them. But Rin wasn't going to leave. She just couldn't do that. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Cho-hyun's stick was now full of holes and smoking. It was Zhongchun. He just ordered everyone to get out because he needed to check something. They couldn't believe that punk had a weapon. Suddenly, something lit up near Cho-hyun. Zhongchun turned around too. It was Yon and the robot's tail. It suddenly appeared and started healing the guy. Rin was worried. She didn't understand what was happening. Seong-chun instantly drew his weapon and ordered everyone to step back. He was about to shoot. But it was too late because Song-chun fired anyway. Yan shot up and spun his weapon like a shield. He dodged the bullets. Yan stood before them, completely healthy, full of strength and energy, and with an incredible desire to take down all those punks. Everyone just couldn't believe what they were seeing. But Song-chun seemed to understand everything and was incredibly furious, especially when Yan went on the attack. He dodged the bullets instantly, as light as a feather like a current of water. Then he quickly knocked the gun out of Song-chun's hands. He sent that punk flying. It seemed Yan hit him right in the wound. As his dumb face twisted in pain, Song-chun flew far away. Then Chi-young intervened, but Yan was simply unstoppable. He felt so much power within him, so much energy lost. Now he could stand on equal footing with all of them. especially with such help and support. Rin lunged at Daewon, but the brute was a tough nut to crack. Yeon saw him throw Rin aside. She fell down, caught by Cho-hyun. Daewon saw the two of them and felt his superiority, threatening to kill them. But it was in vain. He should have kept an eye on Yeon, because right now he was his biggest threat. Yeon dealt with Daewon and, ignoring his friends, ordered everyone to grab the people and get out of there. But Rin intervened. This was just nonsense. They had to leave together. But Yeon insisted he wouldn't leave until he dealt with all the punks. While they were talking, Daewon was regaining his senses. So he seized the moment and lunged at Yeon. Rin froze in shock. And Daewon reminded him that he said weight decided everything. He thought he would just smash Yeon's face in now. But unfortunately, his fist met concrete. As for Yeon, he said Daewon was too slow. He couldn't even hit his opponent, so his weight didn't matter at all. The brute didn't even have time to get properly angry before Yeon smashed his jaw, after which he quickly got back on his feet. He was going to smash that idiot's head, when suddenly someone grabbed his weapon. Yeon was just bewildered by such strength. It was Shang-chun. He had always stayed out of fights, but now, Yeon couldn't believe it. It was really hard for him to hold on. It wasn't Shang-chun. Something else was controlling him and giving him that strength. And that something was about to break free. He lunged at Yeon and smashed his chin. A bloody trail ran down his neck. Seong-chun wasn't about to stop there, but Yeon wasn't a pushover either. Two final bosses had gathered. Who would come out on top? Yeon struck first. This really ticked Seong-chun off. Another round. Rin was unhappy. She had to do something before these wild dogs killed each other. It was hard to tell who was winning. It seemed like their strengths were just about equal. They hit each other at the same time, and it felt like a mini explosion. The guys flew apart, losing a lot of momentum. But Yeon wanted to keep fighting. Despite Rin begging him to stop and just leave, they had everything. Suddenly, Yeon shouted at his friend. He ordered her to get lost and stay out of his way. Just then, Rin slapped him hard. Kang-yeon was in shock. He couldn't believe it. Tears welled up in Rin's eyes. She screamed, and her voice came from the heart. Yeon had to snap out of it. What if something happened to him again? Her voice cracked and trembled. Yeon barely came to. Did his family mean nothing to him? Didn't he want to see them? And suddenly Yeon started to realize. What was he doing? He found Rin just like he planned. They needed to get out. While Shang-chun was regaining his senses, the friends quickly grabbed Yeon and started to run. The boss ordered everyone to grab those punks and make sure not a single one got away. Meanwhile, the guys had already put enough distance between themselves. But that didn't mean they weren't being chased. Cho-hyun was brainstorming a plan on the go. Suddenly, Yeon just collapsed and fell. His body, he was feeling strange again. When he fought like a madman, his body moved on its own. Meanwhile, one of the guards had spotted them. Cho-hyun was just assessing the situation, thinking about what to do next. Then he figured it out. He ordered Rin to take Yeon and go first, while he would try to buy them some time. Though she tried to argue, Cho-hyun wouldn't listen. This wasn't a request this time. Yeon was in terrible shape. First, they had to get him out of there. Then they could think about the rest. Rin couldn't argue, not this time. So they left, and Cho-hyun prepared for battle. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Shang-chun's room. There lay a robot, all mangled and in terrible condition. Its arm was lying nearby, and suddenly an idea struck Shang-chun. He put the robot's arm on himself. Then he laughed like a maniac. This guy had lost it a long time ago. He was dangerous. Meanwhile, Rin was running with all her might, dragging Yeon along. She fought off the punks along the way, weaklings. But she wouldn't last against a larger group. Suddenly, stairs. She tripped and fell, taking Yeon down with her. So those punks were closing in. Rin begged her friend to get up and run. She couldn't handle this alone. Suddenly, Yeon urged her to go on without him. There was shelter ahead, but Rin yelled at that idiot, demanding he get up. Meanwhile, a punk with a bat was approaching, ready to strike. Then suddenly, a dog barked. Rin panicked, as if they didn't have enough trouble already. But it wasn't just any dog. It was Rovachevsky, and he lunged at the punk. After that, Hwang Chang approached the kids and asked if an idiot named Kang-yeon had come by. Yeon managed to get up when he heard the teacher's voice. And suddenly, he started crying. Hwang Chang understood everything and said that Yeon hadn't returned for 3 whole days, so then he told those punks that he had seen them on the news. They were the ones who took over the school and became criminals. So now he found out they were Yeon's classmates. This meant they weren't even students anymore, just punks. Of course, this infuriated them. Who dared to insult them? Huang Chang didn't even pay them any mind and turned to Rin, asking if she could get up. Rin could, she was just really tired. So the commander asked for help with Yon. Then Huang told those idiots that he just needed to take Yon, and that was it. He suggested they part ways peacefully. Then Yon jumped in, saying there were still people inside and they had to save them. But Huang reminded him that he was injured too. Yon would come back and kick everyone's butt. But of course, they couldn't just leave it at that. Those idiots wanted to play the tough guys. But all it took was for Huang Chang to kick one of them in the knee, and he crumbled. The man didn't even break a sweat. So Huang Chang had to take off the bandage, even though his hands still hurt a bit. And he ordered Rovachevsky to stay put and watch. And if anyone got too close, he ordered him to bite and tear. I don't know if the dog understood human language, but he got the message. And then the fight began. Yon told those poor souls that they were all dead. Rin didn't understand why, until she saw Huang Chang. The man who seemed like he hadn't even broken a sweat. He handled all those idiots so easily, breaking arms with a single motion. And he didn't forget to teach them some manners. How did they talk to their elders? It seemed Rovachevsky was getting a kick out of what he was witnessing. When Huang finished, he asked if they could leave now, and warned those idiots not to even think about getting up, or it would get worse. But that wasn't the end. A new batch of punks arrived, not alone. Rin immediately recognized Cho Hyun, and Yeon warned that those two were strong guys. Chi Young was thrilled to see the newcomer, thinking he could take him down. When even Yeon recognized Cho Hyun, he immediately got up to protect his friend, but the others held him back. Huang Chang ordered him to sit still and not move. He wasn't in any shape to help anyone. The commander was annoyed that they weren't listening to him. He had already done everything Yeon asked. Now it was Huang's turn. Behind them, some guy recognized the commander. He called him the terrible guard from the shelter. Chi Young decided to show he wasn't scared and went in first. He started threatening and intimidating Huang, but the commander completely ignored him. Instead, he asked Yeon if he had even tried to take down that big guy. He was just strolling around. Couldn't Yeon break a few of his ribs? Chi Young quickly lunged and attacked first, but Huang Chang easily dodged. And then again. But that didn't lower Chi Young's self-esteem. On the contrary, he declared that he was called the strongest. And with such a wildly strong Chi Young, Huang Chang handled him with one attack. Well, okay, maybe two. Just to seal the deal, this was something you could watch forever. Huang Chang mimicked how Chi Young called himself the strongest. He didn't care since he couldn't move because of his shattered ribs. After that, the commander turned to the second punk who was with the hostage. To die, Huang wanted to wrap this up quickly. So the big guy just tossed Cho Hyun aside like a trash bag. The friends caught him. After that, Daewon declared that there were no hostages here, as he would just kill them all. Before he could finish, Huang Chang hit him. But Daewon didn't even budge. Huang Chang was surprised and even felt a bit of respect. But Daewon was still using his strength for evil, so he was a punk. Huang Chang took the hit, and it sent him flying back a few meters. He asked Yeon if parents were feeding modern kids. They were so tough. The student suggested he be careful, to which Huang asked if there were many more kids like that inside. Suddenly, someone else approached them and asked if he was the one who had crippled everyone. It was Kim Song, and they were talking about Object 19. The robot said it was only in the early stages of awakening. Its body was overloaded. Suddenly, he heard something behind him. He turned around and Kim Song barely dodged at the last second. As Song Chun landed in his new form, a smile lit up his face. He felt like the luckiest guy, as another one had come here on his own. He was staring right at Kim Song. A silence fell. Everything was so tense, it felt like it was about to spark. Seong Chun approached Kim Song and asked who had done all this to his friends, to which he was told they weren't dead, so the boss could take them for treatment. Seong Chun asked if Kim Song was more advanced than Kang Yeon, to which he was asked which side he was on. But the answer didn't take long. The boss declared he was on the side of the winners and lunged into attack. Everyone else was just shocked. Huang Chang advised that guy to back off, but Kim Song wasn't backing down. He just took the hit. He put up a block. That was enough, even though the hit was very powerful. Kim Song was knocked back a few meters. Huang Chang asked how that happened, then suggested they get out of there because he could get hurt. But Kim Song couldn't let go. He just wanted to see Song Chun's condition. He asked to not be disturbed. Meanwhile, that round robot was flying somewhere very fast and far. It zoomed onto the roof of one of the buildings. There was some huge thing there. Inside was a robot. Its strength and robotic capabilities were restored. At that moment, Object 19 had a record number of anger spikes, and the burnout rate was at 2.85%. Its location was being established. It was inside the previous zone. The robot was once again obligated to assure and save him. After that, it received a message from Scout number 5. He contacted Object 2713 at its request and decided to leave it to the studied Object 2713. It would check the symphony frequency and the malfunctions related to the DNA problem of Object 19. Meanwhile, Seong-chun continued to hit Kim Song. He felt that this new opponent was truly different. He hit so hard, he could even kill a person. For some reason, this thrilled the boss. Kang Yeon was watching everything and couldn't understand, why did Seong-chun look like that? And who was this kid? And the boss was still hitting his opponent. For some reason, Kim Song wasn't even trying to hit back. Suddenly, he decided to ask a question. He wanted to know if Seong-chun was still to be considered human, or if he was now one of them. But the boss replied that he would never admit it, because the only thing they needed to know was that Seong-chun was going to swallow all those guys whole. But this time, Kim Song was resisting for some reason. He asked again to answer the question. Was Seong-chun still human like them? To which the boss said he had never met a person with such a weapon inside. But he was sure that such a level of strength was given at the initial stage. It only got better from there. After that, he lunged at Kim Song, but he suddenly started dodging. Seong-chun thought the opponent finally realized this was just the beginning. He put up a block, and the boss let slip that they had told him he would become even more powerful if he absorbed the core that was maturing inside Kim Song. Seong-chun's voice suddenly became wild. He called himself the Chosen One. Then he declared that Kim Song was too slow. He took hits well, but if that was all he was capable of, then Seong-chun could handle it without any weapon. After that, he made another strike. A deadly one, as the boss thought. Everyone suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy. They were thrown back as if by some explosion. Suddenly, Seong-chun tensed up. Something had gone wrong. Kim Song, he stopped that hit with just his bare hand. After that, he asked if Seong-chun had been anywhere else since all this happened. He couldn't even imagine how many monsters Kim Sung had seen that had turned into this thing. And didn't it strike him as odd that Kim Sung didn't even blink when he saw his opponent like this? However, for Seong-chun, it didn't mean anything. He was just having fun playing these games. Then another powerful blow landed. But this time, it was Seong-chun who was thrown back. Yeon's jaw just dropped. Seong-chun only got angrier. Kim Sung continued to mock him. He lost count after 15. That's how many monsters he'd seen in these costumes. Ah, did Seong-chun think he was the only one? What a shame. Then Kim Sung looked up and said he didn't think this guy would respond to him. To which the bullet replied that even after the biological activity decreased, the master of Piri continued to grow to 58%. The existing DNA form was still the same, but he had retained 24% of his body. But Kim Sung still didn't understand whether Seong-chun was human or not. He had never encountered anything like this before. In reality, it all depended on what Kim Sung meant by the word human. But considering the standards of the world and the data from the robot, it was hard for him to say that this was a human. That was all Kim Sung really wanted to know. Suddenly, Seong-chun started screaming. He was scared that Ki Sung would do something. He easily dodged his opponent's attack and said that Seong-chun was way too slow. He noticed that right away. But it didn't matter, since his strikes didn't deal much damage anyway, and Kim Sung had no reason to keep him alive now. Seong-chun didn't believe it, so he just kept trying to attack. But Kim Sung easily threw him back again. That hand of his just broke from one hit. Kim Sung asked Hwang Chong again. He said there was shelter nearby. He wanted to know if they would feed him if he came with them, because he hadn't eaten in a few days. Hwang Chong didn't think anyone would want to refuse him. Meanwhile, Seong-chun was still trying to fight, with the hand that was still intact. But again, he missed. Well, almost. Kim Sung scratched his arm a bit. Everything around was breaking, but not Kim Sung. Seong-chun didn't look like himself. He was insane, and that was to Kim Sung's advantage. He grabbed something. There was rage in his eyes. So he swung hard and hit Seong-chun with that thing. Blood poured from that punk's mouth. He never saw that coming. The attack was much stronger than he could handle. The others couldn't believe what they were seeing, and only Rovachevsky was happy about what he saw. But Kim Sung wasn't going to stop there. He was going to finish this. It was a very powerful blow. Everyone around was stunned. Events shifted back in time to a happy, carefree past. Kim Sung was completely different back then. He was running to his little sister. So happy. They had a warm relationship. It was obvious right away. Kim Sung caught his breath and apologized for being late. The teacher wanted to talk because it was their first day. They went to eat. Kim Sung said it was pretty expensive here, but his sister said not to worry because she had money from her part-time job. Then they talked about Kim Sung's new school. His sister advised him to stand up to anyone who tried to tease him about being an orphan. But Kim Sung was the smallest kid in school. His sister didn't understand why that was, since their dad was tall and strong. Then a very awkward silence fell, as if his sister just realized what she had said. She then tried to fix the situation by saying that her brother would eat a lot and grow up. She promised to earn a lot and buy everything. Suddenly, Kim Sung was flooded with those terrible memories. His sister always protected him, but the thought of their father. After they ate, his brother asked about his sister leaving the faculty next year. She promised she wouldn't go anywhere without Sung. She had saved enough and would take him with her. But his brother didn't like that. His sister was supposed to go to college and study, to which she replied that she could do that later since her brother would take care of her when he grew up. It turned out that after their mother died, Kim Sung's father started drinking and beating the kids, and then he died from alcohol. The brother promised his sister that he would find a job too and would support her right after finishing school. In fact, Kim Sung was glad when his father died. He had always been weaker and smaller compared to his peers. Because of that, his sister always took the hits for him on, and he was angry at his own helplessness. But even so, all he could do was hide behind his sister's back. Even after being in an orphanage and changing schools due to bullying, he still hid behind his sister. And when the apocalypse came, his sister was carrying him on her back because Kim Sung suddenly lost consciousness. Then she tripped and fell. No one rushed to help them. Kim Sung heard everything but didn't have the strength to do anything. His sister thought her brother was dying. And he didn't understand why he couldn't move faster. Was it because he was weak and slow? His sister had to suffer because he was so powerless. Kim Sung couldn't protect her. She ran to find help. His sister promised to come back. And at that moment, Kim Sung felt like such a burden to her. Suddenly, a robot appeared before him. He saw that little boy who was barely hanging on. And when his sister came running with some man to help her with her brother, she couldn't believe what she saw. There was her brother. Very strange. The man ordered everyone to run quickly if Kim Sung was able to move. But he didn't respond. His body was just boiling. He was gasping for air. Suddenly, a strange thing that looked like a rocket appeared before them. His sister quickly hid her brother behind her when a robot emerged from the capsule. He was the test subject EA. How stupid it was to choose such a weak shell. The robot was told that his body had already been restored by EA and was of no use. So it was ordered to find identical DNA and eliminate it. The robot accepted the command. After that, that alien began to attack. Its hands suddenly ignited. Of course, that didn't bode well. Suddenly, his sister seemed to be magnetically drawn to the robot, and it grabbed her, saying that identical DNA had been found. Kim Sung then realized that his sister was in danger, but she ordered him to run quickly. But the brother couldn't. He begged to let his sister go. She cried and pleaded for Kim Sung to listen to her and run away. He thought he wouldn't be such a burden if he became diligent and quiet, but that only hurt him more. Would he have the strength to protect his sister if he studied hard? When would that happen? When the robot took his sister, it turned to Kim Sung. He was easy to deal with. Kim Sung was just a weakling and could never protect her. He had no strength. That was why he was losing her right before his eyes. This was the end. What did he need from the very beginning? What did Kim Sung so desperately want? To be strong enough to protect his sister. The robot shot a laser at Kim Sung again, but this time nothing happened. He was being controlled by some other force, a much stronger one than anything else. It was despair. That was what gave him so much strength, more than any training could provide. And Chun understood that. Meanwhile, morning arrived. The night had been very long. Everyone was returning to the shelter. Yun was holding on. He and Rin were carrying Cho-hyun. Then they also went in to get that man with the child. Yun remembered them and was glad they had waited. By nightfall, the group was already in the shelter. Yun was treated, and he sat in his usual spot. Rovachevsky was nearby. Then Kim Sung found him. He asked the robot if it was sure that Yun could help. The robot replied that he had a slow awakening process, but he was a special case. Some time ago, there was no probability. Now everything had changed, and they should study him better. Yun didn't hear anything from that conversation. When the robot that had helped him came, it asked what that was and what it needed from Yun. Overall, it wanted to be left alone. Why did the robot keep helping him? It wasn't necessary. Just go away. Jan couldn't do anything anyway. So many people were stuck in school, and those few who got out did it without his help. Jan wasn't even surprised by the robot's appearance anymore. He didn't care what it was. He thought the robot was just mocking him right now. So suddenly, Jan started shouting and trying to drive the alien away. Why was it staring at him? Then suddenly, the robot dropped its mask and turned into a girl. The robot asked Subject 19 if that was better. Jan jumped up in shock but continued to bombard her with questions about what they all wanted from him, to which she replied that technically she hadn't saved him. She had just used healing that was currently unavailable with his existing technologies. And she hadn't been monitoring Eon, just observing, and that was all. However, he still didn't understand why she helped him at school. As it turned out, she was just trying not to lose Eon, because he was starting to show some potential among the subjects they were observing. They needed to find that thing that only existed in humans. But they weren't just looking at Ion to find the answer. He shared that his body seemed to suddenly start changing. Sometimes he felt like he had uncontrollable power. But the next moment he would lose consciousness, as if completely exhausted. Ion was more than sure that Shang Chun and that little Kim Sung felt similar changes too. But why was he the only one so unstable? Was it some side effect from the drug the robot gave him? Then she showed Ion Symphono, the thing that healed him and sewed expressing cells in his body, but they weren't omnipotent. But the treatment given to the subjects was only 1% of what Symphono could do, so there were no side effects. The awakening process for Eon was slow because his motivation level and natural data were lower. Then Eon talked about those people who were locked in the school. He could save everyone if he tried hard enough, and if he had as much strength as that kid. The robot stated that all this time, she had been watching Subject 19 and found him interesting. Because Eon had become so fearless, he kept making choices that she couldn't understand. The robot hoped to find the answer they were looking for, but it didn't seem like Eon was the one who would help them with that. There had been other cases where awakening began, but then everything returned to normal without progress. And it seemed that Eon was one of them. Suddenly, the robot swayed for some reason, and then fell completely. Eon thought she was injured. Suddenly, her voice changed. She said she wasn't hiding in her suit. It was necessary for her existence. She had no choice since her body couldn't survive in this world. When Ayan asked if she was an alien, the robot replied that she wasn't obligated to answer that. Eon stood his ground. He believed the robot needed something from him. He believed she wasn't an enemy, but for cooperation he needed more explanations. To which the robot replied that Eon was just one of many subjects they had. She had been observing him closely because his actions were very unpredictable. But from that moment on, there was no need for cooperation anymore. The robot said that Eon had to find the answer himself if he was still interested in what was happening to him, and the same went for his unfinished business. Eon asked to call him by name instead of subject. Then he asked how he could find the robot if he needed her. She said she was always watching every second. After that, the robot disappeared, leaving Ion in shock with a ton of questions. Meanwhile, a new day arrived in the shelter. Ion stood at breakfast just like everyone else. He watched Kim Sung. He watched him the whole time, especially when he stepped outside the shelter. Eventually, Kim Sung couldn't take it anymore and asked why Eon was following him. Honestly, the guy was shocked that he was noticed. I'm shocked at how dumb he was. Ian wanted to know where Kim Sung was going. It turned out he was just taking a walk away from people and asked not to dodge questions and just say what Ion needed. His questions were predictable. He wanted to know why that kid was so strong. Honestly, Kim Sung was shocked that Ion actually thought he had the answers to those questions. It turned out that when Ion started feeling this new strength, he gained confidence. But at school, he got even more confused after meeting Kim Sung. Then the kid turned around and asked if he looked like a school counselor. But Eon thought Kim Sung helped him, so they were the same. It turned out that wasn't the case. Kim Sung just had nowhere to go, and he was tired of getting requests. He had no intention of helping Eon. He had his own pile of problems. But Eon needed to go back and finish what he started. Kim Sung didn't listen and said his answer was no, if it was a request for help. Ian said he would also like to learn everything himself, but it was natural for him to have questions. Would he ever be as strong as Kim Sung? But in reality, the kid had a strange desire to become stronger. Hyun thought it would be easier to save everyone that way. He wanted to know just how strong Kim Sung was. Did he have superpowers like in the movies? Could he levitate, breathe fire, telekinesis? Kim Song was so fed up with these questions that he asked Eon to step aside for a second. After that, he calmly raised his fist and smashed a truck like it had just been hit by a semi at full speed. Then Kim Song casually explained that was only half his strength. He didn't feel any pain unless someone hit him at least that hard. That was all Kim Song could say about his power. So he asked them not to bother him anymore. He thought Ayeon might be useful for his cause, but he was mistaken. But Yeon couldn't calm down. He couldn't believe that Kim Sun had never practiced martial arts. Not boxing, not MMA, nothing at all. He decided to teach the kid a few moves to give him some tips. After all, if he added some technique, he could be incredible. So Yeon demonstrated a few techniques. Kim Seon wasn't dodging any of the strikes at all. Now it was the kid's turn. He tried to replicate what Yeon had shown him, but he gave up halfway. He started yelling and throwing a tantrum like a little kid. But Yeon calmed him down by reminding him that he had made a study guide for Kim San just the day before. Even though he initially insisted he didn't need it, he didn't refuse the notebook. After that, Yeon left. He was ready to start training whenever Kim San was ready. He was also eager to learn something from the kid. He stared at his study guide for a long time. Then he said it had been like this from the very beginning. Kim San didn't even realize how he was doing it. It just came naturally. He desperately needed strength and was willing to die for Yen. That was all Kim San knew. But that was enough for Yeon. Their relationship had improved. Meanwhile, night fell. Yeon returned to the hideout and saw Rin, who was crying hard. He couldn't just walk past her, but it turned out that her friend had asked him to check on her family, and they were safe. Yeon suggested they take a bus to see them sometime. Rin was incredibly happy. She had been so anxious, but now her family was safe, and Yeon's family too, and his younger brother. But the last part confused him. The guy didn't have any siblings. Oh boy. Rin completely forgot that Yeon had been in the hospital at the time, but his mom had found out late too. Now he had a younger brother. Yeon just couldn't believe it. He needed to process this information. A baby, at their age? He was going to have a brother? Suddenly, Yeon burst out laughing. It was shocking news, but joyful. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to school. Morning came, a new day. Seong Chun woke up, though maybe he hadn't slept at all. Next to him sat Duong, and outside the room were Jin Soon and Taesik. It turned out there were more of them, and they were arguing terribly. They couldn't figure out what to do without their boss. Things were looking grim. Gossip had spread, and now everyone wanted to run away. Then Gangmun intervened, reminding them that they had been through this with the boss before. They thought he was dead, but Seong-chun woke up. They just needed to keep going as they had been, treat the injured and strengthen security. The world was in ruins, but they had held on, and they would hold on again. If only no one got in their way. Rin and Cho-hyun protested, wanting to go too, since it was very dangerous. But Yeon stood his ground, wanting to go alone and bring back Hom-young and the others. Hwang Chung knew you couldn't argue with that idiot. He just asked how many days Yeon needed this time. 1, 2, but the kid declared he could handle it in 3 hours. Impressive, that desperate stupidity. Kim Seon went with him, but he didn't want to go inside since there was nothing there that connected him. Yeon didn't need that, he just wanted to get to school faster. Meanwhile, Taesik was giving orders to everyone. They needed to focus and not get distracted. They had to report to him if they noticed anything. Suddenly, they heard the sound of an engine. Taesik froze, and the others realized who had arrived. Yeon, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all. He calmly thanked Kim Seon for the ride and told him to head back. There would be too many of them. They wouldn't fit on the motorcycle. But Kim Seon wasn't in a hurry to leave. He suddenly decided to give Yeon some advice. That the kid would feel different once he believed he had strength. After all, Yeon had said he felt it, but wasn't sure, while Kim Seon was sure he had strength and then started using it. After that feeling, he wasn't afraid of anything. He knew he would destroy anything in his path. Yeon felt a bit more confident. He now knew for sure that there was something in him. Maybe not as much as in Kim Seon, but he didn't need a lot of strength. He thanked him for the lesson and said goodbye. He asked him not to worry about him. Kim Seon stood there in shock for a moment. Worry? Why would he suddenly do that? Meanwhile, Yeon let out a heavy breath. Then he charged into battle. And Kim Seon was already heading back to the hideout. Rin bombarded him with questions. upset that the guy left Yon alone. They hadn't gone because Kim Sun was there. Rin wanted to turn back immediately, but Huang Chang knew Yon was stubborn. Kim Seon had taken down that strong guy Seong Chun, and the rest were weaklings, so there was no need to go back. But Rin didn't think so. Yon had already been beaten once. He had just healed. But for Kim Sun, that was just an argument to stay. Yon was doing everything right. He waited until he recovered. Because when you recover after using all your strength, you gain even more power. And it seemed Yoon understood that. So did Taesik. Now it was time for the rest to witness Yoon's full power. He didn't even have to try hard. Everything just flowed naturally. All he had to do was believe in himself. When Yon arrived, those punks had managed to radio everyone for backup. Homyoung heard it too. They didn't mention names, but he understood they were talking about Yon. Yon was back. If he was taking off his shirt, it meant things were getting serious. Because there were more and more of those punks. Chi-young also showed up and was very happy to see his enemy. But Yon wasn't planning to rush into battle right away. He offered one last time to stop and just let everyone go. Chi-young's response was immediate. He struck Yon right away. But his ribs still hurt, even though the punk believed he could withstand Yon's blows. Well, he asked for it, so Yon's conscience was clear. Meanwhile, Gang Moon was shouting on the radio for everyone to come immediately. What were they waiting for? And Yon didn't mind at all. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Shongchun. A robot monster had come to him. He decided that this time Shongchun was done for, and they had such high hopes for this project. Nevertheless, he found it amusing to watch. People, give them a taste of power and authority, and they'll want more, even at the cost of their lives. Seong Chun was a great candidate to be on Pyrrha's side, but this would be his end. It was a shame for the robot. Meanwhile, Yon was still fending off the punks on the street. He was doing great. One by one, they were getting their share of hits. But that didn't stop the idiots. What were they fighting for? What were they protecting? Jang Moon ordered everyone to attack at once, but that didn't help either. Then he pulled out his trusty weapon, a taser. Yon screamed in pain. His body felt like it was in chains. Jang Moon couldn't get enough of himself. He was sure this thing would take anyone down. But not Yon, because this monster could still move. It was like he didn't feel pain at all. Just in time, Homyoung appeared with Yon's weapon. He tossed it to his friend. Now Yon became even more unstoppable. At that moment, Gangmun realized how badly they had messed up. Yon seemed to thrive on that feeling, as it gave him even more strength. He still wasn't sure. He didn't know what had happened to the world or his body. He wasn't sure what he could do or what he should do. All he wanted was to take revenge on the people who had destroyed his life and to ensure his friend's safety. Yon couldn't think about what else he wanted or what he wanted to do. That was enough. Yon just wanted to rest somewhere safe, with friends and family. At that moment, Huang Chang approached the slacker to deliver something for the kid. A few letters had arrived along with supplies. Yon didn't hide his joy. It had to be from his mom. He immediately started opening it, unable to contain himself. The bus was coming the next day. He was right on time. Inside was a Polaroid photo. A smile instantly spread across Yon's face. There was his mom and little brother. Yon shouted so loudly. He wanted everyone to see and know that his brother was just a mini version of him. There was no need to feel responsible just because he had become stronger. Yon had gotten everything he wanted, and all he wanted was to be with his loved ones. Meanwhile, the bus had already arrived. People were being gathered and sent off. Kim Seon stayed behind. He had some business to take care of. Yon wanted to help, but the kid was always on his own. He would manage. It was time to say goodbye to Huang Chung. Yon began bowing. He was immensely happy that his family was okay and that he could leave with his friends. What a happy ending. The bus pulled away. Finally. Suddenly, Kim Seon's body tensed. He felt something very strange. He immediately shouted for everyone to stop. They had to wait. And then, the bus was suddenly jolted. There was an explosion. Another monster appeared. It looked like a giant spider. Kim Seon was furious. It seemed he had seen this before. The bus with the people flipped over. The monster was hiding underground, right beneath the vehicle. At that moment, a small round robot appeared next to Kim Seon. He asked his smaller friend to quickly analyze what was in front of them. It turned out to be Tilapia, a shuttle for Pyra's special operations. It wasn't a combat ship, so there wasn't much weaponry. The most important thing was who was inside that thing. The robot advised them to run. Meanwhile, Yon was coming to his senses. The first thing he did was check the cabin to see if everyone else was okay. He heard some screams and groans. That meant people were alive. Yan headed toward Rin. Thankfully, she was fine. Then he commanded everyone who could move to get out of the bus as fast as they could. Huang Chong stood in shock but understood they needed to help. The man asked Kim Seon if he had a plan. But the kid didn't respond. He was braking the vehicle. Kim Seon had somehow pried open the door of a Tesla. Then he ordered Huang to get out of the way. Kim Seon spun around and threw the door with all his might right at that spider. And he hit the target perfectly. The door landed back with a crash. And the flying thing lost control. Then everything suddenly caught fire. Because Tilapia shot flames at those doors in an instant. Those who were climbing out of the bus at that moment were terrified. Yeon immediately thought of the teacher. But he didn't have time to panic because Hom-young was injured. Rin ordered Yeon to help the others while she took Hom-young away. He agreed when suddenly a jolt hit his friends. They screamed as if they were experiencing the most painful thing ever. Yeon didn't even have time to understand what had happened when he turned back and saw something that froze his blood and made his heart race wildly. His friends. Rin, she was just lying there unconscious. Cho-hyun started screaming while Yoon stood in shock. His body felt numb and his mind went blank. At that moment, the same thing happened to Cho-hyun. His friend collapsed and Yeon was still standing there in a daze. Cho-hyun could barely speak, but he told Yeon to run. He said he knew about the bullying at school, but he hadn't done anything to help his friend. Cho-hyun apologized for never visiting Yeon in the hospital. It sounded like a farewell. Yet Yeon didn't move, he just stood there. Suddenly, something strange began happening to his body. Meanwhile, Huang was still intact but didn't understand what was going on. Kim Seon came to check if they were okay. Then he grabbed another door from the Tesla and asked Huang to hold it. In fact, this thing didn't look like the alien monsters Kim Seon had dealt with before. They looked more like the ones who had kidnapped his sister. They might know about his sister. That immediately spurred Kim Seon into action. When it came to his sister, he didn't think, he just acted. Huang Chong realized what this idiot was planning, so he helped Kim Seon. He had no other choice. And that jerk turned out to weigh quite a bit. You wouldn't guess it by looking at him, especially when you saw how easily Kim Seon jumped to such heights. It looked like the guy was flying. He hit the shuttle with such force that it soared even higher. Kim Seon landed painfully, but the impact point on that thing exploded, after which something or someone flew out. A robot monster landed next to Kim Seon. The guy waited. Huang Chang froze behind him. The robot was dispatched from the ship to avoid wasting time and would return once it destroyed its target. Then it praised Kim Seon. It wasn't bad for a tiny human. It recognized that jerk who had taken out a bunch of their spies. But Kim Seon ignored the question. He wanted to know if he would find out where his sister was if he destroyed the robot. Then he charged into battle. But nothing happened. The robot said that Kim Seon was strong enough to crush those Atmo. However, the robot felt sorry for him, as he was completely different from those grunts. But to be fair, the robot was shocked that Kim Seon could get up. Most people would die from such a blow. Kim Seon didn't have time to respond. When the robot struck again, it left no chances for the guy. It crushed him like a worm. The robot didn't understand at all. People were just starting to wake up. So why should they care? Kim Seon came to his senses, though not as quickly as the first time. But this time he was boiling with rage. The robot watched this and was pleased that this little one would at least keep him occupied. Suddenly, someone ordered him to turn around, because behind him was Yeon. And he wasn't just angry, it was worse. He was in despair. And in despair, people do crazy things. The robot was starting to get annoyed. How could such a pathetic human dare to... Then he told Shibaro that this kid was fine and his target was still terrible. Meanwhile, Yeon didn't hesitate and lunged at the robot. He wanted to know what that bastard had done to his friends. But the guy didn't even get closer before he was hit. The robot knew about Yeon. According to the reports they had received, the kid was just starting to wake up, and it didn't want to waste energy on him. It would just kill him. But suddenly, something grabbed the robot by the arm. Kim Seon, didn't see that coming, huh? The guy hit it in the side, putting all his effort into it. But the robot pretended it was all part of the plan, as if it would be disappointed if the kid died right now. After which, Yeon hit the robot hard from behind. But it seemed like it didn't even faze the robot. Suddenly, it asked Shibaro if these people knew something. After all, they were targeting the breathing apparatus. The robot was ordered to return to the ship and change equipment, as their immune system was still incomplete, and it would start feeling symptoms in a few minutes. But that idiot didn't listen. He told Shibaro to just sit back and watch, Crushing these bugs wouldn't take long. The robot mocked that they were awake, chosen by EA. They couldn't be that weak. It commanded them to use their strength and show everything they were capable of. Then the round robot Kim Soon beeped. Events shifted underwater. There, the robot was told that there was a danger to Kim Soon. Underwater was another robot. It was the one that received the signal, after which it asked Hare if he heard that their target was in danger. He felt it too, but due to his location, he couldn't get there. Hare was on a mission. It was already confirmed that Kim Sean was under attack by Telefia. They had never heard of Telefia touching the ground. Their immunity wasn't adapted. So they were using breathing equipment, just like theirs. These objects were valuable enough to protect them. The robot ordered to send Symphano first, and they would follow later. After which, a robot flew out from underwater. And Hare did as he was told. Symphano set off to help. Meanwhile, that bastard released Yon, whom he had nearly choked, and decided to focus solely on Kim Sean as he looked much stronger. The robot had heard that the awakening in EA had developed, tapping into human characteristics and personal experience. So it was curious what made Kim Sean so strong, but the kid remained silent, and the robot kept talking. It was almost curious how strong Kim Sean would become if the awakening finished. But right now, it would all end for the kid. Suddenly, Huang Chang attacked the monster from behind. He managed to knock the bastard off his feet, causing the robot to drop Kim Sun, while the commander quickly woke the guys up to escape. The alien found all this amusing. Humans were so interesting. They tried so hard knowing they had no chance. But with such reckless thinking, they ruined their future. He asked Kim Sun what that was and if it belonged to him. But the guy stayed silent, which frustrated the robot. The robot asked if Kim Sun was already giving up. But it turned out he was just waiting. The guy was gathering his strength to strike at the right moment. The robot wasn't scared. It felt confident in its advantage. It just couldn't believe this idiot. Suddenly, Huang Chang lunged from behind. He managed to knock the punk off his feet. As a result, the robot dropped Kim Seon, and the commander quickly roused the guys to make a run for it. The alien found all of this amusing. Humans were so interesting. They tried so hard knowing they didn't stand a chance. But with such reckless thinking, they were ruining their own future. Suddenly, that bastard started to worry as symptoms began to show up sooner than he thought. Shibaro ordered Charzo to return immediately, but the idiot didn't listen. According to him, there was hardly any time left, as one was already dead. Well, that's what he thought. But Yan had other plans. He was healed again. He decided it was due to his weakness. Yan just exploded. To hell with everything. He needed strength. Yan had to focus on nothing else. He had one single goal. Suddenly, Symphano began to transform and connect with Yon's arm. Charzo was ordered to return immediately, as for a moment they spotted Lapo. But he didn't believe it. This couldn't be. This wasn't supposed to happen with these lowly beings. Meanwhile, something very strange was happening to Yon. His body was changing, but he looked like he completely understood what was happening. After which, Yon immediately charged into battle with Charzo. But the robot just laughed. Was this all he could do, even with Lapo? Charzo decided it was just Symphano, somehow used. He didn't have time to finish his thought. When he was hit from behind again, Kim Seon, he had come to his senses and wanted to finally fulfill Charzo's request to show everything they were capable of. Now the guy wanted to show it. He jumped off the ground, shattering the asphalt beneath him. Then he charged at Charzo. His fist was literally on fire. So much power had Kim Seon accumulated. Suddenly, another bastard jumped out of the ship. But the blow couldn't be avoided. It was so strong that an explosion occurred. But another bastard stood between them, so Charzo wasn't harmed. He easily and quickly threw Kim Seon back. Huang Chang barely caught the poor guy. Charzo began to fume that his partner had interfered, as he would have intervened himself. But Shibaro reminded him that their goal was to destroy everyone before they woke up. Meanwhile, Yan didn't miss the opportunity and lunged at the bastards. But Shibaro intervened again. He had some magical staff Kangser, which transformed into a wondrous weapon. And when Yan was about to attack, Shibaro struck first. Everyone froze. Kim Seon had never seen anything like it, and he didn't know what to expect. Yan was shocked. He didn't understand what was happening or what he was feeling. And Shibaro wasn't going to stop there. He spun his weapon, which resembled a saw, and it began to slice Yan in half, after which the poor guy was thrown back. Yan flew and realized this was the end. This wasn't a battle, because he couldn't handle them. Robochevsky was so scared for his master. He went wild. Huang Chang tried to calm him down. The commander asked Kim Sean the truth. He wanted to know if they could get out of here alive. The guy silently stared at Yon's body. It was unclear if he was alive. And suddenly Kim Sean was flooded with memories. When he had defeated another enemy. The robot told him that the awakening process for the kid was very fast. He had taken out the monster before the robot arrived. Kim Sean asked how much longer he had to deal with this. After all, he had destroyed so many bastards, but still hadn't found out where his sister was. The robot explained that the Atmo were mercenaries doing dirty work, and monsters appeared to prevent Kim Seon from awakening. But the kid didn't care. He could destroy them all, no matter the number. The robot continued that the Atmo possessed basic intelligence and were naturally stronger than humans. They weren't the kind to be easily handled by someone who had just awakened. But Kim Seon managed to handle them alone, without Symphono or Lapo's help. The kid ordered the robot to forget about that nonsense. He still didn't understand what it was talking about. It turned out this was a union with Symphono. If Kim Seon could use Lapo, he would feel a surge of power. But about Lapo, she only knew in theory and had never seen it in real life. She just hoped that Kim Seon had potential. He had tried everything, but this Symphono was just unstable first aid. He had never asked for this thing to heal him. So back then, Kim Seon asked it to stop bothering him if the robot couldn't help him find his sister. The robot expected to arrive in 12 minutes, but Symphono beat it there. He could arrive in 10 minutes. Another robot said that was way too long. They needed to call for help from any observer closer to them. After that, the robot moved on. Meanwhile, Charzo finally felt what Shibaro had been talking about. He could barely breathe. Then his partner did something with his neck and helped Charzo, saying they needed to finish this before he started showing symptoms. In the meantime, Jan's hand began to break free from Symphono or Lapo. Particles were leaving his body and transforming back into a tail. At that moment, a robot landed near them. Charzo also activated Kangzer. As he was done playing around with these people, Kim Seon panicked in earnest. Suddenly, something flew in at the speed of light, and that something covered them all with a protective field. Charzo couldn't do anything more. Kim Seon didn't understand what was happening. Just a second ago, he was preparing for death. The scum were already tired of their Symphono, and Shibaro was calming him down, saying they couldn't destroy Symphono, but they had limited and temporary power without a master. Kim Seon looked at the familiar Symphono and thought about how to do this Lapo. Was that what Jan did? He didn't even know what it was supposed to look like. He needed more power. Suddenly, something started happening. Then the robot spoke to Kim Seon. It told him to stop right now. Lapo wasn't something that could be easily achieved. He would only destroy the protective barrier of Symphono. Kim Seon didn't listen, and Charzo took advantage of it. He struck the poor guy when he noticed he was about to do something. That hit was incredibly painful. After that, Charzo was going to use Kangzer. But again, it didn't work. Now Huang Chang and the Tesla doors came to help. At least that machine was useful somewhere. However, of course, it didn't help for long. Huang was too powerless against such robots. Kim Seon was panicking. He couldn't let other ordinary people without powers defend themselves and sacrifice their lives. Charzo just mocked that he had squashed a bug in his path. Yan was conscious and wanted to help his teacher somehow. Huang knew nothing good would come of this. Shibaro interrupted Charzo's fun a bit, reminding him that he needed to get rid of them right now. Meanwhile, Kim Seon continued trying to reach Lapo. The robot told him that the boy first needed to find a safe place. Charzo grabbed him again and started tossing him around like a ball, after which he laughed at the fact that this thing was still alive. This little guy was so stubborn, and the robot found it amusing. Shibaro reminded Charzo again to finish off Kim Seon and not drag it out. The robot told the boy that his Symphono was just trash compared to their Kangzer. This was supposed to be the end, but help arrived just in time. Charzo nearly had his head blown off. He didn't understand what it was or where it came from. Shibaro said they couldn't find anything nearby. Then something flew at Charzo again, this time hitting his arm. Who the hell was doing this? Then something flew again, hitting his other arm. Shibaro could only figure out from which side the hits were coming. He decided it was a hunter. The sniper didn't understand what was happening and why he wasn't penetrating. It turned out that there wasn't enough firepower for Telefia. The hunter was annoyed that he hadn't been told this earlier. But there were upsides. He destroyed the robot's breathing apparatus. They had no other option now, only to retreat. However, the robot's position was now revealed, and it needed to move. Shibaro couldn't find the hunter. He had disappeared before that. These were bad signs. Charzo said to use all their power to destroy now, then they would come back. Symphono told Kim Seon to get out quickly, right now. But it seemed he wasn't going to listen. Kim Seon suddenly grabbed the Symphono that had just healed him. He said he didn't ask for healing. No need to coddle him. The boy shouted that he needed more power to destroy these scum, after which his hands began to cover with Symphono. Kim Seon was finally getting it. The boy was forcing them. Symphono and the Awakened united. Kim Seon finally summoned Lapo. However, Charzo wasn't even scared. He found it very cute. Still, Shibaro asked his partner to be more careful. Kim Seon jumped and was about to pounce on Charzo. Shibaro ordered him to dodge, not block the hits. But Charzo didn't listen, and Kim Seon managed to slice through the robot's body. Most of the strike was directed into the ground, causing a small earthquake. Charzo didn't expect that at all. He didn't even realize what it was. Kim Seon's arm was on fire, but he could still do something. Then Shibaro intervened when he realized his partner couldn't handle it. However, Kim Seon set up a block. Shibaro didn't expect that at all. It knocked him back. The robot realized that Kim Seon was more advanced than reported. He was also using Lapo. The boy felt it. He was much stronger. And it annoyed him that if he had that kind of power back then, he could have saved his sister. The scum wondered what to do next. They had a hunter enemy and awakened ones using Symphono. But Charzo was annoyed by Shibaro's caution. He was angry and stupid. So he lunged at Kim Seon. What Lapo? That's nonsense. Even he couldn't use it. Charzo landed several blows on Kim Seon, but the boy was completely unscathed and ready to attack. He firmly grabbed Charzo's dull face with his new hand. Then he simply threw him to the ground. What a scumbag, Charzo thought. Kim Seon was going to give him a chance to try everything he could. Meanwhile, the rocket launched by the robots from the ship was flying toward its target, and it was headed toward the hunter trying to hide on the roof. The element of surprise helped him. He quickly climbed out of his hiding spot and charged to attack. The rocket was quickly destroyed. The hunter decided he struck very quickly, so they hadn't found his location. He had to keep it up. His robot ball told him the situation could have been worse because 19 had suffered serious injuries. But the hunter didn't want to hear that anymore. It turned out to be quite an old man. He didn't want to hear anything because 19 wasn't that weak. Meanwhile, Kim Seon continued fighting Charzo. He aimed for that idiot's face since the rest of his body was covered in gear. And Yeon, in the meantime, was asking Symphono for help. She promised to look after him, but he couldn't hold on right now. She was needed right now, but the robot couldn't arrive, so it wasn't the right moment, and she was quite far away. But Symphono could use the remaining energy to keep Yeon alive. However, the boy didn't want that. He asked first to help his teacher and his friends. Then the robot ordered Object 19 to listen carefully, because his friends, who had physically suffered from telephia, couldn't be resurrected for the most part. Yeon couldn't hold back his tears. He begged to at least try, but it was impossible to recover after such an attack. They weren't like Yeon, just ordinary people. And even if the robot arrived there wouldn't be enough strength left to save them. Yeon tried to pull out some Symphono to boost his powers. The robot wasn't sure if that was what he wanted, but it would help him escape. But Yeon interrupted and didn't want to listen. He begged to help his friends. The robot apologized as it was beyond her capabilities. Yeon asked again. He stood his ground. He had fought for his friends for so long and couldn't just lose them like this. Meanwhile, Kim Seon was almost done with Charzo. Although the scumbag was still trying to prove something, but he only had enough strength to scream. When Kim Seon was sure he would kill the scumbag. Suddenly, the boy saw his reflection on the blade. Shibaro had attacked Kim Seon, but the boy noticed in time and managed to dodge. A small depilation occurred. Kim Seon had Symphono, but they had cancer. They were based on the same power and had originated similarly. And Lapo only appeared when it perfectly suited the master. Shibaro was trying to explain all this to Kim Seon for some reason, because he was trying to say that the boy wasn't the only one who could use Lapo. Cancer, Lapo, Shibaro said. After which his hands transformed into wings. It was the perfected might of Pyrrha. To be honest, Kim Seon was genuinely scared, but he had long realized this was a fight to the death, and the chance that he would survive was very slim. Shibaro said that Kim Seon shouldn't have dodged, because it wasn't meant for him anyway. When the boy realized what was happening, it was already too late. The strike was heading straight for Yeon. Suddenly, Rovachevsky. He shielded Yeon with his body. Poor Rovachevsky's body was nearly sliced in half. Yeon caught a glimpse of what happened out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't have the strength to react. Rovachevsky lay unconscious in a pool of his own blood. Kim Seon was struck by such devotion. Meanwhile, Shubaro ordered Charzo to return to the ship, as he would take care of everything. But of course, the partner wasn't going to listen. He wanted to at least kill everyone here to feel better. And he handed Kim Seon over to Shubaro. And Charzo was fed up with his partner calling all the shots. Suddenly, he saw something amazing. He was scared for a second, but then it made him laugh. Because the scumbag was too weak for this. Jan was using the power of Lapo again, although Charzo understood that there was no sense in it. He said merging Symphono, after which most of his body began to cover with particles. Shubaro ordered Charzo to step back, but he didn't listen. Back? He didn't know what that was. Someone called for the merging of Cancer. Jan wasn't afraid. He didn't understand what was happening, but just did what he felt. He struck first, making a block. Charzo didn't expect that at all. His arm was simply destroyed. But that wasn't all. Jan was just getting started. Thanks to Huang Chang, his fighting technique was flawless. Shubaro was busy with something else and didn't see what happened to Charzo. And that was a mistake, because Kim Seon seized the opportunity to pounce on the scumbag. But Shubaro was indeed strong and set up a block. He thought that was it. But Kim Seon wasn't going to stop. He kept hitting the scumbag. Shubaro even dared to joke that this was all Kim Seon was capable of, after which he delivered a counter-strike. But it seemed Kim Seon wasn't hurt at all. It was a showdown between two forces, and it wasn't easy for Shubaro at all. Kim Seon had every chance to stand his ground. Shubaro suddenly realized he had warned Charzo to be careful, but it turned out the reckless one was him. Meanwhile, Charzo plummeted down after Jan's strike. Shubaro watched his partner, who was barely breathing. He quickly made a decision. It turned out there was something else unknown to Kim Seon. With the merging of Symphono and Lapo, their power was growing exponentially. But the people they were now, Kim Seon prepared for an attack. He set up a block that had protected him well before. But now it didn't help. Shubaro had said it. People were still too slow. He zipped right through Kim Seon. His attacks were practically invisible. After that, Shubaro soared high and called for bombardment. Just hearing that word sent shivers down Kim Seon's spine. He realized there was nowhere to hide. Every part of his body ached. Shubaro calmly approached to finish off his target. It amazed him. How had Kim Seon's body developed to the point where Shubaro's attacks didn't even faze the guy? Meanwhile, Yarn was carefully examining his body and hands. He had transformed, but still couldn't make sense of it all. However, his attention quickly shifted to something more important. Huang Chang, Rovachevsky. This was all so painful for poor Yarn. Then he dared to look the other way. There he saw Rin, Cho Hyun, and then Yan just couldn't take it anymore. The pain was too much for him. Meanwhile, events shifted to the rooftop. There were two robots trying to figure out what to do. They thought it was pointless to intervene since both guys had reached Symphono. She couldn't understand how this was possible. There was no way it could happen. They were here to find what they lacked. But people acted according to their nature. The hunter was informed that two observers had finally arrived, but they couldn't support on the battlefield since they were only made for research. The hunter ordered them to stop firing as their involvement could cause harm. And there was someone else who could help them. The hunter was sure they had called for more assistance and would be there any minute. Meanwhile, Kim Seon was still alive after such an attack. Though this pain, he had never felt anything like it. Shubaro wanted to finish this all before he started feeling symptoms. When suddenly, Yan appeared, he was in such despair. He didn't care whether he would survive. Shubaro now understood why Telefia had sent them here. There had to be a reason. But even if Yan was awakened, they were still different. People wouldn't withstand their power at such a slow pace. And Shubaro's attacks confirmed that. But Yan was proving the opposite. After all, Huang Chang had trained him well, and Shubaro couldn't have predicted that. After that, Yan delivered a new blow. Now he was in control of the situation. The observer asked her partner if she had installed the EAI in her subject. It turned out she had just been healing him and didn't understand the importance. She apologized. After all, his chance of awakening was so slim. Why would she have done that? Subject 19. Kang Yan was quite an interesting person. They had studied enough about how people sacrifice themselves for their families. But after awakening him from a coma, Yan was ready to sacrifice himself for something that had nothing to do with him. And she didn't understand why. So she replaced one damaged part with the EAI while healing him. She should have done that earlier, but it wasn't functioning properly because the subject kept going in and out of burnout. Meanwhile, Shubaro was getting a good beating from Yon. He couldn't understand how this was possible. Even if Yeon had merged with Symphono, an ordinary person couldn't feel such speed in attacks and dodge them. It was just ridiculous. Meanwhile, Kim Sun had pulled out all the knives. Shibaro was about to use his technique against Yeon, but he had a weapon. And the EI. With these powers, Yeon was unbeatable. Shibaro couldn't understand what was happening. Why was this worm deflecting all his attacks? And on top of that, striking back. Yeon was as fast as an alien. All his strength, combined with his training under his master, was paying off. Shubaro had no chance. Yeon severely injured him, and that wasn't even all his weaponry. He gathered it all together. It was as if he sensed it would come in handy right now. After all, Shubaro was about to use another one of his techniques. But Yeon wasn't going to let that happen. He was furious. This scumbag had killed all his friends, even his dog. Shubaro fell next to Charzo. He realized he could no longer breathe, and supporting Lapo was becoming harder. He better focus on his mission. Meanwhile, Symphono was healing Kim Seon. The boy's observer said that his subject couldn't control the merging with Symphono. But as he had said, family had always been the driving force behind awakening in people. And judging by how quickly his body was developing, despite Kim Seon's size, the seriousness of his intentions was clear. They could finally find that thing they lacked, but people had. On the other hand, it wasn't clear what motivated Kang Yeon. All that was known to his observer was that he cared about the people around him. The partner reminded Hare that she had been chosen as an elite observer, even though she was a rookie, so there had to be a reason for her evaluation. In fact, she couldn't explain it, but there was something strange about Yeon, a feeling as if he had been communicating with her while in a coma. A strong person. Hare knew her mission was to find determined individuals, but instead of judging based on bare facts, she took into account Yeon's ability to emit such powerful energy, even while unconscious. Suddenly, an eye opened on the bullet robot. The partner said that the EAI and Symphono were limited resources. Just the fact that they, the observers, were given such a mission defined its significance. So he hoped Hare's reports would pay off in the end. Meanwhile, Shibaro was trying to execute another technique. He threw his sharp objects at Yeon, but Yeon skillfully dodged them. Nothing touched him. However, that scumbag Shubaro didn't seem to give up. And then Yeon felt something strange. He realized that this attack wasn't aimed at him. Those dirty tricks again. But now there was no one to save Kim Sun, so Yeon had to step in. And he succeeded. Yeon ordered Shubaro not to even think about doing anything funny, as he would kill him anyway. But the alien said he had just made sure Yeon wouldn't be able to kill him. Shubaro ordered Charzo to get up if he was still alive. They would have to face the side effects of that enhancing injection. Yeon just stood there waiting. Shibaro, fine, decided to share what he had just ensured when he injected that serum into Charzo. Meanwhile, Yeon discarded his weapon, saying it was unnecessary. After all, he had better weapons, strength, skills, and years of training. Yeon decided to explain to Shibaro why this was happening. In fact, the guy had practiced these techniques his whole life. They were already a part of him, like the ability to walk. Shibaro found it hard to speak, but he said it wasn't what he meant when he said he was sure of his victory, after which he threw his daggers again, reminding that Yeon's priority wasn't to kill Shibaro, but to protect others. And all those swords flew toward his friends. That's when Yeon realized how badly he had messed up. When suddenly, one by one, the swords were destroyed right before the target. Not a single one reached a body. Suddenly, hope appeared in Yeon. Shibaro realized that obviously someone was shooting again. Though their observers were destroyed, he could still scan the area. No one was even close. Who the hell was it? This time, it was someone else. They were lucky. They arrived just in time. Although she couldn't move that fast and had been told to continue testing. But it all didn't make sense when she was doing so well. These were the robots that the observers had called for. But honestly, they were shocked by the subjects. No one could have thought they would be able to withstand Talifia's attack for so long. After all, most other observers hadn't been able to awaken their subjects that much. Each of them managed to find at least one awakened person. But it turned out Hare hadn't reported because their mission was limited to humans. There was another awakened one who had revived. Her partner was both shocked and angry. Meanwhile, Shubaro said that Yeon had almost made him regret taking the mission lightly and not preparing much. Yeon was going to kill him as quickly as possible. But did he think it would be that easy? He was no match for their Pira technology. Shubaro ordered Charzo to get up. And then Jan noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. Shibaro explained that if they weren't dead by the end, they could be reborn in various ways. So now Charzo would smash Jan. He had suffered so much that he was just furious. And the first thing he did was go after Huang Chang. And Shibaro took on Jan. He needed to distract him so he couldn't rush to save his friends. Meanwhile, the partner asked Hare why she hadn't reported on one subject. But it turned out he had gone into burnout before Jan, and then Hare showed that he had been there with him. Suddenly, Rovichevsky stood up and growled. He was protecting his master Huang Chang. His eyes were glowing strangely, and his claws had grown larger and seemed metallic. His teeth, too. Rovichevsky had changed dramatically and looked like a robot. Hare had talked about him. The dog had awakened, too. Jan just couldn't believe it. All this time, Rovichevsky had been with him, and no one had noticed such strength in him. But still, Charzo was a strong opponent. However, Rovichevsky wasn't falling behind. His instincts outweighed everything. Rovichevsky easily bit off Charzo's arm. The scumbag just collapsed. Even the injection didn't help him. Shibaro was furious. He didn't know what to do anymore. When suddenly Rovichevsky lunged at him. The alien had never seen anything like it before, so it scared him. Then suddenly Jan shouted and called for the dog. But Rovichevsky didn't listen to him. Jan approached his friend closer, petted him, and asked him to calm down to protect the other people. And if those scumbags got close, tear them to pieces. That's what he ordered Rovichevsky. Then he commanded Shibaro not to try anything funny, as they needed to settle everything. Otherwise, Jan would kill him. But of course, Shibaro didn't listen. How dare this worm intimidate him? Well, Jan's conscience is clear. He did warn them. The alien made his own choice. So now, he had to pay for what he did. Jan had every chance to end this. Just a little bit more to go. Suddenly, Kim Sean stood up and begged him not to kill Shibaro. He needed to ask him something. Of course, he wanted to know about his sister and where those bastards had taken her. But Shibaro remained silent. Kim Seon started threatening him. He had to find out. And at that moment, he began to transform. His words sounded much more serious now. At first, Shibaro didn't understand anything. Then, a smile appeared on his face. It gave him more strength. He recognized Kim Seon by his DNA. He was identical to his sister. Suddenly, a strange whistle echoed from the sky, and a ship came crashing down on them. Kim Seon stood there in shock. The ship flew away as quickly as it had appeared. Shibaro ran. He took Charzo with him and said he finally understood. They could tie Kim Seon up, so he promised to return soon. Jan didn't understand anything. Well, everything had returned to its place. Once again, he couldn't save the people who mattered to him. His friends and those around him had suffered. Jan wasn't even sure if they would survive. Who were those bastards who appeared out of nowhere? And why did this keep happening to him and his friends? Was it all because of him? All Jan wanted was to take revenge and save his loved ones. Why? Was it his fault? Was it all him? Maybe he shouldn't have woken up from the coma at all. Meanwhile, a few days passed. Jan was coming back from a run when he saw Rovichevsky barking loudly. Then a smile appeared on his face. And then Jan understood everything. He quickly rushed into the room and saw Huang Chang. He was awake. Jan was so happy. The man had been in a coma for 3 days. The others were airlifted to another shelter. They wanted to take Huang Chang too, but he insisted they get the others first, even though he could barely speak. Huang told the idiot Yon that now he had to be a bit of a guard. Why did this happen? No matter how much Yon thought about it, he came to the same conclusion. Why did the people around him continue to suffer? The teacher said that if Yon kept being a do-gooder, he would only make things worse. He was right. The problem was with Yon. It was all him. That's the conclusion the boy came to. Meanwhile, Kim Sun was reading before bed. Those notes Yon had given him. Suddenly, Hare appeared, and Kim Sun quickly hid everything. It turned out she needed to pass something on to him and Yon. But it was strange since Hare wasn't responsible for Kim Sun. But she was sure both the boys had questions. In fact, they were annoyed that Hare hadn't come when they needed her. But she couldn't undo what had already happened or help in a fight unless it was for protection. Hare was technologically advanced, but she couldn't be their god. Besides, they had just recently found a solution to the breathing problem. After which, Hare showed how she poured out pills and took them. They helped form antibodies, allowing for normal breathing for a while. Kim Seon was eager to get to the point and find out about his sister, but they couldn't find DNA that matched his, so they didn't know if his sister was even alive. However, they knew that Tilapia was created from the best powers of Pyrrha, And if they were sent to destroy the boys, they definitely had some unknown information. Suddenly, Jan couldn't take it anymore and shouted for them to stop. Did Kim Seon even understand what Hare was talking about? He knew more about it than Jan, so he understood. But the boy himself didn't understand anything at all. And he felt like it was all his fault. He woke up from a coma during an alien invasion. What the hell was going on? Suddenly, the woman who shot appeared. They called her Object 311. She told the observer not to torment the exhausted people and just tell them everything. And she didn't like that name. She asked to be called Jay and asked what the observer's name was. Hare confessed. Jay appreciated the name. Not bad for something the program randomly generated. She also greeted the boys. She told them she had helped them a few days ago and asked how old they were. Jan turned out to be 20, while Kim Seon-jae thought was about 15. But he indignantly shouted that he was 17. Although Jay wasn't listening anymore, she was already interested in Robichevsky. Jan warned that the die might be scary, but Jay didn't understand how that sweet little thing could do any harm at all. After which, Jay advised Hare to just tell the boys everything and ask for cooperation. In this world, it was called being thoughtful. Hare looked at Kim Seon, then at Yeon, and realized that the boys were really waiting for answers. After which, Hare revealed something no one expected. She was from the distant future. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the school. There was a small disaster. Song Chun's body suddenly disappeared, and no one could figure out where. They had already lost a bunch of people. Only about 20 were left. The boys started thinking about going to the shelter too. This idea didn't seem so bad anymore. Then Gangmun couldn't take it anymore and yelled at those whiny kids. Were they really just going to give up like that? They felt on top of the world when they held the whole school. The world was coming to an end, and they were just trying to survive. And they would continue their path through this crap on their own. They could build everything here and be kings. And if they were such weaklings, then Gangmun didn't need them here. The boys felt really ashamed. Taesik agreed. Gangmun was right. What kind of life could they have in a shelter? It could only get worse. Suddenly, Taesik fell silent, because out of nowhere, a robot appeared and just killed Gangmun. It said it understood where this desire to conquer came from when it saw them, its ancestors. And if they wanted more power so badly, it could help the boys. Modern humanity went extinct for various reasons, such as war or lack of natural resources. The systems called EA and Pira remain the only traces of human civilization. They were created to assist this species. 1,000 years after humanity's extinction, these systems activated somehow. They were programmed to help humanity develop and never harm them. And upon awakening, they immediately began their work. EA and Pira set out to explore Earth to create the necessary conditions in anticipation of unexpected coincidences and events. Resource and gene collection took hundreds of years. When it came time to create humanity, EA and Pira couldn't come to an agreement. How could they ensure that humanity wouldn't make the same mistakes and go extinct again? Humans went extinct because they were physically weak and emotionally unstable. They needed to have stronger bodies and better control over their emotions. Greed, desperation, and anger. EA and Pira agreed that emotions were a problem, but the new humanity still had to be human at its core. Since EA and Pira were created to complement each other, they couldn't come to an agreement. In the end, the systems decided to create their own versions of ideal humanity. At first, the people created by Pira were something like superhumans, strong and emotionally stable. But through the ages of prosperity, Pira's idea failed, and they destroyed themselves. As for EA, its people differed from the original version only in emotional stability. They adapted better than Pira to their system. From that moment on, they lived in peace and prosperity. Jan found it hard to comprehend, so he was now seeing his descendant from the future? It wasn't quite like that. Hare was created from their genes, but much later than their extinction. So it had been not 10, not 100, but thousands of years. Jan couldn't believe that Hare could think they would believe something so absurd. But did he have any other explanations for what was happening? So Hare continued. The remnants of Pira migrated to another planet. Suddenly, Kim Sun interrupted, ordering them to shut up. He didn't come to listen to a history lesson. He was only interested in his sister. Jay asked if he had lost his family, to which Kim Seon declared he would find her. No matter when. Jan said he still wasn't sure. He wanted to help Son, and he felt really sorry for what happened. But his family wasn't here either, and he felt like he was just complicating things when he tried to help someone. Hare said that Pyrrha knew that awakened people would eventually fight back. That's why they wanted to eliminate this threat in its infancy. Then Jan started shouting that he didn't want any powers and didn't want to be awakened. He never wished for that. But Hare disagreed. Jan wanted this. He wanted to awaken and become stronger. In fact, both boys wished for more power, which is why they chose them. They had what the superhumans of the future had been searching for so long, something called potential that they didn't have. And that's exactly what they needed to defeat Pyrrha. Jan couldn't take it anymore and just walked away. He didn't understand a single word, and he didn't need any power. If Jan fell into a coma again, so be it. Hare silently watched as Jan left, and he decided to just do nothing. His loved one suffered when he tried to do something. Meanwhile, night fell. Shibara was recounting what happened. That Charzo had sustained serious injuries, but he was fine. But he felt ashamed that he had failed the mission. He suggested retreating and regrouping, then returning to the mission. But Shibara was ordered to leave them. Someone would soon return with new powers, and they already had the necessary information. However, Shibaro thought that wasn't enough. Moreover, the report didn't match what he had seen. It turned out they were evolving quickly. They needed to get rid of them as soon as possible. Moreover, they should keep such important genes for themselves. For this, Shibaro needed a small squad and also requested a special agent. Jan decided to do nothing. Because of him, his friends and teacher had suffered, all because of him. Someone was watching this thread from above. They realized that Jan hadn't changed his mind about cooperation. Moreover, it was unclear if he could merge with Symphono. But Jay didn't understand why he had been training every day then. Running, training, running again. Constantly refusing but still preparing just in case. That was also part of humanity. Meanwhile, Jan had already returned. He was met by Kira, who had been looking for him everywhere. Jan thought there was a delivery, but it was something better. Someone had come to see him. Before he could process everything, his uncle and mom burst in. They couldn't hold back their emotions and tears. Finally, the family was reunited. They had searched so long for their son. His uncle had connections, so he was able to come here easily. Mom said his uncle had to crawl on his knees to get them in. And Jan finally saw his brother. Suddenly, the little one burped, startling the boy. Meanwhile, night fell in the shelter. How wonderful it felt. Jan felt what it was like to be loved by a child. His brother kept grabbing his finger. His mother said he had fallen in love with Jan. He was just about to ask about their dad, whether he was busy in the main shelter since he hadn't come. It turned out he had previously been busy in construction, and now such people were worth their weight in gold. So dad and uncle were the reason they could come here. Suddenly, Jan thought to Chi-hyun that he would always be there and protect him. What a strange feeling. Jan suddenly stood up, handed the child over, and ordered his mom to leave on the next bus. But she thought of going together, yet Jan stood his ground. Jan begged her to listen to him. He couldn't explain, but he couldn't leave with them. He would never put them in danger again. Meanwhile, morning arrived. Jan was yelling at the teacher that he was here. He couldn't. Huang Chang interrupted the grumbler. And besides, he didn't understand why Jan was refusing to leave again. His family had come such a long way. But he couldn't. He had to protect this place. Although both the teacher and Kim Sean asked him not to worry, because in these things, the detection radius had increased. So Jan would always be ready if those bastards showed up again. Huang Chang told the boy that the world didn't revolve around him. He was just going crazy, that's all. So Jan shouldn't blame himself. He wasn't special, just an ordinary person. Those words made him think. Suddenly, a bullet whistled strangely, then shot up into the sky and announced that an unidentified ship had entered the stratosphere. And it wasn't theirs. Kim Sun tensed and waited. Jan did too. He just knew. Even though the sky was clear, suddenly, they were flying very fast, slicing through the sky with a whistle. And this time there were many more of them. Jan understood that these bastards were coming straight for them. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle engine was heard. Kim Sean ordered them to get on quickly. Jan tried to convince the teacher not to stay there and help the people. Huang Chang asked if the boys would return together. They promised to come back. Well, that was their farewell. Jan told Hare that those bastards had returned and would arrive in a few minutes. She sent out 2 Symphono. She wanted to try changing the route, but Jan insisted they stick to the plan. Meanwhile, those bastards had already gone much deeper. They caught up with Yeon and Kim Seon. But the good news was that the bastards hadn't taken cover. Jan told the kid they were still too close to the shelter. They needed to step on it. It seemed like their plan was genius. But leading this mission was Shubaro, and he expected the guys to run to minimize damage to the surroundings. So he ordered his team to stop them immediately. Jan barely had time to see what the ship was doing, when suddenly they were thrown off their motorcycle. They flipped over and landed on the ground with a bang. The people left in the shelter saw the explosions. Jan's mother couldn't believe her son was heading there. What for? Huang Chang didn't know how to respond to her. Robochevsky was furious. He was ready to charge in and tear everyone apart. Meanwhile, all the alien ships landed and Shubaro stepped out. His henchmen were the first to follow. Then he requested a terrain scan and a shield. The request was accepted. The alien approached the rubble. Underneath were Yeon and Kim Seon. The boys had taken quite a beating, but the kid was tougher. So he reacted immediately and threw a wall at the bastard, pinning him down. That's when Yeon came to his senses. The alien quickly broke the stone and was about to attack, but Kim Seon blocked just in time. The bastard grabbed the alien's arm. Then he simply ripped it off. He wasn't about to waste a second. He was ready for a fight. Kim Seon delivered another blow. The alien collapsed at Shibaro's feet, begging Pyrrha for help. But Shibaro told the mercenary Atmo that he had fulfilled his duty. Meanwhile, Yeon crawled out from under the rubble. The boys checked to make sure they were okay. He noticed there were 4 ships, but only 3 remained. Where was the other one? However, Kim Seon insisted they didn't have time for that because he saw Charzo stepping out of the ship. Now he looked completely different, much stronger. Shubaro said the injection had triggered some side effects, so now Charzo was half crab. The bastard immediately charged at Kim Seon. The bullet told the guys that Symphono would be there soon, but since they were already merging with them, they still had some strength left in their bodies. Kim Seon said that cancer had spread throughout this telefo, so it wasn't worth fighting them. But what was he supposed to do then? Run away? But that wasn't all. Atmo was in one of the shuttles, but the bullet wasn't sure about the energy levels in those 2. However, Kim Seon didn't care about any of that. He had to find his sister. Meanwhile, Charzo wasn't wasting any time. Then Kim Seon told Yeon he would try to trust. The kid didn't understand anything, but Kim Seon started dodging the blows. He moved much better than in the first fight, after which he even hit Charzo. He managed to get that close. Yeon didn't understand what had changed. Kim Seon explained that it was basic Kangyeon boxing. Meanwhile, the Symphono guys finally arrived, and at that moment, the infectious object number 5 from Talafo arrived. A strange creature emerged from the capsule. It shot up into the air. The guys silently waited to see what would happen next. While the creature was creating something in its hand, it looked like some kind of magic. It was hard for a human to even understand how all this was happening. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion. And Symphono? That thing hit them. Symphono just fell near the guys. Shibaro explained that the energy of Symphono, or cancer, couldn't be destroyed, but nothing stopped them from merging with it, after which he ordered his object to get rid of the boys. Kim Seon couldn't even catch that alien. Too fast. Then Yeon intervened. After all, he still had the Eye of EA. It was saving them. Thanks to that, they managed to dodge just in time. And Yeon even managed to land a hit. This bought them some time. But not for long. They still hadn't figured out what had happened to their Symphono. However, it seemed Yeon didn't need it. He was already dodging blows perfectly. His martial arts skills outweighed all the powers and energies. Kim Seon silently watched this and quickly thought of what they should do. Meanwhile, Charzo couldn't wait to kill those bastards himself. But Shubaro asked him to just wait. After all, they had a mission, and he begged that idiot Charzo to just stand still and not mess things up. Meanwhile, the weapon of object number 5 suddenly transformed into something even more terrifying. And they had many more tricks up their sleeves. Suddenly, a motorcycle flew at the alien. It threw him off balance and disrupted his coordination. That's when Yeon realized it was his moment, and he quickly executed one of his cool moves. In doing so, he simply knocked the bastard's head off. But it wasn't that simple, because object number 5 managed to stab Yeon with its sword. It was hellishly painful, like he was burned by fire. Then Kim Seon intervened. He was ready to strike, when suddenly he saw a face, and there was a smile on Shibaro's face. Kim Seon just stood there in shock. Time seemed to freeze. What? His sister? A bitter disappointment washed over his body. He tried to understand where had she been? But his sister didn't respond. She pulled the sword from Yeon, after which she stabbed it into Kim Seon. The boy simply couldn't believe it. He had searched for his sister for so long. the person who had done everything for him and was his only family. Shibaro had expected this. His pride knew no bounds. Infectious Agent 6 was supposed to preserve similar genes. He was told the mission was accomplished, and Pyrrha's territory was fortified. But the infectious agents were still incomplete and unstable. They needed to be used carefully. They were important experimental samples. Then Shibaro told Charzo that the boys were injured and they were without Symphono. Could he handle it now? Finally, it was time for his revenge. Meanwhile, the sister pulled the sword from Kim Seon. He tried to convey that this was her brother. How could she do this? The boy's voice trembled treacherously. This wasn't how he expected their reunion to go. In the end, Kim Seon couldn't take it anymore. Tears streamed from his eyes. He begged her to look at him. He had searched for his sister for so long. Yeon watched this closely, trying to understand what had happened. Charzo told Agent 5 that she could return. However, Kim Seon begged her to stay. He didn't even notice that Charzo had grabbed him and was choking him. Kim Seon couldn't take his eyes off his sister. What had those bastards done to her? Charzo wanted revenge. He decided that it was because of the boys that he had become like this. After all, those big claws weren't his usual body. For that, he would tear Kim Seon apart. However, the boy didn't react and didn't resist. He called for his sister. Charzo explained that they had tried to brainwash the EA agents, but it was too late, and that's why they started looking for people with similar genomes. The younger the subject, the easier it was to turn them into a deadly weapon. The fact that Kim Seon was awakened proved his ability to wield this power, and they were just taking someone else, genetically as similar to him as possible. This meant that Kim Seon was the reason his sister had become like this. Then Yeon intervened. He reminded Seon that they needed to fight, or they wouldn't make it out. Good thing he reminded him. Otherwise, Charzo would have completely forgotten that he had two obstacles. The bastard pushed Yeon so hard that he slammed into the wall, after which Charzo turned back to Kim Seon and threw him to Yeon. Charzo was disgusted by what the boys had done to him. After all, his whole body was now covered in cancer. It had severely shortened his life. The boys barely came to their senses. They had no strength left. Despite everything, Charzo liked feeling stronger than before. So as a form of forgiveness, he would finish the boys off quickly and painlessly, after which he summoned cancer. It seemed like the bastard was about to explode with all his strength. He charged at the boys, who had no strength left to resist. Suddenly, a shield appeared. EA Observer. Did they really think they could stop Telefo? Yeon didn't understand why Hair had appeared. She said her Symphono was on the verge. She wouldn't hold on for long. The world was in Yeon's hands, not hers. After those words, Charzo cut through Hair. She fell to the ground, her shield shattered. Hair said her awakening had already begun. Symphono were summoned only to help them, so the boys just had to believe in themselves and run. Yeon was in shock. How was this without Symphono? What was he supposed to believe in? He didn't want any of this at all. Shibaro told Charzo that Infectious Object 16 was returning, so he had to finish off the boys. Yeon said he wouldn't forgive the bastard, but the alien just found it funny. Then Yeon shouted louder that he would kill Charzo. Suddenly, a bunch of swords flew at the boy. Charzo was outraged. How dare Shibaro? They had agreed that the boys were his, to which Shibaro replied that it was just a task and they hadn't even given them breathing gear. There was no time for that. Charzo just had to kill them, and that was it. But he couldn't just do that, especially after everything the boys had done to him. Yeon was still conscious. Those bastards were getting on his nerves. Shibaro asked what he was staring at. Did he give up? Maybe Yeon still wanted to beg them for mercy? After which, Shibaro pointed to that thing in the sky. It turned out they didn't even need to kill Yeon. They had a completely different task, and they had accomplished it. The boy lost his voice. He suddenly felt such intense panic. Shibaro enjoyed that Yeon was finally feeling that something was off. It was amazing that they had this feeling. What did they call it? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the shelter. Jae arrived there but felt she was late. There she saw the injured Hwang Chong, the son and dog, Yeon's mom and uncle. But she didn't understand what had happened. Rovachevsky lay powerless. And then suddenly he got up, limping on one leg. It was clear the dog had been fighting. After which he suddenly ran. Meanwhile, Shibaro explained that they had conducted research and found a new specimen. And it was 100 times more useful than Yeon. Their genes were identical. Shibaro thanked the boy for leading them to him. And then Yeon's heart stopped. Chi-hyun? Brother? Shibaro found it difficult to take him when he was in a more secure place, but they pulled him out. Thank you very much. Shibaro would have let Yeon say goodbye, but now he was their specimen. The boy simply couldn't believe it. Mom, what had he done? He begged that they'd rather kill him. But those bastards just laughed. They didn't understand why Yun was suffering, but they enjoyed it. Shibaro suggested just leaving him like that. They had finished the first stage of the mission. All EA objects would be destroyed after the next squad arrived. That way, they would suffer more, and that was wonderful. Jan swore he would finish them all off, but he couldn't actually do anything. Suddenly, Jan suddenly got up and ran. After that, everything suddenly lit up with red beams. Shibaro grinned again. It seemed he had predicted this too. An invisible wall appeared, separating Telefia from the guys. Jan tried to push through it, but he couldn't. The lasers burned his skin, searing his body from the inside. Kim Seon couldn't even get up. Eventually, the bastards took off. It was a brutal attack. Everything was destroyed. Telefia no longer returned to Earth after the invasion. Pyrrha's goal was to warn EA's mission before the new forces invaded. They needed genes identical to those of the Awakened. They had already succeeded in abducting younger family members of the Awakened. They just didn't need to come back. What happened to Kim Seon's sister? Had she become something else? Would he be able to find her? Kim Seon was ready to do anything to get her back. But after seeing what she had turned into, he began to doubt. Did he have enough strength? A couple of soldiers nearly killed him. Could he take on an entire squad and save her? The world still felt paused, and Pyrrha hadn't returned from the invasion. They had no choice but to wait for the bastards to come back. The guys had no chance of getting there first. And Kangyeon left the shelter that same day and never came back. However, a few months later, Kim Seon found out what the guy had been up to. Suddenly, a bullet appeared. Some time passed, but there was still no word from Pyrrha. Pyrrha's main forces didn't show up, nor did Telefia. Their mercenaries from Atmo hung around for a while, but eventually disappeared too. Suddenly, Kim Seon learned that someone was hunting Atmo, and he found Yeon again. And half a year had already passed. A bottle suddenly slipped from Kim Seon's hands. A bullet suddenly flew in. They hadn't seen each other in ages, a really long time. But this meeting changed everything. Kim Seon was racing fast. His heart was pounding. He hadn't felt like this in a long time. Finally, he arrived at the destination. There was someone eating a candy bar. Someone very dirty, but so familiar. Kim Seon told Yeon that they were back, to which his old friend corrected him, asking to call him Hyun, out of respect. Kim Seon ignored this and asked what he was planning to do. Yeon was holding his weapon. It was dirty too. He stood on a pile of dead aliens, with Rovachevsky next to him. The dog was completely different. Fierce. Yeon ordered Kim Seon to go. They would finish them all off. Kim Seon silently agreed. And so, the city turned to darkness. Meanwhile, the events shifted to the past. When Yeon had just escaped with Rovachevsky, who was he running from? His friends wouldn't have held him back anyway. Maybe he was running from himself. Suddenly, Yeon recalled his teacher's words. When he was about to leave, Hwang Chung didn't understand what those breaks were all about. The bus was supposed to arrive the next day. The guy could leave with everyone. His mother and uncle said the military would search for his brother, but the commander himself understood it made no sense. Yeon wasn't sure what to do. He had been waiting for them to show up again, but that never happened. The guy truly didn't know what to do. Yeon would have been better off not waking up from the coma at all. It was all his fault. All he knew was that he didn't belong here. Hwang Chung understood that the situation was serious. Did he really think he could find those bastards by himself? Rovachevsky doubted it, then Hwang helped him and ordered him to go with Yeon. The dog didn't understand what he had agreed to. For him, it was just a fun adventure. But in reality, it was anything but. Meanwhile, it started to rain. Suddenly, an observer appeared and asked Object 19 where he was headed. What was his goal? And why had Yeon left his loved ones? But he didn't answer and asked what had happened to Hare, his observer. It turned out she was undergoing treatment, but was still in critical condition. It was hard to contact her since the EA's eye had been implanted in Yeon. This new observer had been appearing in place of Hare for a month. Yeon had asked several times, but he wanted to know again, how could he find his brother? The observer repeated that he didn't know. The bastards were impossible to track until they opened a window and showed up. Yeon begged him to forget about that window already. He said there was only one way to get into this era, and still, the observer couldn't find them? Jan didn't believe him. But the window connecting to Mobius, the time boundary, worked on the same principle. But it wasn't that simple. Jan was fed up. There was no point in repeating himself. He still wouldn't understand anything. If the observer didn't know how to find Jan's brother, he could stop showing up. Meanwhile, days went by, when suddenly, Jan felt sick and just collapsed. Right into the water! It refreshed him a bit, so Jan quickly came to his senses. But that was the last straw. He felt so sorry for his mom. She had to forgive him. His brother, his sweet brother. Meanwhile, winter arrived. It was getting cold and Jan had no other clothes. He hid somewhere to keep warm. Suddenly, Rovachevsky came running. The dog brought food to his master. But Jan didn't want it. He told Rovachevsky to eat it himself. And he asked him to go back. It was dangerous for the animal to stay with the guy. Then a bullet appeared and told Jan that he had been alone for 48 days. The last time he ate was 190 hours ago, and even though he was awakened, he was still human. Suddenly, Jan grabbed a stone and then hit himself in the face with it. Jan asked if the bullet wanted him to return the EAI. Did he really want that? The guy didn't need that power, and the eye too. It could go to hell. But the bullet remained silent. Jan pleaded, even if they killed him this time, at least return his brother. He didn't care about the fate of the world. Jan just wanted to get his brother back. Please. Rovachevsky was coming with another can when suddenly he saw his master who had collapsed and was unconscious. Jan didn't wake up, so Rovachevsky just lay down next to him. Meanwhile, night fell. Two observers were walking, discussing the object whose life signs were dropping sharply. They were ordered to retrieve the body if he turned out to be dead. But did they really have to follow all orders? After all, a good awakened one is a dead awakened one. They would just finish off Jan and take the body. Rovachevsky had just woken up, as if sensing danger, and started to wake Jan. But his master was asleep. The two robots didn't expect there to be a dog nearby, especially an awakened dog. Suddenly, Jan opened his eyes. The sensations were like that time, coma. He couldn't tell if it was real. His body felt like it was on pause, like a lifeless box, while his brain was constantly searching inside it. Jan could remember every second, every minute, and day he found consciousness. Nothing was impossible for his mind. His dreams, hopes, all were within reach. Back then, Jan could only ponder. And now, he felt something similar. His brother, his family would be safe if it weren't for all this. Suddenly, Jan woke up. Rovachevsky and some kid were above him. It turned out there were two kids. Jan was in some room. They were the children, a brother and sister. The older brother asked Jan if he was a thief and warned him that they had food. But Jan didn't understand what was happening at all. Well, it was getting more and more interesting. Jan had a ton of questions. Why were the kids alone? Where were their parents? Why weren't they in a shelter? It turned out the kids were waiting for their father. And the girl explained that a bunch of monsters had come out of the window, and then they found Jan and Rovachevsky. Jan didn't remember any of this. Then the boys showed the place where they had been hiding with their father. They had also tried to find their mom during the earthquake. Then that thing appeared. He pointed somewhere. Was it a portal? The children's father went in there and never came back. Jan was immediately intrigued. Did the monsters come from there? The kids just followed them, and then Rovachevsky attacked them and won. The kids really liked that. Jan silently stared at that portal or window. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Jan wrote a letter to Huang Chang. He said he was alive and well. He had stumbled upon these kids during his journey and asked him to take care of them and Rovachevsky. Then he handed the letter to the kids and asked them to give it to the oldest one that the dog recognized. Jan asked what the boy's name was. Li Tae-in, he was only 11. The kids wanted to wait for their father first. Jan said their parents would be proud of him since he was protecting his sister all by himself. But they probably wouldn't want the kids to stay here. After all, it was clear that Tae-in's goal was to protect his sister. Jan assured them they could trust Rovachevsky, as they had seen how the dog acted. He would lead the kids. The guy asked his friend to take care of the kids and stay there himself to protect the locals. Rovachevsky understood everything as he whined, feeling so sad to leave his master. But he still obeyed the order. For a moment, Rovachevsky hesitated, hoping Jan would change his mind. But he didn't, ordering him to go. Well, Rovachevsky had no other choice. And Jan was getting ready to go through that portal. First, he tried his hand. Nothing happened. What was there? Suddenly, were there enemies? The future? Would Yon find out where his brother was? Should he go there? Well, he wouldn't know if he didn't try, and he wouldn't regret it. But if he did nothing, nothing would change. So Jan set off. What an idiot. Just woke up from a coma, hadn't eaten anything in so long. Alone. First, it was his foot. Jan landed somewhere on a hard surface. He looked around. What was this? Suddenly, some robot people noticed Jan. He realized this was very bad, and he shouldn't get caught. Suddenly, Jan heard something, someone's voice. He immediately turned around. What was that? Then suddenly, behind him, Jan felt a foreign presence, and his heart raced. He stepped back when he saw a huge brute, but Jan was ready to fight. Meanwhile, the events shifted back to the shelter. There, Huang Chang was already arguing with someone. Now it was with Kim Son, because his favorite stubborn ram was missing. It turned out that the commander had forbidden Kim Son from doing something. The kid was furious. Why could Yon do it, but not him? Huang admitted that he was partly to blame for Yon turning into such a monster. He should have ignored the kid despite all the pleas. Besides, shouldn't Kim Son's trainer be someone stronger than him? But he stood his ground. After all, Yon had told him everything. It was Huang who taught him how to fight. Kim Son wanted that too, but the commander wasn't falling for it anymore. He didn't want to stoke the flames. The world wouldn't change because of that. When Yon left, he didn't even say goodbye to Kim Son. He just said he didn't want to stay there. Then he briefly apologized. Yon said he didn't really understand what it was like to lose a sister. He genuinely sympathized with Kim Son for being left alone and walked away. That's what he was apologizing for. But the kid didn't get what Yon was planning to do there. Just look for them. He had to swallow his anger. Otherwise, he'd end up on the edge. Kim Son had been through that, and nothing had changed. Yon exploded with a scream. So what was he supposed to do then? He couldn't take it anymore. He just wanted to live happily with his family and little brother. How pathetic. Yon was the reason for their suffering. Then Kim Son asked what was next. This book, Basic Boxing from Kang Yon, he had to tell him what to do next. The kid suggested he ask the commander. After all, it was Yon who taught him everything. So Huang would definitely take better care of Kim Son. But the commander wouldn't just accept the kid. He'd have to be persuaded. That's the advice Yon gave him. And finally, he asked Kim Son to call him Hyun when they met next time. These memories made Kim Son do strange things. He suddenly punched an innocent tree. After that, he asked Huang Chang why. Just like that, the tree broke and fell on him. Chung walked away, cursing that damn Yon. What had he told Kim Son that the kid had been begging him for a whole month? And where the hell had those breaks gone? Should the commander have not let Yon leave? That question tormented him all the time. Suddenly, he saw something. Rovachevsky and the kids. Meanwhile, the robot Yon encountered was trying to figure out if he was one of the Pira. He didn't look like those scumbags. But who was he then? Then the robot transmitted something to others via the mothership. Confirmed the exit from Moebius. Yon didn't know what to do, but he felt he had something. While the robot was trying to convey that he found someone resembling an ancestor, before he could finish, Yoon lunged at him. He just smashed the robot's head. But the alien wasn't going to give up that easily. He hit Yon back, and hard. After that, the robot realized that Yon definitely wasn't from Pira, and he had come for the communication device, which meant Yon wasn't the usual ancestor. The kid fell and couldn't get up as the giant approached him. But the will to survive took over. He quickly got up, a smile on Yon's face. After that, he charged into battle. Well, the coma made him a bit slower, because the robot easily tossed Yon aside. Why couldn't he use his powers? If he could, Yon would have handled it easily. However, the robot was still puzzled as to why Yon hadn't died. Who was this ancestor? Again, some voice. It commanded to open. Where was this nonsense coming from? Meanwhile, Huang Chang received a letter written by Yon. He found it amusing how the kid was meddling in other people's affairs again. After that, he praised the kids and asked Rovachevsky to show them the way to the shelter. And meanwhile, someone was hiding nearby. Huang decided that this man had come with the kids, completely oblivious. It turned out this man knew the commander. It had been 29 years, but he hoped Huang would remember him. He didn't remember, suggested they talk in the shelter, but the stranger insisted he remember. 29 years later. Today, right now. Huang thought this guy was just some lunatic. Suddenly, the man grabbed the commander's hand. That touch made him feel sick. He said that Huang would understand later. He asked him to remember the time. Remember and say, open the window. The man started repeating those words over and over while Huang stared at him in a daze. Meanwhile, Yan was fighting the robot, and he wasn't really winning. Thank goodness for technology, which definitely wouldn't just disappear from him. Yan barely took one down. He could have died. Suddenly, another portal appeared nearby, and two more robots came out. Trouble. Yan realized he couldn't handle it, so he decided to run. Suddenly, he heard that voice again, saying, "Open the window." He turned around and saw a small blue portal. The portal was very tiny, but Yan suddenly felt something, like he was supposed to. After that, he quickly turned and tried to enlarge the portal. He screamed as loud as he could, calling on his power. If it worked, Yan begged it to work right now. After that, the portal suddenly opened. Yan flew into it and landed on the floor. Someone told him he made a dramatic entrance. He was ready to tear everyone apart. Yan immediately charged at the one who spoke to him. An old man said that back then Yan was such a wicked idiot, but the kid didn't understand anything, and the man said he was too old for that. Suddenly, Yan had an epiphany. It was Commander Huang Chang. The man told this idiot that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Meanwhile, Huang Chang in reality wanted to get away from that lunatic who was bothering him. He didn't understand who this man was and why he was saying all this to him. Rovachevsky was watching all this. Suddenly, he started barking loudly. After that, he even lunged at the stranger. But he jumped to hug and lick the stranger, as if they were already familiar. After that, the man told Rovachevsky that they had an important conversation and ordered the dog to sit. And Rovachevsky obeyed. After that, he commanded him to lie down, and the dog complied again. Huang Chang decided that the stranger was just from the shelter, and he couldn't remember him. Otherwise, how would he know how to communicate with Rovachevsky? Then the stranger said that people and dogs were essentially the same. No one is good at something from the start. All this dog needed was training and care. That was enough for Rovachevsky to become a reliable friend. Suddenly, Kim Son appeared. He came running at the dog's barking. Then he asked Huang Chang if Rovachevsky had returned. And the stranger told the commander that this kid was still young and inexperienced. But who knows, maybe if Huang trained him, he would make important decisions in the future. He advised the commander not to dismiss him, but to guide Kim Son so he could use his power correctly. Meanwhile, Rovachevsky was turning his head back and forth between Kim Son and the stranger, shocked. He asked Rovachevsky where Yan was, to which the commander replied that the dog had returned by himself. After that, he asked the man why he didn't go to the shelter too, but when Huang Chang turned around, he saw no one there. Meanwhile, Yan asked the commander why he looked like that. Had he been made up? Was this really Huang Chang? But the commander had just aged. Yan was still struggling to grasp that. After that, Huang said that Yan had ended up in the future. The thought sent shivers down the kid's spine. Moebius? That's what they called the boundary of time. It minimized the risk of mistakes and side effects from time travel. However, Yan was still worried about how old Huang Chang really was and that it wasn't makeup. The commander sighed heavily. He had completely forgotten how stupid Yan was. He couldn't believe he had waited so long to prepare the kid for training. And no matter how much he thought about it, he felt pathetic. Yan stood his ground and asked him to explain what was happening. That finally pushed Huang Chang over the edge. He started yelling at Yan, hit the kid on the head, and asked him to forget everything and just give him an answer to one question. Would he do it or not? Yan didn't understand anything, and now his head hurt. Huang asked if Yan wanted to fight the creatures that had entered their world. The kid still didn't get it. Then the commander asked him to just forget it. He didn't want to scare him, and Yan had always been indifferent to big goals. So Huang wanted to ask, the creatures that killed a bunch of people and took Yan's family, did he want to become strong enough to stop them? If so, then Huang asked Yan to stay. They would train him. But if not, then the commander would open the window again, and Yan would just go back. The kid understood very little, but he said he didn't want to stop those scumbags. He wanted to rip them to shreds and then bury them. Huang Chang couldn't hide his joy. This idiot had passed. So they would start intense training. Suddenly, the room began to change. Yan had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, under his feet, he just fell through. Yan screamed. He suddenly felt scared. What if this was a trap? But the portal closed. Yan fell for a very long time, after which he finally landed on the ground. It hurt! He looked around. Was this the same place? Suddenly, something was here after all. A robot? A person? What the hell? Meanwhile, it had already gotten dark in the shelter. There, Kim Son was training with the notebook Yan had given him. It just listed basic stances, but his strikes had definitely become stronger. Kim Seon needed to train to better use his power. Wang Chong kept his gaze on him and decided that he reminded him of someone. Suddenly, the words of that man. He said that if Huang believed in Kim Seon and trained him, the kid would make important decisions in the future. Rovachevsky was bothering Kim Seon during training, wanting to play. Huang decided that man was just a lunatic. Suddenly, Kim Seon ordered Rovachevsky to sit. He did it just like that lunatic. Wang Chang's hair stood on end. He stood there watching as Kim Seon gave commands just like that, and Rovachevsky obeyed him. Huang was completely losing his mind, but he realized he had no other choice. After that, he took a bat and a ball and told Kim Seon he would train him, but he had to follow his instructions and not argue. Kim Seon agreed to everything, but he was curious about this baseball thing. What did he need it for? After that, Huang threw the ball and ordered Kim Seon to bring it back. He had 3 minutes to do it. Well, we've seen this somewhere before. Meanwhile, Yan was in a room with some monster and didn't understand what was happening. He was trembling with fear and quickly grabbed his weapon. The unknown being stood up and said, K, asked to call him that, Kang Yon. His voice was very strange. Yan asked if K would be better. He found it odd that this creature wore a mask and its voice sounded mechanical. After that, the creature said that Yan's training would end when he defeated him. However, the kid found that strange and absurd. He had just somewhere and now he was here. He didn't understand what. Before Yan could finish, the creature lunged at him. It seemed he didn't realize that training had just begun, and it would be the most painful training of his life. Very painful, until Yan defeated him. But how could he possibly defeat this killing machine? The creature promised that otherwise this training wouldn't end. Yan realized that this bastard was coming to hit him again and begged for mercy. But he didn't care about the pleas. Meanwhile, the action shifted to the hideout. Kim Seon was running his usual route, catching the ball. Surprisingly, the guy was acting just like Yan. He chose the same routes, the same strategies. Finally, Kim Seon arrived. 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Again. In the meantime, Yan finally emerged from that hellish portal. But Huang Chang seemed unsatisfied for some reason. Well, that was some meat, the man said. In reality, Yan didn't even understand. Did he die? It all ended so quickly that the guy didn't even get to see that jerk's moves. And that power, he really tried to finish Yan off. What kind of training was this? Kay said he was from the future, but how could he be that strong then? Yan would never be able to. Suddenly he woke up. His breathing was rapid as if he had been underwater the whole time. Huang Chang said it took a little over an hour. It seemed that trainer was a bit harsher than he thought. Yan had no idea what the hell just happened. Did he live? He was literally beaten to death. The guy could swear on it. Huang explained that it was an operational capsule, a medical invention that would appear in about 20 years in Yan's time. They still hadn't conquered incurable diseases, but they treated regular injuries well. Yan started complaining about that K. What was his deal? But Huang Chang didn't like the whining, so he forbade Yan from complaining and shoved him back into the portal. After all, this was just the beginning. Thus, he fell to the floor again. Yan was whole and uninjured for only 43 seconds. He looked around in fear. He saw that K and started begging for a break, just a little. But that monster was completely indifferent to all the pleas. Yan couldn't take it anymore and just screamed a curse. Why wouldn't that jerk listen to him? Well, the results of the training were the same. Huang Chang seemed to even enjoy it. Meanwhile, Kim Seon was also training diligently. Day and night, Yan arrived back at Huang Chang half alive, half dead. Interestingly, both guys were training under the commander at the same time, but they didn't even realize it yet. When would they find out about it? It would be interesting to know. But for now, their progress was equally, how should I put this, pathetic. 2 weeks had passed, and Kim Seon still hadn't managed. Huang Chang was getting tired, when suddenly Rovachevsky heard something. He immediately ran off somewhere. Kim Seon wanted to stop the dog, but the commander decided Rovachevsky could go, for obvious reasons. Although Kim Seon didn't understand those reasons. Meanwhile, Yan seemed to be starting to get somewhere. At least he managed to surprise Kay for a second. And Kim Seon, he was so furious. This pointless training was driving him crazy. So he just smashed through a wall with his body and didn't even flinch. Meanwhile, Yan found himself back in that thing that healed him. But this time he asked Huang Chang for a minute. He wanted to at least get dressed before going back. Yan zipped up a new nice jacket and noticed something strange about his hair. He asked Huang Cheng why his hair hadn't grown at all in these 6 months. What an idiot. The commander had told him that inside Moebius time didn't exist. The theory and technology of time travel would be discovered in the near future. But transporting a living being would only become possible in a few centuries. That would be achieved by Pyrrha and EA thousands of years later. Moebius was a space that resembled a bus stop. Time didn't flow the same way here, so aging was also halted. Jan finally started to understand all these 6 months. Huang interrupted, saying that even if you added the time he spent in the capsule, all the meals and changes of clothes, Jan had only spent 15 days. And then the guy realized he couldn't even comprehend how many hours he had spent here. Meanwhile, morning arrived at the hideout. When a bullet came to Kim Son, informing him that those jerks had returned, he immediately rushed to where the supervisor pointed. Kim Seon saw a completely different Jan there, and next to him was Rovachevsky. Finally found him. The guy explained that those jerks had returned. Jan had no other desire than to finish them off. Meanwhile, a window indeed appeared in the sky, from which Pyrrha flew out. They immediately attacked. 2 new people emerged from the shadows. Well, almost new. It was the leader of the 14th Squad of Telefia, Kaidun, and the familiar jerk, Charzo. They complained about the air quality. Kaidun used a different breathing system than Charzo. He recommended that the newbie use their device, but Kaidun just mocked the idea. Did this idiot really want to teach him something? Who was protecting whom here? There was no need for that. Kaidun had seen reports about the Atmo disappearing in this area. He could have just sent his soldiers, but Kaidun wanted to see it all for himself. He said he just wanted to look around while they searched for Atmo, when suddenly he fell silent, because the guys arrived on motorcycles. Jan was already ready to attack while Kim Son drove. On the way, he immediately knocked one loser down. It seemed that Jan had been killing Telefia's Atmo all this time. He handled them so easily. For him, it was like a regular ritual, like drinking a glass of water. Charzo and Kaidun were pleasantly surprised by this. Charzo even recognized these 2 awakened ones. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. And although it hadn't been that long for Charzo, Jan had been waiting for this for ages. It turned out that Kaidun had read about Jan in the reports, and Charzo apologized for the inconvenience, as they hadn't been told to eliminate the guys in previous missions. However, Kaidun was even glad to have a little fun while surveying the area. He told the guys he wanted to learn a bit about this era. Did he want a tour? Jan told that idiot he didn't care what he wanted. The guy had a few questions of his own. He felt that Kaidun was higher in the hierarchy than Charzo. This in turn angered the big guy. That idiot hadn't changed at all. However, Jan had noticed everything correctly. This meant Kaidun could answer his questions. The newcomer didn't understand where Jan was leading. He learned that the higher the rank, the more they knew. And in that case, Jan had no reason to leave Charzo alive, after which he called Sun Kim. The guy was just lifting another Tesla, and he actually managed it. Even Kaidun was impressed. Kim Seon looked very small, but he was so strong. He just threw the car at those jerks. Charzo just laughed. Who would adapt to such an obvious attack? When suddenly, well, the guys had learned their lesson from the previous battle. Now they were using attacks that weren't all aimed at the opponents. Their ship exploded. The blast was epic. Kaidun didn't like this very much. Now they wouldn't be able to retreat. Their stay on Earth would be longer. Charzo got angry and went first. He was going to quickly deal with the guys and call for another ship. He immediately used Lapo. Charzo knew that only the best awakened ones could fight like that. Well, never underestimate your enemy. Jan didn't bother listening to all that nonsense Charzo kept saying and immediately went on the attack. Kaidun was very shocked by what he saw. It seemed that wasn't what the reports had said. Jan told Charzo that he didn't even need him as an opponent. Of course, this greatly annoyed the jerk. Jan was deliberately getting under his skin. Charzo was about to unleash his Lapo and kill the guy, but he wasn't doing so well at it. For now, Charzo was only succeeding in losing. He didn't even hide that Jan had dealt him significant damage. And the guy wasn't even breaking a sweat. He just calmly exhaled. Then Charzo promised to tear Jan into a British flag. The guy used his EAI, and thanks to it, he easily dodged Charzo. He even managed to rip the idiot's arm off. He was still complaining about that claw. So considerate, Jan did him a favor. Meanwhile, the events shifted to Moebius. When Jan once again came for recovery, Huang noticed that K had really messed him up. But it turned out, it wasn't Jan. The commander couldn't believe it took a few days for K to heal him. Huang thought this training would never end, and he asked Kay if he was satisfied, to which the alien said that Yon was now way cooler than him, although Huang didn't think so. Kay asked if Yon had dragged him here. Huang didn't think he would ever see a different picture. Usually the guy came back barely alive, but this time, Yon was so worried. He said Kay had gotten seriously hurt. Huang didn't understand how that could happen, but it turned out Yon had just accidentally hit Kay with all his strength. He was worried if everything would be okay with him now. Kay suddenly became curious about how many times Yon had been treated. It had been so long that he lost count after 100, and Huang was counting 1538 times. That's how many times he had thrown Yon back to Kay. At some point, he felt that Yon was starting to hold back. He had been training much longer than Kay had planned and had become much stronger. But it paid off. Yon dealt with Charzo without any effort at all. Kaiden definitely didn't expect that. But that didn't mean he didn't like it. Charzo was just an ordinary soldier, but still a member of Telefia Pira. That impressed him. Afterward, Kaidun said they were ordered to eliminate the EA awakened problems at the root. Now he understood why. Then he introduced himself. It turned out the leader of the 14th Squad was also responsible for creating combat technologies, including the enhancement agent, his cancer-amplified strength, after which Kaidun used it, and all the defeated dead suddenly revived. Well, Yon was ready to fight the enemy, but not against the immortal. All the Atmo immediately pounced on the guy. They were overwhelming in number. However, Yon wasn't planning to just give up like that. He deflected their attacks. Atmo were dying, after which Kaidun revived them again. Yon hadn't fought such strong Atmo before, but he was ready to accept this challenge. Yon had trained a lot for this moment. He had every chance of winning, and he was succeeding. This was no longer the old Yon, always unsure of himself. This Yon knew his strengths and how to use them. Then Kaidun made the maximum enhancement and ordered the Atmo to rise and kill the guy. The monster really seemed to grow in size. Yon got distracted for a second, when suddenly, someone threw a small stone at the big guy's head. That was enough to distract him. Then Kim-san intervened and knocked the Atmo down, after which, he simply ripped that jerk's head off. Kim-san didn't even blink. It felt like he did this all the time. Well, Kaidun was once again left with nothing. This was already making him laugh. Did the guys really think they could show him just how strong the awakened EA were? Well, he thought he was just here for a stroll. He didn't expect to have to unleash his powers. Yon was still stuck on his questions, to which Kaidun replied that the people of the past were still savages. They knew nothing about the future, so it was too early for them to brag about their strength. During their last war with the EA, they tried to stop Pyrrha with their new technology, but soon they started whispering. If you see Telefia in a cloak, run, Yon told Kim-san, hoping Kaidun would be more useful than everyone else. But it seemed he was just another pawn. Meanwhile, the alien was about to use Lapo. He wanted to showcase the impressive power of the best in Telefia. Yon asked what that idiot was planning to show him, after which he called for the fusion of Symphono and Lapo. Horror froze on Kaidun's face. When he saw such, Yon, the scene shifted back to the past when the guy was once again gearing up for training. For some reason, this time he felt more confident. Before Yon could even land suddenly, Kay snatched the weapon from him, saying that finally Yon figured out to bring it. But just swinging it around wouldn't make him stronger. Yon had been here 100 times, but it seemed he would never get stronger. So this time, Kay said they would start with mental training. Yon was surprised that he wouldn't be attacked, unlike all those other times. Kay told the guy to think back to when he first got the power of the awakened, how Yon used it. He replied that it was all because of Symphono and hair, but then Kay cut him off sharply. Because Symphono was never the source of his power. It merely ignited the flame of the small fire that was already burning inside Yon. It was like dynamite, Kay explained. It made no sense until it was lit. People have hidden strength, but most die without ever discovering it. They called it potential. Yon listened and didn't understand what kind of nonsense Kay was talking. It seemed the alien read his mind, as he said he was sure Yon didn't understand him, but still asked him to think about it. What were his feelings when he went to that school? When Yon was furious, that's what made him awaken back then. That power came from his anger. The guy didn't understand how this alien knew so much about him. Yon replied that he was probably just confident back then. Kay interrupted him, saying that now he couldn't do it again because he was just scared. Suddenly, those words made sense to Yon. He had to become confident. Kay agreed that this was the starting point of a person's greatest strength. Meanwhile, Yon from the present asked Kaidun to show him what that was. To be honest, the alien didn't expect to see that. Doubts even started creeping in. But Kaidun quickly hid his fear behind a mask of anger. Yon was just a cheap EA. So now the fight between the two strongest representatives of rival nations began. Yon aimed with his cool sword, when suddenly, Kim San tensed up. And then Yon realized something strange. It seemed Kaidun really wasn't so simple. He shouldn't be underestimated. He said he had thought about this even before he found the strength of cancer. It was too low for Kaidun to use physical strength in battle. He didn't need that. Yon wasn't in a hurry to advance. He was waiting for something. Kaidun continued. His powers were on another level, after which he commanded Charzo to get up. At that moment, the giant suddenly stood up. His arm began to regrow. Kaidun said that none of his soldiers, including himself, would die until he stopped. Moreover, he could strengthen them all to the last. In support of these words, Charzo fully recovered and roared. It felt like he had truly become stronger. But Yon wasn't scared and wasn't going to waste time. So he quickly attacked Charzo. However, this time something felt strange for him. Charzo withstood the blow. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the past again. Kay created a new portal. Yon was scared that the trainer would leave, but he ordered him to follow. After which he commanded him not to go anywhere. Kay was going to show what the difference between having power and not having it was. Yon suddenly started to feel scared. Why were the windows red? What was Kay planning to do? There were so many of those bastards. But the alien knew all this. It was nearly impossible to run into them in the endless Moebius space, so Kay had specifically brought Yon to this place where their armies gathered. He explained that Symphono was a technology from the future that enhanced the inner strength of organic beings through merging with it. Let's say it was nanotechnology from the future. Kay was sure that Yon thought Symphono was needed for healing and boosting physical strength. And he thought so because there were few of them, which was why Yon couldn't use his powers. But as soon as the merging began, Symphono became part of the person, after which Kay used Lapo. The strength varied depending on the host and their goals. But it amplified both the owner's might and their weapon. Yon simply couldn't believe it. And this was his staff that he had crafted from scratch? Kay repeated that Symphono was not the source of power, after which he returned the staff to its previous form and slammed it against the floor. Then again and again, Kay was making a lot of noise. Yon didn't understand what that idiot was doing. Those bastards were everywhere, and they would hear. To confirm his words, Atmos started appearing behind Kay. The alien told Yon to drill it into his head that this was the reason he couldn't defeat Kay. Power was himself. It was how angry he was, how desperate, and how confident he was. Yon's confidence was the result. Meanwhile, Charzo was furious and was about to retaliate. When suddenly, something crunched. It was Kim San. The guy intercepted the attack and told Yon that he would handle that bastard. But it was very dangerous. Charzo was different. However, Kim San assured him that he understood that himself. But not that he had just been sitting around doing nothing for these past few months. Kim Seon's strength was truly impressive. He was very confident and skillfully wielded what he had. Well, Yon had a different task then. Charzo was finished, but he got back up and became even stronger. And the reason for that was Kaidun. So Yon had to deal with him first. Kaidun understood his opponent's intentions and unleashed spikes. But Yon wasn't even scared by that. After all, he knew he had all the abilities to dodge this minor obstacle. However, unfortunately, Yon wasn't ready for those spikes to emerge right from the ground. Well, that made him retreat. Kaidun liked Yon's line of thought. It was right. First disarm the opponent. But did he really think he could destroy technology from the distant future? The opponent was indeed right about some things. But did he know that Yon had already been to the distant future? He had trained on Atmos. Kay showed that in this way he was using only his strength. Yon didn't believe anything would work. After all, there were just too many Atmos. So Kay had to show something else. Confidence. Kay concentrated. He tensed every muscle. He jumped so high, it was as if gravity didn't affect him. So, Yon really had a good teacher. He exhaled, took a breath to gather himself. Yon promised that he would finish Kaidun off, even if it tore him to pieces, because this was his confidence. He charged forward, right into the face of death. Kaidun predictably unleashed his spikes. Yon now dodged them without touching the ground, after which he executed an incredible move, and all the spikes flew off in every direction. It was clear from Kaidun's expression that he hadn't expected that at all. He didn't even hide it, because Jan had severed that bastard's arm. Kaidun screamed that the guy was just a pathetic human. But Jan didn't care about those empty insults. While Kaidun tried to undermine Jan's confidence, the guy delivered even stronger blows. And Kim Son, in the meantime, wasn't wasting any time and was also defeating Charzo. When suddenly, Charzo became strange, he lost coordination, and just collapsed right at his opponent's feet. Kim Seon didn't understand why this was happening. Charzo didn't care about his strikes. And then he saw that Kaidun's hands were destroyed. The alien simply couldn't believe how that bastard Jan dared. He got seriously angry and sharp bones grew in place of his hands. Jan should have listened carefully to Kaidun while he was still alive, because according to him, he was immortal. Before Kaidun could finish that thought, Jan struck again. He didn't even think, as there was a great risk that the guy would assess the situation and get scared. Jan wasn't worried about any circumstances. After all, he had a much more important goal. The guy was confident in himself. Jan repeated what Kaidun had said. Run if you see Telefia in a cloak. And yes, he had heard that before. Meanwhile, the opponent was already begging him to stop. The scene shifted back to the past, which was essentially the future. Kay said that these bastards had a structure similar to an army. And he knew that Jan had already encountered Atmos, but they were actually created to be discarded after completing their mission. Telefia was the true power of Pyrrha. Jan knew this. He had already fought 2 of them, but they were too strong, and the guy couldn't do anything while his friends were being beaten and his brother was kidnapped. Kay said that Telefia had ranks. The 2 Jan had encountered were just regular soldiers, while the real commanders wore cloaks. For Jan, this was strange. What cloaks? It turned out there were 3 colors, black, red, and white. The red ones were tough. Even among Pyrrha, where everyone was created with physical strength in mind, they were the chosen few. But Jan shouldn't be afraid if he encountered a white one. Most of them were ordinary soldiers who only managed to get through because they knew a few tricks. To defeat them, Jan just needed confidence. So the guy wasn't scared. After all, there was no one to be scared of. Kaidun fell near the ship and was about to hide there. He ordered to open the shuttle and prepare for takeoff. But it wasn't that simple for him, because at that moment, Robochevsky came out, and he was very angry. Kaidun didn't even know that awakened dogs existed. It wasn't mentioned in the reports. Jan ordered Robochevsky to stop, as Kaidun was still needed. He dragged that bastard along with him, tossed him into the shuttle like a bag of trash. It turned out Jan was going to let Kaidun live, but then he had to do what he was asked. The guy wanted that bastard to find his brother and sister Kim Son and bring them here. But Kaidun just laughed at that. Did he think he would listen to a lower tier? However, Jan had ways to explain things well. Because Kaidun could die here and now, he had a choice. So now he listened and promised to do everything. After which, Kaidun flew off like the last coward. Kim Seon didn't understand why Yoon did that. Did he really believe him? But of course, it wasn't like that. Jan knew Kaidun would come back just for revenge. Jan did this as a warning. Maybe they did something since they were reminded of their relatives. The guy recalled the last time. They brought Kim Seon's sister. So who knew? It wasn't out of the question that next time they would bring. Yoon asked him to trust him. He had a plan. But there was something more important. He asked for help from Kim Seon. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Western shelter. There, the doctor asked if patient Kwon Yun-rin had regained consciousness yet. It turned out she hadn't. The injured person who came with her was barely holding on. Their wounds were terrible, and the nurse wasn't sure they would recover. The world had suddenly gone mad, and it affected even children. Before the doctor could finish, he suddenly fell silent. He saw the silhouette of a dog entering through a strange window portal. They were just in shock. After which, Yan returned with some girl in his arms to Huangchang. The commander was furious. What were these idiots doing? Yan made it out, but he brought his friends. Huang had to remember them. The guy felt very sorry, but his friends still hadn't regained consciousness. And so much real time had passed. Huang understood everything, but you couldn't just drag people back and forth like that. A lot could go wrong. First, you had to think and then act, Yan pleaded, as friends couldn't be healed with real-time technology. But the surgical capsule could help. Huang said that this idiot would make him do it anyway. But he would repeat once more that you couldn't just move ordinary people. The guy understood this, but he had no choice. Huang wouldn't have allowed it if Yan had asked him first. So the commander agreed. Kim Seon stood there in total shock. Yon asked him to wait a moment and step through the portal. Huang noticed the bewildered Kim Seon and asked why he was just standing there and if he had succeeded. Kim Seon didn't understand anything, so the commander asked more specifically. Had he managed to find that ball in 3 minutes? The guy just couldn't believe what he was seeing. The way Rovachevsky reacted, it was definitely the old Huang Chong in front of him. But suddenly, a dog is a dumb. It had its instincts and needs, and no Rovachevsky could stand in its way. Meanwhile, Yarn returned to Kay. Had the alien really been sitting in that room the whole time? He was initially outraged that Yarn had come, but then he asked how everything went. The guy was clearly pleased with himself. Kay was right that it wouldn't be easy, but Yarn had managed. Then Kay asked about the suppressor. Yarn showed him a bracelet on his wrist and said he hadn't taken it off. Then Yarn asked how Kay was feeling. The alien didn't immediately grasp what the question was about. But then he realized it was about how Yarn had nearly killed him. Well, Kay had healed. However, it turned out that wasn't what the guy meant. But he quickly asked to forget it. Kay didn't press the issue. It seemed he understood Yarn anyway. So he just asked what the guy was going to do now. Yarn said he would start from scratch. He asked Kay to take care of himself and promised to come back. The alien said he didn't need that and wished him luck. However, as Yarn was leaving, Kay said everything started with a thought. That's how people built civilization and even ventured into space. He asked Yarn not to forget that, and reminded him once more that confidence is a result. A smile appeared on Yarn's face. Meanwhile, the portal to Huangchang closed. Rovachevsky was upset that he had been left behind, to which the commander replied that he hadn't asked him to stay. Kim Seon had just left the dog there and told it to keep an eye on things. And besides, Rovachevsky had just been so happy to see his master. But now that everyone was gone, the dog was unhappy? Was it all because of his leg? Meanwhile, events shifted back to the real world. Kim Seon returned, where Yan was already waiting and asked why his friend hadn't asked any questions. He replied that he probably understood everything, and then asked if they were still going to the shelter. But Yan had no such intentions. They would be putting the rest at risk. There was no time. He would explain everything on the way. He told Kim Seon that he was planning to do a lot of dangerous things, and it would be tough, but he had to. Yan didn't want to force Kim Seon, but he asked if the guy believed him. He asked what Yan was even thinking if he was asking such silly questions. In a month, everyone would die. Kim Seon didn't understand anything, but Yan added that most people would die. He wanted to explain more, but Kim Seon interrupted, saying he didn't care what the world would become. He had to find his sister. And if there was anything Kim Seon had to do to get her back, he would do it. He trusted Yeon, that was enough. And so began their new thrilling adventure. Yeon ordered him to go faster, but there was a bridge ahead. But if Kim Seon really trusted him, he had to push on. Then Yeon created something in the space. He opened a window and the guys flew through it. Meanwhile, events shifted to Telefia. There was Shibaro, watching what had happened to their soldier. Kaidun was stuck in some green goo, after which he broke free, gasping for air, and then collapsed onto the floor. Kaiden screamed in rage and exhaustion. Why wasn't he getting better? It turned out he had been taken to the medical unit because his injuries were too severe, and he could. Kaiden didn't want to hear any of that and just finished off the idiot. After which, he ordered Shibaro to tell him about those little punks. Kaiden wanted to know everything Shibaro knew. However, when the blonde first saw the guys, they didn't pose much of a threat since they hadn't started to awaken yet. And as Kaiden himself knew, the EA's choice couldn't have been fully conscious. Shibaro hinted that he was just too weak. But judging by the footage the ship had captured, the guys had become much stronger. So maybe Kaidun wasn't too weak for them after all. Something strange had happened that they weren't aware of. Then Kaidun ordered the entire squad to assemble. He was going to return and destroy them as soon as his wounds healed. Suddenly, the room fell silent, and blood ran cold in their veins. The commander appeared. He couldn't believe it when he heard the news that his soldier was a complete loser. But looking at Kaidun, he understood everything. Shibaro immediately began bowing, but it turned out that this robot had left the squad, and there was no need for that. He was no longer a commander. He told Kaiden to focus on healing, while the robot would find those punks himself. He wanted to check the personal sample. Even though the idiot didn't like that, he asked not to interfere with his mission. To which the commander said that descending to Earth was his personal whim. He wanted to study their ancestors, and that was very useful. Kaidun hinted that the commander was just having fun with his toys everywhere, and suggested everyone stick to their personal tasks. Suddenly, one of the samples stopped Kaden. He didn't like that at all. What did this one even think? He was just a pawn. How could he stand in his way? Then the commander intervened, saying that the end of fate was very close. Capturing an entire squad could lead to unforeseen consequences. So he repeated once more that his samples would keep an eye on them, and Kaidun could deal with that issue after they finished observing. The commander was about to leave when he suddenly mentioned Kaidun, his brother. Maybe because they were born at the same time, but it seemed Kaidun had forgotten that the commander was also part of the combat unit, despite his long work as a technical developer. He had to hide this, as his shell was evolving and continued to interfere, but he was still the red cloak of Telefia, and Kaidun should think about his behavior. So before us was the commander of the 6th Squad of Telefia, the developer of death. Meanwhile, events returned to Earth. Yan and Kim Sun jumped into the portal. The guy placed them in Moebius, explaining to the frightened Kim Sun what it was. He compared it to the internet. Yan asked, wasn't it strange? These punks had become so strong that their world couldn't turn back. So why had they gone quiet? After which, Yan opened another portal. He wanted to get a little closer so they wouldn't get caught. They emerged. Kim Sun noticed that it was very windy in this space, but it turned out it wasn't wind. It was a thing that sucked energy like a tornado. Suddenly, chills ran down Kim Sun's spine because Yan had shown him fate. It was a massive sphere that instilled fear even from a distance. Yan explained that this was their enemy, waiting for completion. And once that happened, humanity would be destroyed by it. The commander had also talked about fate. He found it so beautiful. The para system was simply incredible. It was clear that the EA was losing the war. They were just trying to figure out what it had planned with its time travels. But in the end, it became a source of power unique to humans. Potential, opportunities, whatever they called it. But according to the commander's research, just desire. That's what would destroy humanity. They were just watching the observers. No need to worry about the people whose world was doomed to self-destruction. Yan continued telling Kim Sun that at some point they started thinking differently. Their plan became to conquer their world. After research, they realized that the ecology had been better before, but taking over turned out to be not so easy. The commander went on. They needed to solve several serious issues. This world was full of microbes, making it hard for people to breathe. Horrifying, how had they evolved and adapted to such an atmosphere? And they were surprised to see that such a wild civilization had some defense systems with weapons and military. They had to sacrifice some resources to take power into their own hands. Yan continued. What they desired was to conquer their planet without destroying it, to preserve at least what was necessary for their survival, and eliminate everything unnecessary. The commander spoke. Fate. What an amazing achievement. With one blow, all creatures capable of causing harm would be destroyed.